Chapter 485. Valley Head Nye's wishful thinking of exchanging resources for skills had failed, so he went out to discuss with Elder Zhang in disappointment. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't worried that Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't agree. The formula and refining method of the Crimson Flame Pill were clearly stated in the prescription. Now Rejuvenation Valley's decoction method would definitely not succeed. Even if Valley Head Nye successfully imitated the vital energy she imparted to him, the success rate of refining the Crimson Flame Pill was only 30%. Although the conditions she proposed were harsh, it was just that they weren't allowed to watch some parts of the process. Not to mention that the entire process would improve Rejuvenation Valley's alchemy. Even the Crimson Flame Pill that was successfully refined in the end was something that Valley Head Nye and Elder Zhang coveted. How could Elder Zhang not agree? How could he not agree? It was recorded in Rejuvenation Valley's prescription that taking the Crimson Flame Pill in combination with Rejuvenation Valley's secret internal energy cultivation method could increase one's cultivation by 5 to 10 years. This was an absolutely fatal temptation to any Jianghu person. It was also the first medicinal pill that came to Elder Zhang's mind when he knew that Zhang Xiaohua could refine pills using the ancient method. And in Zhang Xiaohua's jade slip on immortal pills, another name for the Crimson Flame Pill was Meridian Nourishing Pill. Its effect was to nourish the meridians and expand the meridians. It wasn't considered a top-grade medicinal pill, and it wasn't even considered a middle-grade medicinal pill. Moreover, things like the crimson pearlgrass and the bright sungrass weren't considered extremely rare medicinal herbs in ancient times. It was just that the qi of heaven and earth had drastically decreased and many of these medicinal herbs had gone extinct, which showed the preciousness of this medicinal pill. When Valley Head Nye left the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade slip. He had wanted to take a closer look at it a few days ago, but refining the small flag really took a lot of effort, which was why he kept delaying it. Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to refine the Crimson Flame Pill from the start. He only wanted to refine the Meridian Soothing Pill according to the jade slip. After all, the method he used was the Immortal Tao's alchemy. If he really used the method of imitating true qi to refine the Crimson Flame Pill, it would be better to let Valley Master Nye refine it himself. Moreover, through this period of refining pills, Zhang Xiaohua had also discovered that although Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipe was based on the Martial Way's pill refinement method, there were still traces of the Immortal Tao's pill refinement method in its bones. Previously, all of his pills had been refined successfully using the Martial Way's method before using the Immortal Tao's method. Moreover, the latter's color and quality were several times better than the former's. This was also the main reason why he wanted to directly refine the Meridian Soothing Pill, and not the Crimson Flame Pill. After carefully looking through the formula and refining process of the Meridian Soothing Pill, Zhang Xiaohua felt that this Meridian Soothing Pill was only slightly more complicated than the basic pill. The time spent in the middle was longer, but the other steps were more or less the same. There were only 2 more types of spells, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua already had experience in refining small flags, so he didn't dare to underestimate things that he hadn't tried before. He could only guarantee the possibility of refining the pill from various aspects. After he finished looking through the jade slip, Zhang Xiaohua took out the formula and refining steps of the Crimson Flame Pill for reference. However, it was a Martial Way's alchemy method after all and was much cruder. There were many places where it wasn't suitable and even felt that there were some errors. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head as he continued reading. But when he reached the end, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly frowned. Why do you think this is? It turned out that in the jade slip, the Meridian Soothing Pill was a fiery red pill the size of a soybean. But in the scroll, the Crimson Flame Pill was a brownish red pill the size of a thumb. The color and size of these pills were all different, so could they be the same pill? Could it be that the formulas of the 2 pills were different? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the 100 Herbs Compendium. She hurriedly took out the thin jade slip and carefully searched for the herbs required for the Meridian Soothing Pill. As a low-level pill, the Meridian Soothing Pill had many ingredients. Other than the bright sungrass and crimson pearlgrass, there were more than 10 other ingredients. Zhang Xiaohua looked through them one by one and memorized their names and appearances in her mind. Then, she compared them with the ingredients for the Crimson Flame Pill that she had just memorized. Other than the main ingredient, the other ingredients for the Meridian Soothing Pill were close to 10 other ingredients. Among them, there were close to 7 herbs that were similar to the ones for the Meridian Soothing Pill. Although their names were different, the effects and appearance of the herbs were very similar. Unsurprisingly, it should be the same type of herb. The other herbs were either different or did not exist. Zhang Xiaohua kept the jade slip and stroked her chin, thinking to herself. She did not need to think too hard to figure out that with the annihilation of the immortal Tao, the art of refining pills had also changed. The formula for the meridian soothing pill might have been passed down, but some of the herbs in it were also extinct. When a martial arts alchemist obtained such a precious formula, he naturally wanted to refine it. Based on his own experience, he changed the herbs in it. As time passed, this formula had been refined by many experienced alchemists and was modified into the formula for the Crimson Flame pill. The refining method was also almost completely changed. As for the difference in this pill, it was even easier to explain. The herbs were changed and the refining method was also completely different. How could they be the same? However, Zhang Xiaohua still had some doubts. How could the Meridian Soothing pill be smaller than the Crimson Flame pill? Martial arts alchemy was obviously born out of the immortal Tao. How could the pill refined be better than the immortal Tao? Thus another problem arose. If she refined the Meridian Soothing pill, how could she explain the relationship between these pills and the Crimson Flame pill? But then Zhang Xiaohua laughed. She thought to herself, I'll just say that I failed in refining the pill. What else can I say? Anyway, it's my first time refining, so it's normal to fail. If I have extra time, I'll use the cauldron to refine the real Crimson Flame pill. But then, the chances of success will not be as good as the Meridian Soothing pill. After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua did not try to make a last-minute effort. She took out the incantation for concealing her cultivation level from the god's guidance, and continued her unfinished comprehension. Seeing that the people from the aroma cult were about to arrive, it would be best if she finished comprehending it before they arrived and concealed her immortal Tao cultivation level. If she was discovered, it would be very bad. The beginning of this incantation was very cryptic. Zhang Xiaohua tried to comprehend it several times and always felt like she had grasped something. But she just could not understand it and was stuck there. She did not make much progress. It was the same today. Zhang Xiaohua felt vexed. Just as she was about to get up and walk around the inner valley, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. 2 days ago, when she had a splitting headache, she was resting beside Ling Long Hong in the inner valley. She did not release her divine sense, nor did she use any divine abilities. Why did she feel like she was one with her surroundings? Why was she able to sense Valley Master Nie's arrival? Didn't concealing her cultivation level mean that she had to hide her vital energy within her body and not let others see it? Wasn't this exactly the same feeling she had a few days ago? Following this train of thought, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the Tao of Heaven. Everything in this world was under the Tao of Heaven and secretly followed the Tao of Heaven. Also, the last time she made a breakthrough, Nie Qianyu said that she looked more ordinary. Wasn't that the same reason? Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly enlightened. The Tao of Heaven was really the origin of all things. Not daring to delay any longer, Zhang Xiaohua put her comprehension of the Tao of Heaven together with the incantation. Not long after, the previous sluggishness actually loosened. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She quickly sat down again and closed her eyes to comprehend. At the same time, in the inner valley, on one side of Zhang Xiaohua's pill room, Elder Zhang frowned. He was unusually angry and asked in a deep voice, Valley Master, did Ren Xiaoxia really make such a request? Valley Master Nie helplessly said, Yes, Elder Zhang. I've already said it 5 times. Don't ask anymore. Tell me, are we going to refine or not? Elder Zhang was also in a difficult position. Of course, he made an agreement with Zhang Xiaohua to refine the Crimson Flame pill. His purpose was to refine it together with Zhang Xiaohua. Not only could he observe the alchemy technique, he could also obtain the Crimson Flame pill, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But when it came down to it, she didn't let him watch from the side. His wishful thinking had failed. How could he not be ashamed and angry? Forget it, I'll go find Ren Xiaoxia and ask. Ren Xiaoxia is loyal and righteous. How can he be so stingy? Elder Zhang finished speaking and was about to get up. Valley Master Nie grabbed him and said with a bitter smile, Elder Zhang, do you think you know Ren Xiaoxia better than I do? Elder Zhang looked at him and said, Of course not. No matter what, he is still your future father-in-law in name. How can I compare to you? Valley Master Nya hurriedly waved his hand and said, Elder Zhang, please don't say that again. You'll make Ren Xiaoxia angry. He only lent a helping hand. We can't be unkind. Elder Zhang snorted disdainfully, forget it. If he didn't have some feelings for little you, would he have done this? You and I are both experienced people. Who doesn't understand? Valley Master Nya looked at this elder who was much older than him, and was really speechless. He only said, with my understanding of Ren Xiaoxia, if it wasn't for the sect's special instructions, he wouldn't have refused like this. That's right, haven't you been urging Ren Xiaoxia to refine the Crimson Flame Pill? Do you know why I haven't told him? Elder Zhang said unhappily, how would I know? You've been evading me again and again. I don't even know where your elbow is leaning. Valley Master Nya smiled lightly and told him about the weapon forging sect. Of course, he didn't tell him about the textless heavenly book. Ah, the weapon forging sect's 5 elements formation. That brat Si Yakong actually stayed in the outer valley for so long just for this 5 elements formation. Let me think, I seem to have heard his master talk about this mysterious thing before. Could it be that Ren Xiaoxia just let little you copy it and impart the 5 elements formation to our rejuvenation valley? Valley Master Nya also couldn't hide his excitement and said, that's right. Tell me, if Ren Xiaoxia did this, how could I suspect anything else? It must be that Ren Xiaoxia has a reason that he can't let us know. Elder Zhang also nodded when he heard this. Not bad. The key is that he still wants to leave this Crimson Flame Pill for our rejuvenation valley. Even if we don't look at it, it's worth it. Then it's decided. Elder Zhang, tomorrow morning, I'll bring a few jade boxes stored in the valley, and we'll pick the ingredients for the Crimson Flame Pill. Okay, we'll do this tomorrow. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 486. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua still practiced the Big Dipper magical fist as before and didn't feel any difference. However, when she finished practicing the fist technique and was about to return to the pill room, she saw Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang excitedly walking over from the inner valley. They were talking excitedly as they walked. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and looked at the sky that was blocked by the mountain wall. She was speechless. The sun seemed to have just risen from the east, and here we are still in darkness. You don't have to be in such a hurry to squeeze out labor. The chickens haven't even crowed yet. Cough cough, I forgot that there are no chickens in the inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley. There are only the chirping of birds. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua standing in front of the pill room, Valley Head Nya quickly walked forward and cupped his hands. Nephew Ran, you're up so early. Zhang Xiaohua returned the greeting and said, I can't help it. I'm so tired that I can't sleep when the sun rises. I keep thinking about what I have to do today. Valley Head Nya chuckled and didn't reply. Elder Zhang raised the jade box in his hand and said, no matter how early Xiaoxia woke up today, he didn't wake up as early as Valley Head Nya and I. According to the records of Rejuvenation Valley, it's best to pick the herbs before the dew disappears. Therefore, the two of us woke up before the sun rises. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, there's actually such a thing? How come I don't know? How many days have you been in this sect? There are still many things you don't know. Elder Zhang mercilessly attacked. Valley Head Nya said, this is a rule passed down from an unknown era in Rejuvenation Valley. It's only passed down by word of mouth and there aren't even any records. It's normal that nephew doesn't know. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. That's right. I've read a lot of pill formulas and books, but I haven't studied them systematically after all. Many of the things I learned were pieced together. For example, I don't know anything about the secrets and tricks that are taught orally. And these minute things are often the key. It's the true knowledge that predecessors have obtained through practice. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had some thoughts, Valley Head Nya keenly asked, Nephew Ran, is there something wrong with the picking of the herbs? Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then said with a smile, I only secretly learned a move from your Rejuvenation Valley. How could there be anything inappropriate? Let me take a look at the herbs first. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe in Rejuvenation Valley's skills, but she didn't do everything herself, so she felt uneasy. Besides, she didn't seem like she was made to be a valley head. Elder Zhang understood and didn't say anything. He just handed over the jade box in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua took it and looked at it carefully. It was a jade box about the same size as hers, but it was white in color. At a glance, the quality of the jade couldn't be compared to hers. She used her divine sense to scan the jade box, but there was no fluctuation of vitality on it. Zhang Xiaohua was about to open it when she heard Valley Head Nye say, "Nephew, let's open it in the pill room. The herbs have already been picked from the ground. If we open it now, it will affect the medicinal properties." Valley Head Nye was considered an old expert in refining pills, but when it came to the Crimson Flame pill, a pill that had never been refined, he was still overly cautious. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Nye's words are very reasonable. It won't be too late to open it when it's time to refine it." When the three of them arrived at the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua placed the jade box in her hand on the table in the groove and asked, "Uncle Nye, how many jade boxes like this do we still have in Rejuvenation Valley?" Valley Head Nye thought for a moment and said, "There are many more. They were refined with the help of the crafting sect and the crafting sect. However, that was many years ago. In recent years, Rejuvenation Valley has stopped refining high-level pills like the Crimson Flame pill." Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, "If there is a need for high-level pills, we will mention it when the disciples of the Cult of Fragrance come to Rejuvenation Valley. We will also provide them with the corresponding rare herbs for them to refine, and bring them back the next time they come." Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, "The Cult of Fragrance will also help refine pills like the Crimson Flame pill?" Valley Head Nye laughed bitterly and said, "How is that possible? Nephew overestimates the generosity of the Cult of Fragrance. There are many high-level pills. Why would they refine pills like the Crimson Flame pill that can increase internal energy for us? It's just some other pills. Moreover," Valley Head Nye hesitated for a moment and then said, "I believe that the Cult of Fragrance also has methods of refining pills like Nephew's, but I don't see them passing it on to Rejuvenation Valley." Elder Zhang also said angrily, "If they could help refine the pills, us two old men wouldn't have to trouble Ren Xiaoxia." Zhang Xiaohua blushed a bit. She knew that he was a bit offended by her request yesterday. She cupped her hands and said, "The two elders have been very good to me. I have also studied at Rejuvenation Valley." Seeing this, Elder Zhang waved his hand and stopped Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Ren Xiaoxia, don't say any more. This old man feels uncomfortable, but the rules of your sect cannot be violated. We will not make things difficult for Xiaoxia. However, it would be best if we could see the refining process for as long as possible. We should also leave some of the refined Crimson Flame pills to us." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she laughed loudly and said, "Elder Zhang is right. When the pills are refined, I will only take 3 and leave the rest to Rejuvenation Valley. What do you think?" Elder Zhang then said, "If it's not 3? Or if it's not 6? Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, "If it's not 3, I won't take a single. If it's not 6, Rejuvenation Valley will keep 3. Valley Head Nye was about to speak when Elder Zhang said loudly, "Ren Xiaoxia is straightforward. It's settled then." However, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Elder Zhang, don't be in such a hurry. I also have a presumptuous request." Elder Zhang asked curiously, "What else do you have to say? Didn't you say enough yesterday?" Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, "This one carefully studied the recipe for the Crimson Flame pill last night, and discovered that refining the Crimson Flame pill doesn't require the entire stock of Crimson Flame grass and Crimson Pearl grass. Even half of the other ingredients will suffice. This one has a request, and that is to first refine the other half of the medicinal herbs. If it's successful, then we will divide it according to our discussion just now. I would like to ask Valley Head Nye and Elder Zhang to leave the ordinary medicinal herbs to this one. What do you think?" This? Elder Zhang was a bit troubled. He looked at Valley Head Nye and didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Valley Head Nye frowned and said, "And if the refinement fails?" Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and said, "Then this little nephew would be too ashamed to accept the remaining half." She then continued, "This little nephew will attempt to refine the remaining half." Elder Zhang laughed loudly and said, "Ren Xiaoxia has made a good plan and won't suffer a loss at all. You still want to use my Rejuvenation Valley's Crimson Flame grass to refine the pill twice?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back and said with a smile, "That's still better than the incense cult. They won't refine it for you at all." As the two spoke, Valley Head Nya had finished thinking and nodded. Dead things can't compare to living things. If virtuous nephew can refine the pill, what harm is there in giving the remaining medicinal herbs to Rejuvenation Valley? Furthermore, virtuous nephew doesn't need to have any mental baggage. Just refine as you please. Even if you fail twice, there's no harm. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, Uncle Nya, please don't worry about this. This little nephew still has some confidence and will not recklessly waste natural resources, and let Elder Zhang's years of hard work go to waste. Oh, that's right, these jade boxes are also for this little nephew. Clang! When Valley Head Nya heard the last sentence, his figure staggered and he thought to himself, this guy's habits are just as little you said. Without waiting for Valley Head Nya to answer, Elder Zhang waved his hand and said, whatever. There are many more of these things in Rejuvenation Valley. If you like them, there's no harm in having your future father-in-law give you a few more. This time it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be speechless. After all the matters were discussed, Elder Zhang and Valley Head Nya placed their own jade boxes on the table so that Zhang Xiaohua could start the fire to refine the pill. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated slightly and walked forward. She took down the cauldron placed on top of the earth fire and placed the immortal cauldron that she had taken from Elder Zhang's pill room on top of it. She was about to open the mechanism and start the earth fire. Seeing this, Elder Zhang immediately stopped her. Ren Xiaoxia, do you want to use this strange cauldron to refine the pill? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Exactly. But I've tried this cauldron before. I can't control the temperature at all. How can I refine the pill? Elder Zhang, you don't know. A few days ago I moved it from your place. When I had nothing to do, I blindly thought about it and happened to come across a technique of our sect that can control this cauldron very well. Moreover, the effect is much better than the original one. Therefore, I thought of using this technique to refine the important Crimson Flame pill. So that's how it is. This is the root cause of his different attitudes. Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang both revealed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder they couldn't watch the entire process. The secret techniques of their sect were naturally forbidden from being spread to outsiders. When Zhang Xiaohua started the earth fire and heated up the cauldron, she stood there and didn't put in the medicine. Elder Zhang asked strangely, Ren Xiaoxia, quickly input inner energy to increase the temperature? Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and smiled without speaking. Valley Head Nya pulled his sleeve and said, Let's go, Elder Zhang. Let's go outside and wait for Ren Xiaoxia to call us. Ah, I haven't put in the medicine and you won't let me watch? Elder Zhang was depressed. Although he was depressed, they had already agreed. Elder Zhang could only stand up and follow Valley Head Nya out of the pill room. In her spiritual sense, she saw the two helplessly standing outside. Zhang Xiaohua could only apologize in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and the jade boxes on the table all opened their lids. The jade box containing the scarlet flame grass immediately overflowed with an unusually lively heaven-earth yuan qi. The jade box containing the crimson pearl grass overflowed with a gentle and tranquil heaven-earth yuan qi. The heaven-earth yuan qi of the other few medicinal herbs were slightly different, and the concentration was also different. Zhang Xiaohua memorized the positions of the few medicinal herbs and closed the lids of the jade boxes. Then she lightly breathed in and formed a seal with both hands. She hit the cauldron and was about to refine the meridian soothing pill. Chapter 487. Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang were standing outside the alchemy room with resentment. From time to time they would turn back to see what Zhang Xiaohua was doing. However, they knew that this method was extremely shameless. It was just that their hearts were itching and it was hard for them to control themselves. Inside the alchemy room, Zhang Xiaohua used the first few incantations into the alchemy furnace and the earth fire. When the temperature of the alchemy furnace rose, she waved her hand and the jade box containing the scarlet fire grass opened. Then with a move of her finger, the scarlet fire grass was split into two halves. Her right hand waved again and half of the scarlet fire grass flew out of the jade box and into the alchemy furnace. At the same time the jade box was closed. After the scarlet flame grass was thrown into the cauldron, it was refined into a fist-sized medicinal liquid not long after. It kept rolling in the cauldron, and thin wisps of smoke flew out from the medicinal liquid. These were the impurities in the medicinal liquid. Zhang Xiaohua knew that although the scarlet firegrass was a rare medicinal herb, it contained a lot of yuan qi. Correspondingly, because it had been growing for a long time, the yuan qi contained a lot of impurities. It was very difficult to refine it out. It was impossible for ordinary martial arts cauldrons to obtain pure scarlet firegrass liquid. Even if she refined it like this, it would take her a day and a night. Looking at the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace that kept shrinking and changing into various shapes, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. In a while, Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang would definitely come in to see. How would she explain to them that the medicinal liquid was floating in midair? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and started another incantation. The fist-sized medicinal liquid gradually turned into a pancake and slowly sank to the bottom of the alchemy furnace. It was just like the pancake that Guosufei had placed on the stove in the Guozhuang house. Sigh, in a moment of desperation, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was only filled with the pancake that her mother had placed in her bag when she left the Guozhuang house. Looking left and right at the alchemy furnace, there was nothing unusual. Zhang Xiaohua then walked to the entrance of the alchemy room. Just as she was about to greet them, she heard a strange voice outside. Father, Elder Zhang, why are the two of you waiting outside the alchemy room? Where is Brother Ren? Is he not in the alchemy room? Wasn't that Nye Qinyu? Elder Zhang's face was full of bitterness and hatred as he said, Little Yu, you're finally here. Nye Qinyu asked curiously, Elder Zhang, what are you talking about? Little Yu has been helping Big Brother Ren transcribe for the past few days and is extremely tired. I want to have a good rest these few days, but Father said yesterday that he was going to refine the Crimson Flame pill today. I just woke up and immediately came over to help you guys. Following which, he smiled and said, Big Brother Ren has always been an early riser. He must have gone to the valley to cultivate. Let's wait for a while. Anyway, it's still early. Valley Head Nia looked at his precious daughter and bitterly smiled. Yes, the time is still early, but there is no such thing as time to concoct dawn. Plus, picking the herbs should be done early. Ouch! Nye Qinyu covered her mouth and said, I forgot Daddy's instructions. The herbs must be picked before the dew disappears. However, she changed the topic and said with a smile, as the ancients said, theory must be combined with practice. I've only picked common herbs, so why would there be so many taboos? Then she felt that something was wrong and asked, Didn't Daddy make an appointment with Big Brother Ren? Big Brother Ren should be in the pill room at this time. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the pill room with a smile and said, Little fishy Nia, you're here too. Nye Qinyu smiled and said, Good morning, Big Brother Ren. Why aren't you inviting us in? Father and Elder Zhang have already gathered the herbs and brought them here. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Then please come in. Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang were pleasantly surprised. We can go in now? Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly, and the two of them immediately strode forward, taking the lead to rush in. Nye Qinyu was puzzled, but she wasn't a talkative person. She accompanied Zhang Xiaohua into the pill room slowly. There was a faint medicinal fragrance in the pill room. It wasn't strong and was much fainter than the previously refined fasting pill, all-dispelling pill, and new snow pill. Seeing that Daddy and Elder Zhang didn't ask anything and directly rushed to the small pill furnace above the earth fire, Nye Qinyu couldn't help but ask in astonishment, Big Brother Ran, you've already started refining pills? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Yes, we've already started long before you came. But Nye Qinyu was about to ask something when she heard Elder Zhang call out, Ren Xiaoxia, please come over. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked over and smiled. Elder Zhang, what's the problem? Elder Zhang pointed at the puddle of medicinal liquid at the bottom of the pill furnace and asked, Nephew Ran doesn't use water to refine pills. Why is there so much water at the bottom of the pill furnace? Zhang Xiaohua knew that using martial arts to refine pills had the same effect as using immortal arts to refine impurities. However, the refining method was too tyrannical and directly used fire to turn the impurities into ashes. At the same time, it also inevitably lost a lot of the essence within. However, immortal arts turned medicinal herbs into medicinal liquid and used a formation to protect it. This was the gentle way. Not only could it remove as many impurities as possible, it could also better retain the essence within. Rejuvenation Valley's water decoction method should also have this layer of meaning. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Elder Zhang, take a closer look. That's not water, but the juice of the scarlet fire grass. I didn't add anything else. Valley Head Nya was greatly shocked and said, Nephew Ran, you can actually maintain the medicinal liquid in this state at such a high temperature and not turn it into air and fly out. How did you do it? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, Uncle Nya, forgive me for not being able to answer this question. Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang were both disappointed. They looked at each other and then focused on the puddle of liquid. At this time, Nya Qinyu also walked to the front of the pill furnace and stuck her head out to look at the situation inside. She thought of the question just now and said with a smile, I started refining pills a long time ago, but when I came father, before she finished speaking, Valley Head Nya seemed to have realized something and suddenly raised his head to ask, Nephew Ran, you just said that this juice is from the scarlet fire grass? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Yes, Uncle Nya, is there a problem? But, in the pill recipe, didn't it clearly state that the scarlet fire grass and crimson pearl grass have to be added together, and that the two main medicinal properties have to be slowly refined? Valley Head Nya asked somewhat anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Uncle Nya, don't worry. I have confidence. This scarlet fire grass juice still needs to be refined for a day and a night. I can only put the crimson pearl grass in at this time tomorrow. What? The three people at the side were all shocked and said in unison, Just refining this scarlet fire grass takes a day and a night? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that the formula for the crimson flame pill did not specify the time needed to refine it. He had been busy with the matter of the array these past few days and had neglected this problem. The elixirs refined by Rejuvenation Valley were extremely ordinary, and the elixirs he had refined recently were at most a meal's worth of time. He had never refined an elixir as time-consuming as the crimson flame pill. Of course, it would be surprising if he said it out loud. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua explained, Elder Zhang, Valley Master Nya, in the recipe for the crimson flame pill, it only states the steps to concoct the pill, but it doesn't state the specific time. The concoction method in my sect is different from the previous one. It emphasizes on the word gentle, which means to use a gentle flame to produce fine work. Therefore, the time taken is much longer. Nya Qinyu asked curiously, Then Big Brother Run, how long will it take? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, It's not done one by one. After a while, you can put the crimson pearl grass and the other herbs into the pill furnace. They will be refined together for a day and a night. Oh, I see. The three people sighed. This was understandable. However, the next words shocked them again. However, after refining, the juice still needs to be nourished in the pill furnace for 13 days. Zhang Xiaohua said indifferently. The three people did not know what to say. Yes, the alchemy of the immortal Tao had long been lost. Although the alchemy of the martial Tao had the saying of pill nurturing as time passed, this term was gradually forgotten. At this time in Rejuvenation Valley, pill nurturing was nothing more than rolling the muddy medicinal dregs into a round ball. However, before they could react, Zhang Xiaohua said again, I'm sorry, but I have to put in the crimson pearl grass. Please wait at the entrance of the pill room. Nya Qinyu was stunned and blurted out, Big Brother Ren, just put in your medicine. Haven't I seen you do it a dozen times? What's there to avoid? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Valley Head Nya and said, Little you go out with Uncle Nya first and let him explain to you. This pill furnace needs to be filled quickly. There can't be any delay. When he said there can't be any delay, Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang became anxious and pulled the clueless Nya Qinyu out of the pill room. After the three of them left, Zhang Xiaohua squinted her eyes and looked at the medicinal liquid in the pill furnace. She cast a spell and the crimson pearl grass turned into a round ball and floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the rolling medicinal liquid and waited for a while before adding half of the crimson pearl grass into it. The moment the crimson pearl grass entered the crimson pearl grass, there was a reaction. The spherical medicinal liquid suddenly expanded as if it was about to explode. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She cast a spell with both hands and her vital qi flowed freely into the spell. When the spell was cast into the medicinal liquid immediately rolled like a child's toy in the pill furnace. After a long while, it finally calmed down and floated quietly in the pill furnace. Zhang Xiaohua knew that although it looked peaceful, The fire-attributed crimson pearlgrass and the water-attributed crimson pearlgrass were quietly fusing in the medicinal liquid, reinforcing and restraining each other. However, the sphere was the original form of the medicinal liquid. She did not know if changing it to a pancake shape would affect the fusion of the two main ingredients. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and observed the changes in the medicinal liquid. She then cast a spell and slowly sank the medicinal liquid to the bottom, changing it to a pancake shape. Fortunately, although the external shape of the medicinal liquid had changed, the internal fusion was still the same. There were no other changes because of the external shape. Zhang Xiaohua spread out the medicinal liquid and almost touched the sweat on her forehead. Was there anyone in the immortal Tao who could refine pills like her? Zongzongyi, come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 488. Outside the alchemy room, Valley Head Nye had already told Nye Qianyu about Zhang Xiaohua's unreasonable request. Nye Qianyu, on the contrary, was not as shocked and surprised as Elder Zhang. She had followed Zhang Xiaohua all the way back to Don't Worry City and found too many strange things about Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua tried to cover it up, the three of them were together every day and Nye Qianyu was very concerned about Zhang Xiaohua's actions. Even if Zhang Xiaohua frowned or made a special expression, Nye Qianyu would try her best to guess. How could she not see some clues? However, Nye Qianyu was very smart. She had always seen it with her eyes but never remembered it in her heart, let alone tell Little Orange. Now that she heard her father's words, she only nodded slightly and looked towards the alchemy room. She said worriedly, "Will Big Brother Ren be okay? He has to refine for 14 days. Can he bear it alone?" Elder Zhang's eyes widened as he looked at this little girl. He shook his head and sympathetically said to Valley Head Nye, "Handsome Nye, oh handsome Nye, you've suffered a great loss. This girl's personality is biased towards outsiders. You've given birth to 3 daughters in a row and raised them until now, but none of them thought about you. What can you do? What can you do?" Nye Qianyu covered her mouth and laughed. "It's still better than some elders who have no children." Valley Head Nye scolded, "Little you, don't be rude." Elder Zhang did not care and said, "That depends on how you think. If you don't think about your own father like you, it's useless to have you." Nye Qianyu said seriously, "Elder Zhang, this has nothing to do with who is biased. I just feel that Big Brother Ren must have his reasons for doing this. There's no need to force him." How could Elder Zhang not understand this logic? He had also thought it through earlier. However, when he saw that the other party was mysteriously refining pills in the pill room while he waited bitterly outside, anyone would involuntarily feel a little resentment. This was why he had repeatedly vented it. At this time Zhang Xiaohua had already walked out. When he heard the conversation between Nye Qianyu and Elder Zhang, he could only sigh in his heart. Little Fishy was so concerned about him. She supported all of his decisions without reservation. She did not ask the reason for his actions at all, nor did she complain about not allowing him to watch. She was only worried about how hard it would be for him to continuously refine pills. This kind of care. Zhang Xiaohua himself also had an indescribable feeling in his heart. If he was not moved at all, even his own heels would not believe it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua appear at the entrance of the alchemy room, Valley Master Nye and Elder Zhang's faces lit up. They passed by each other and rushed inside. Their figures were graceful and their movements were swift. There was nothing to say. Only Nye Qianyu stood there motionless. She said uneasily, "Big Brother Ren, I didn't expect refining this crimson flame pill to be so troublesome and to trouble you for an entire 14 days. Nye Qianyu moved her lips and continued, "I thank Big Brother Ren on behalf of Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at this girl who was not very beautiful. He said softly, "Little you're treating me like an outsider. I used your Rejuvenation Valley's alchemy room, and used your Rejuvenation Valley's medicinal herbs to cultivate my own alchemy skills. In the end, I still have to share some of the pills refined. No matter what, I'm taking advantage of you. Should I also salute you and thank Rejuvenation Valley?" Nye Qianyu spat and said, "Then why don't you bow and thank me? What kind of stupid rules are you making to make Father and Elder Zhang depressed?" Zhang Xiaohua did not explain and said, "Let's go and take a look. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." When Nie Qianyu heard this, her heart felt warm. She nodded and followed Zhang Xiaohua into the alchemy room. Inside the alchemy room and inside the alchemy furnace, there were no changes compared to before. The only difference was that the temperature of the earth fire was much higher. Valley Master Nie and Elder Zhang stared at the big cake, but could not see anything. It was just some medicinal juice that was churning inside with a gulu-gulu sound. It was no different from the decoction of Rejuvenation Valley's pills. The only difference was that the pool of medicinal liquid was much smaller and appeared very strange. Nie Qianyu was even worse. She looked at it for a long time without saying anything. Her face was full of confusion. Indeed, this was very different from the alchemy techniques that she had learned. It almost subverted her previous understanding. However, her eyes soon became clear and there was a kind of fervent expression. She whispered, "Big Brother Ren, I don't know if my question is appropriate. If it's not, just pretend that I didn't say anything." Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. Didn't he just say that if she had any questions she could ask? Why was she still hesitating now? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Little Yuer, just say it. I definitely won't blame you." Nie Qianyu said somewhat embarrassedly, "This alchemy technique? Can I learn it?" "That's right." Valley Master Nie and Elder Zhang's eyes lit up. "Of course, if you don't let us see, can you let Nie Qianyu enter Beidou School to learn this alchemy technique?" Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. He never thought that Nie Qianyu would ask such a question that could solve all the problems. This little girl's brain was not covered. There was indeed something different about it. Elder Zhang blinked at Valley Master Nie and hinted, "You're not bad and your daughter is not bad. Look at her ambiguous relationship with this boy. Maybe it will work out. Why don't you quickly add fuel to the fire?" Valley Master Nie saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not immediately refuse. Instead, he was thinking about it. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Nephew Ran, little Yu's aptitude is not good. She has not been able to practice martial arts and has not joined other sections. She has only practiced some of the martial arts passed down in my Rejuvenation Valley. She has not achieved a small success. If it's possible, can you put in a few good words in front of your sect's chief and..." Then, he tilted his head and looked at the burning earth fire. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you can learn a little self-defense technique or this alchemy technique, my Rejuvenation Valley will be very grateful." Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat at a loss. He had never thought of passing this immortal cultivation technique to others, especially in this environment where there was no rich qi of heaven and earth. His own cultivation was also very accidental. He had gone through lightning to temper the first strand of vital qi in his body. Although the qi of heaven and earth in Rejuvenation Valley was much more than in the medicinal field of Huanxi Manor, it was still far from the requirements of the Carefree Heart Sutra. Even if he taught the Carefree Heart Sutra to Nie Qianyu, it was almost impossible for her to succeed in practicing it. Taking a step back, even if Nie Qianyu could learn it without a primordial stone like his crouching ox stone, she would not be able to advance beyond the first level of qi refining, let alone practice the technique. Nie Qianyu's request was really a headache. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still silent, Valley Head Nie said, "Nephew Ran, it should be inevitable that Beidou School and Rejuvenation Valley will form an alliance. I've already told you about this before. If you return to the sect and inform the sect leader, he will probably know a little about the Yuli alliance. He will still give us face. Even if you can't learn such a profound technique, I think it's still possible to enter Beidou School as a disciple." Valley Head Nie's few good speculations left Zhang Xiaohua speechless. Nonsense, he was the only one in Beidou School. Oh, and that nephew of his, Zhang Byron, who had just passed his 100th day, how was he supposed to answer? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was not replying for a long time, Nie Qianyu rolled her eyes and said pitifully, "Big Brother Ren, are you really not going to show mercy to girls? I'm already begging you so bitterly, and you're not even going to answer me?" Hearing such a soft pleading voice, Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. He hurriedly said, Stop, hurry up and stop." Nie Qianyu's face was full of pride. She smiled and said, "What does Big Brother Ren say?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be disdainful and said, "Valley Head Nie is here. You can't pretend to be pitiful. I haven't seen you act coquettishly all the way here. Now that you've done this, I'm covered in goosebumps." Then he shrugged and said, Little Yuer's aptitude for martial arts isn't good and she's already past the best age to practice martial arts. It's really difficult for her to have any achievements in martial arts. Moreover, the sect has its own people in charge of accepting disciples. How can I interfere? But when he saw Nie Qianyu's aggrieved look, he couldn't help but think, the Carefree Heart Sutra is the Misty School's Qi cultivation method. If it's taught to outsiders, it's best to ask the people in the Misty School. But now that the Misty School has encountered such an unforeseen event, I can only act when I return to the incense cult. In fact, he neglected the fact that he had already given the Carefree Heart Sutra to his sister-in-law so that she could teach it to Zhang Bairen. At that time, did he consider the opinions of the Misty School? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua added, even if I want to greet the elders in the sect, it will have to wait until I return from the incense cult. Nie Qianyu was a little impulsive and said it without thinking. When she heard Zhang Xiaohua's initial rejection, she regretted saying it out loud. She knew it was impossible, so why did she say it out loud and make others look down on her? But when she heard the last sentence, she was ecstatic. She had always been eager to excel, but her body was weak and she couldn't practice martial arts well. It had always been a pity. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't much older than her, but her martial arts cultivation was ridiculously high. Presumably, the Beidou school had its own unique way of teaching disciples. If she could enter the Beidou school, perhaps. Thinking about it made her feel warm and she couldn't help but say in surprise, Big Brother Ren, don't lie to me. Just like Nie Qianyu. After saying the last sentence, Zhang Xiaohua regretted it. Wasn't she looking for trouble? However, looking at Nie Qianyu's surprise and thinking about how good she was to her, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh and say, I'm not lying. It's just that I'm not confident, so I can't promise you casually. Nie Qianyu smiled and said, as long as Big Brother Ren agrees, I'll be happy whether it succeeds or not. Who knows, I might even become your little junior sister. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, in your dreams, you'll probably have to call me Martial Uncle. Nie Qianyu looked disappointed and said anxiously, that can't be, Big Brother Ren. Is that really the case? What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Chapter 489. When Nie Qianyu saw Zhang Xiaohua acting like this, her face was filled with anger. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, I forgot about refining pills. Could the three of you please leave for a moment and come back in after I'm done? Nie Qianyu had no choice but to follow Valley Head Nie and Elder Zhang out of the pill room. As soon as they left the pill room, Elder Zhang gave Nie Qianyu a thumbs up and said, Little you is really smart. You actually thought of becoming a disciple. This old man never thought of this. He then said to Valley Head Nie, Valley Head, now you know the benefits of having a daughter. You were able to get this mysterious pill refining method to Rejuvenation Valley without any effort. Valley Head Nie shook his head and said, Elder Zhang's thinking is too simple. Even if little you enters Beidou school, let's not talk about how long it will take her to reach nephew Ren's level. Besides, if she becomes a disciple, she has to follow their rules. Whether or not she can refine pills for us is another matter. It's better not to have too much hope. How could Elder Zhang not know? He was just joking. Within the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua was concentrating on looking at the medicinal liquid that had already reverted to a spherical shape. She inserted several spells from the jade slip into it and carefully observed the changes within. She saw that the scarlet flame grass and the crimson pearl grass had reacted more intensely than before. This spell had the effect of promoting it. Zhang Xiaohua stroked her chin and formed a spell with her other hand, as if she wanted to discover something from within. After a long while, she sent the medicinal liquid into the furnace and walked out. This time Valley Head Nie and Elder Zhang weren't as active as the previous two times. They presumably knew that no matter how fast they ran, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't let them see anything from the pill furnace. Sure enough, the pill furnace, earthfire, and medicinal liquid were the same as before. Only the medicinal fragrance in the pill room was still faint. At this time, Nie Qianyu unconsciously frowned and asked softly, Big Brother Ren, why is the medicinal fragrance different when you refine pills? I remember that some time ago, as long as you refined pills, the medicinal fragrance would assail our nostrils. But now? Elder Zhang and Valley Master Nie also suddenly came to a realization. They were only concerned about the process of refining the pill and had forgotten about this detail. Moreover, many ancient records did not even mention the medicinal fragrance. They only took it for granted that the medicinal fragrance had to be rich to be a truly good pill. Elder Zhang asked with concern Ren Xiaoxia this. Could it be that the technique is wrong? Zhang Xiaohua had compared the martial Dao and immortal Dao's alchemy, and she had some insights in her heart. She smiled and said, I don't know the reason behind it, but I vaguely feel that the medicinal fragrance is naturally emitted by the medicinal effects of the medicinal herbs. If the medicinal fragrance is emitted too much, will it reduce the medicinal effects? For example, if this medicinal herb is stored in an ordinary wooden box, the medicinal fragrance will be very strong no matter where it is placed. After a long time it will lose its effect. Only when it is stored in a jade box, the medicinal fragrance will not leak out and it can be maintained for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua did not tell them about the array outside the medicinal liquid and the 5 elements inside the pill. She only threw out this simple comparison, which could be considered as a simple explanation that was easy to understand. This? The other 3 were suddenly enlightened. This theory was really easy to understand, but why was it not written in the alchemy books? Only Zhang Xiaohua, who had become a novice and completely relied on herself to fumble around, could have such an understanding. Nie Qinyu immediately asked, then according to Big Brother Ran, the fainter the medicinal fragrance of the pill, the more effective it is? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled. Except for pills that have been stored for a long time and have completely lost their medicinal effects. Nie Qinyu spat and said, Of course I know this. Not long after, the entire alchemy room fell into a dead silence. Yes, even when faced with a pool of medicinal liquid, there was no gurgling. Nothing could be seen and nothing could be understood, so how could there be any questions to ask? After a while, Valley Master Nye smiled and said, Nephew Ran, I still have some miscellaneous matters to attend to in the valley, so I won't be here to observe. Nephew Ran, please take care of it. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left the alchemy room. After a while, Elder Zhang, who was originally the most enthusiastic, also wanted to give up. He muttered, Young hero Ran, I suddenly remembered that I haven't fed my big white yet. I reckon that it's hungry now. I have to hurry and take a look. You go ahead with your work. I'll come back tomorrow to take a look. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and ran away without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak. Nie Qinyu was the only one left. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua apologetically and silently accompanied her. However, after a while, Nie Qinyu's eyes became a little blurred as she looked at the medicinal liquid. Although she liked being with Zhang Xiaohua very much, she didn't dare to talk to Zhang Xiaohua when faced with this medicinal liquid that didn't change at all. She was afraid of disturbing him while he was refining pills, so how could she not feel sleepy? Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense from the alchemy furnace and asked softly, What's going on? Little Yor, it's still early, so why are you daydreaming? If you want to do it, then just do it. Why are you alone in the alchemy room with me? How can I face those months of 3-character classic? Nie Qinyu, who was originally in a daze, was suddenly teased out of her sleepiness. She spat and said, It's broad daylight, so why are you talking about a man and a woman alone? I'll just rest here. Let's see who in the Rejuvenation Valley will say no. Zhang Xiaohua was startled and immediately gave her a thumbs up. She said with a smile, You're indeed the second most powerful person in the Rejuvenation Valley. You're so impressive. Nie Qinyu's face was slightly red. She looked at the medicinal liquid that still didn't change in the alchemy furnace and asked, Big Brother Ran, has it been like this for the past 10 days? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Basically it hasn't changed. There will only be some changes on the last day. Then we can't watch it on the last day, right? Nie Qinyu asked very sharply. That's right, Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. Alas, Nie Qinyu sighed and said, Father and Elder Zhang will definitely regret it. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and didn't answer. In any case, she had already made it clear before that no matter what, she couldn't let them see her using spells to control the alchemy furnace. Seeing that Nie Qinyu was somewhat unhappy, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, Little fishy Nie, instead of being bored here and not being able to learn anything, why don't you go back and carefully comprehend the 5 elements Dian formation? That's a real thing. Once you learn it, you can use it to protect the Rejuvenation Valley. Haven't you always wanted to rely on your own strength to achieve results that would make others take notice of you? Isn't this the best opportunity? Nie Qianyu's eyes lit up when she heard this. These words were exactly what she wanted to hear. Thus, she had long forgotten the whispered instructions from Elder Zhang and Valley Master Nie at the entrance of the alchemy room. She stood up and said, "Big Brother Ren, you're right. I'll bring that formation over now and comprehend it in your alchemy room. If there's anything I don't understand, you can immediately answer me." "What?" Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. "Didn't I just want you to go back? Why do you really want to stay here overnight?" Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly waved her hand and said, "Little fishy Nie, you'd better comprehend it in your own room. I have to concentrate on refining pills here. If you have any questions, it won't be too late to find me after dinner. What do you think?" But Nie Qianyu really wanted to say, "Big Brother Ren, the people from the fragrant religion are about to arrive. How many more days can you stay in the Rejuvenation Valley? I just want to spend more time with you." Unfortunately, she couldn't bring herself to say such naked words of love. She could only change her words and say, "But can't I come over whenever I have a question?" Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and said with a profound expression, "The ancient said, walk your own path and let others envy you. Although this formation is dead, you're alive. If you encounter a problem, it's best to think about it a few times. Perhaps you'll have your own ideas. You don't have to rely on other people's explanations. Thinking about it on your own is the most practical gain. Moreover, different people have different opinions on the path of formations. It is not necessarily conventional. If you accept it completely without thinking, you will not be able to develop it and surpass it." Alas, in short, he wanted Nie Qianyu to see and think more by herself. She shouldn't disturb him when he was refining pills. How could Nie Qianyu not understand? She only smiled sweetly and said, "Big Brother Ren is so talented. I'll definitely learn from you. I'll go back and comprehend it now." After she finished speaking, she rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and walked out of the pill room. After Nie Qianyu left, Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. This world was really peaceful. The feeling of no one watching was really good. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand gesture and sent the medicinal liquid back to the center of the pill furnace. Then, he made a few more hand gestures and the entire medicinal liquid started to boil abnormally. After a long while, the medicinal liquid gradually calmed down. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and took the grass praying mat beside the bed. He sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace and released a strand of divine sense to carefully observe the medicinal liquid in the pill furnace. He closed his eyes and prepared to comprehend the incantation of spirit traction. However, after Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes, he felt as if something was missing, which made him feel uneasy. He frowned and opened his eyes. What greeted him was a few jade boxes beside the pill furnace. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. Of course, half of the scarlet firegrass and half of the crimson pearlgrass had not been put into his money pouch. How could he be at ease? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out 2 dark green jade boxes from his money pouch and placed the scarlet firegrass and crimson pearlgrass on the table into the jade boxes. Then he placed a restriction on them. Only then did he feel at ease. At this time, there were still many medicinal herbs on the table that were untouched. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and took out a few more jade boxes. He divided the remaining medicinal herbs into half and placed them into the jade boxes. "Anyway, I've already told Valley Head Nie and Elder Zhang to leave half for me. I'm only taking them now because I'm afraid that the vitality in the medicinal herbs will dissipate." After doing all this, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged again and calmed his heart to comprehend spirit traction. A day's time passed very quickly. Chapter 490. Dusk had fallen for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua stopped her cultivation and looked at the empty pill room with a smile. Elder Zhang's personality has changed? An entire day has passed, and he still hasn't come to see his precious crimson flame pill? Just as she was thinking, she heard footsteps. Without releasing her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was Nie Qianyu. When Nie Qianyu entered the alchemy room, Zhang Xiaohua deliberately looked behind her and said, "Huh, where's Elder Zhang? Uncle Nie?" I haven't seen them for an entire day and I miss them. Why haven't they come to see me refine pills? Nie Chinyu laughed out loud. You really want them to come? I'll go call them right now. Nie Chinyu also pretended to leave. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, forget it, I'll just think about them. Uncle Nie still has the huge rejuvenation valley to take care of, and Elder Zhang still has the handsome Dubai to take care of. There's no need for you to make another trip. Bah! Nie Chinyu sneered. Even if you want them to come, they may not come. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to ask, Nie Chinyu said directly, those who came and left after being scolded by you were asked to enter the elixir chamber one moment and leave the elixir chamber the next. They are all your elders. How can they still keep their dignity? If you let them watch from the pill room, they'll naturally come. Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. She pointed at Nie Chinyu and laughed. Little fish Nie, you're trying to persuade them again. Did Elder Zhang go to look for you? Nie Chinyu covered her mouth and laughed. Looks like I can't hide anything from Big Brother Ren. Father and Elder Zhang both asked me to ask you. If you let them see something new in the future, they'll come. If it's just a pancake like medicinal liquid for 10 days, they won't come. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, then you should tell the two of them to come back on the last day. There won't be much change in the next 10 days. Nie Chinyu nodded and then asked a few more questions about the 5 elements Dian formation. She was inspired by Zhang Xiaohua and wanted to think about something of her own. However, there were too many things included in the immortal Tao formation. It was not easy to just accept them all. She had just come into contact with the formation, so how could she understand her own things? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua answered all her questions without hesitation. Nie Qinyu's eyes sparkled as she listened to Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at Nie Qinyu's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua raised her little tail high and looked like a master. She said, I don't have much time left, little fishy. When I leave, where will you find another master like me? Why aren't you working hard to master it? If it was any other day, Nie Chinyu would have already scolded Zhang Xiaohua for being so arrogant. However, when she heard it now, she felt weak in her heart. She pursed her lips and did not say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She quickly picked up some common knowledge about the formation, including the 5 elements formation and the tripartite formation. She combined it with her own martial arts knowledge and tried her best to make Nie Chinyu understand and practice it on a daily basis. This gradually diverted Nie Chinyu's attention and made her listen more attentively. Nie Chinyu only left reluctantly when it was late at night. After Nie Chinyu left the inner valley, Zhang Xiaohua immediately restricted the alchemy room. She did not waste any time and continued to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xiaohua did not think that she was wasting time by explaining formations to Nie Chinyu. First, Nie Chinyu's cultivation in martial arts was limited. If she could learn formations, she would have some ability to protect herself. This could be considered repaying Nie Chinyu's wisdom. Second, Zhang Xiaohua's formations were fumbled by herself based on jade slips and might not be completely correct. During the lecture, she could also comprehend or make up for new things. After a while, it was almost midnight. Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. She frowned and released her divine sense from the alchemy room, directly sweeping outside Rejuvenation Valley. She saw several carriages and several horses carrying a group of people along the small path toward Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Why were there still people coming? However, judging from their hurried but not surreptitious appearances, they didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards Rejuvenation Valley. Right at this moment, a guard dressed in martial attire scuttled out from the forest on the side of the path. He stood in the middle of the path and held a long spear in his hand, blocking the path of the carriages. The carriages all stopped. A young man dressed in martial attire riding a white horse stepped out of the crowd and walked towards the guard. Under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that it was Rejuvenation Valley's second son-in-law, the young gang master of the whale gang, Chang Shang. When she saw this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to look any further. She withdrew her divine sense. However, she found it strange. It was already the middle of the night. Why had Nie Chinyu brought her husband back to her parents' home? Ever since Zhang Xiaohua reached the peak of the early stage of qi condensation, her comprehension of the heavenly Tao had improved slightly. In particular, She'd made new gains in the past few days when she'd combined the incantation of spirit guidance with the heavenly Tao. It was very easy for her to merge her entire body into her surroundings. Even if she didn't release her divine sense, she could still reflect any abnormal movements within a certain radius into her mind. However, Nie Qinyu was Nie Qinyu's second older sister. When she returned to her parents' home had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohua. He naturally wouldn't pay her any attention. Moreover, the time to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra was about to arrive. Even if he wanted to pay her any attention, there was nothing he could do. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and floated over to the pill cauldron. She carefully examined the situation within the cauldron. She still felt a bit uneasy. Just as the recipe for the Meridian Soothing Pill in the Jade Slip had said, the Meridian Soothing Pill was only a low-level pill. She only needed to pay attention to the cauldron for a dozen or so days. She didn't need to pay attention to the temperature at all times. However, she had several hours between midnight and daybreak. She couldn't pay attention to anything at all. If she made a single mistake, all of her previous efforts would be wasted. Sigh, if only I had a child to look after the cauldron. Zhang Xiaohua, who was similar to an alchemy boy, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Moreover, the image of a scabby kid appeared in his mind for no reason. It was actually Ji Xiaohua from Pining Town who had the same name as him. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. She thought to herself, if I had a scabby-headed child to look after the cauldron, wouldn't I be laughed to death by others? Seeing that the time was about to arrive, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to let her imagination run wild. She concentrated and orderly injected some techniques into the cauldron and medicinal liquid. Then, she sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock in front of the cauldron. She took out 2 vitality stones from her bosom and closed her eyes to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Not long after, mysterious fluctuations surged from Zhang Xiaohua's body. Countless invisible starlight from the endless starry sky shone through the mountain walls of Rejuvenation Valley and directly shone around Zhang Xiaohua. Everything was no different from his nightly cultivation. However, although there was no difference in Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation today, there was a change in the medicinal liquid being nurtured in the cauldron in front of her. The essence of the scarlet firegrass and the essence of the crimson pearlgrass in the medicinal liquid were interacting with each other like water and fire. They were constantly vibrating and rotating. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting in front of the cauldron. Her whole body was shrouded by the starlight, and the cauldron above the earth fire was inevitably enveloped as well. The starlight entered Zhang Xiaohua's body, and also entered the rotating fusion of water and fire. The two essences that were still vibrating and seemed to be rejecting further fusion gradually accepted each other harmoniously after the starlight entered. The vibration of the medicinal liquid also gradually weakened and gradually calmed down as time passed. Moreover, due to the mysterious fluctuations surging from Zhang Xiaohua's body, these fluctuations caused the starlight around her to vibrate. The starlight in the medicinal liquid was also unavoidably affected. Therefore, the rotation of the medicinal liquid was also affected by these mysterious fluctuations. There were some slight changes in the rotation of the medicinal liquid. As a result, more flickering starlight was attracted into the medicinal liquid. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and immediately looked into the cauldron. Following Zhang Xiaohua's awakening, the fluctuations on her body immediately disappeared. The starlight also immediately stopped projecting. Naturally, the starlight in the medicinal liquid also disappeared. However, the changes in the rotation of the medicinal liquid remained. It was a pity that these changes were too weak. Even when Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe carefully, she did not detect any changes at all. Not having any changes was the best result. Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. She stood up and used a few more hand seals to remove the restriction on the cauldron room. She then walked to the empty space in front of the cauldron room and started cultivating the Big Dipper magical fist. Although Zhang Xiaohua had already told Nie Qinyu yesterday to pass on the message to Valley Head Nie and Elder Zhang that there would not be any special changes in the 10 days of refining the pills, so there was no need for them to come and observe. However, not long after Zhang Xiaohua returned to the cauldron room to comprehend the god's guidance, Valley Head Nie and Elder Zhang came over hand in hand. After greeting each other, the two of them could not wait to observe the medicinal liquid in the cauldron. They saw that the medicinal liquid was still at the bottom of the cauldron, and there was no change from yesterday. The two of them could not help but look at each other in dismay. Could it be that this medicinal liquid had been roasting at the bottom of the cauldron for 10 over days? What was the difference between this and one day? Of course, they understood in their hearts that there was definitely a difference. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua would not have stayed in this cauldron room for 10 over days. But the question was, what was the difference? Was it to refine the essence of the medicinal herbs? The two of them almost reached out a hand to grab Zhang Xiaohua's neck and make her say the reason. But looking at Zhang Xiaohua's smiling and closed mouth, they knew that this fellow was going to invite them out again. Sure enough, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to open her mouth, Elder Zhang said with a smile, "Ren Xiaoxia, Big White caught a cold while looking after the medicinal herbs yesterday. Our rejuvenation valley is too big and I can't manage it alone. I am relying on Big White to patrol here, so I have to take good care of it. I reckon that I won't be coming over for the next few days. The refinement of this crimson flame pill will all depend on Xiaoxia." Valley Master Nya also forced a smile and said, "I also have to deal with one matter after another in this valley. It seems that I won't be able to come over often. I will have to trouble my nephew with this matter." Valley Master Nya frowned deeply. These words seemed to be the truth. Zhang Xiaohua's heart also moved. Thinking of what she saw last night, she could not help but laugh secretly. Even an upright official finds it difficult to resolve family matters. This must be Rejuvenation Valley's own matter. Chapter 491. Zhang Xiaohua lowered her head and pretended to think. She then said solemnly, "If that's the case, then you two seniors can go about your business. There's no need for you to come over for the rest. How about I inform you after I've successfully refined the crimson flame pill?" Valley Head Nye glanced at Elder Zhang and nodded. "That's the only way. Nephew, you've worked hard. If you need anything, just tell little you. All the medicinal herbs in Rejuvenation Valley will be at your disposal." Hearing the word medicinal herbs, Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the jade box on the table and said, "After a while, I will put the other medicinal herbs into the cauldron according to their weight. I will put away the remaining medicinal herbs first. What do you two think?" The two nodded and had no objections. This was something they had discussed beforehand. Zhang Xiaohua was just putting it away first. After chatting for a while, Valley Head Nye and Elder Zhang were about to leave with conflicting emotions. Seeing Valley Head Nye frown, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the fragrant religion. She immediately asked, "Uncle Nye, are the people from the fragrant religion about to arrive?" Valley Head Nye nodded and said, "It should be around this time. However, nephew, don't worry. This old man won't forget about your matter. I've already arranged everything properly. Even if the people from the fragrant religion come now, this old man will delay them until the crimson flame pill is successfully refined." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and sighed. The crimson flame pill can still be refined in the future. I don't want to push back the opportunity to go to the fragrant religion. I ask for Uncle Nye's understanding. Valley Head Nye looked at Elder Zhang and also nodded. This old man understands nephew's thoughts. Nephew, just focus on refining the pill. This old man will arrange everything. After speaking, the two cupped their hands and bid farewell. Zhang Xiaohua stood alone in front of the cauldron. Thinking of Valley Head Nye's expression just now, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. She understood that Valley Head Nye was most concerned about this crimson flame pill, but what she cared about was the opportunity to go to the Cult of Fragrance. If the people from the Cult of Fragrance were to come now, there would be an irreconcilable conflict between her request and Rejuvenation Valleys. She hoped that the people from the Cult of Fragrance would come a little later. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who had been waiting for people from the fragrance cult to come quickly, wanted to delay this moment. This day passed very peacefully. In the morning, Zhang Xiaohua threw the remaining medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace and controlled the temperature of the earth fire to slowly quench the impurities of the remaining medicinal ingredients. When it was close to noon, Zhang Xiaohua once again injected a series of complicated spells into the pill furnace. She observed the faint changes of the 5 elements in the pill furnace and officially entered the pill gestation stage. When it came to pill incubation, he only had to pay attention to the temperature of the earth fire and control the stability of the cauldron. There was nothing else to pay special attention to. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua took some time to separate a strand of consciousness to watch over the cauldron, and began his usual cultivation. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 days had passed. Valley Master Nye and Elder Zhang did not appear again. Only Nye Qinyu came to Zhang Xiaohua almost every night to ask questions about the 5 elements Dian formation. With the depth of her study, Nye Qinyu had already mastered the basics of this formation. It had to be said that Nye Qinyu, who did not have a good aptitude in martial arts, was still better than ordinary people when it came to the cultivation of formations. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua answered her questions, he slowly taught her some of the basic knowledge of formations and restrictions. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was even more remarkable. She had already begun to comprehend the cultivation concealment chant of God's guidance, and had already achieved some small success. If there were no accidents, she would be able to achieve large success in a short period of time. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua would not attract the attention of the experts in the fragrant religion. After all, Zhang Xiaohua only went to the fragrant religion to look for Zhang Xiaohu, and did not have any intention of causing trouble for the fragrant religion. However, Nye Qinyu's expression was the same as Valley Master Nye's. At first it was just a frown, but recently there was a slight worry on her face. Zhang Xiaohua originally decided not to ask, but in the end he couldn't help but ask, "Little fishy Nye, 10 days ago, I saw Uncle Nye's worried face. You also seem to have something on your mind. I know this is a family matter of your rejuvenation valley. If there is anything I can help with, there is no harm in asking." Nye Qinyu forced a smile and said, "Alas, this matter, however." She only said the beginning and did not want to continue. She said, "It's nothing, Big Brother Ren. This is purely a private matter of our rejuvenation valley. You can't help much. You should concentrate on refining the pills. It would be best if you finished refining before the people from the fragrant religion arrive. Otherwise it will always—" In the end there was another sentence that he didn't finish. Zhang Xiaohua knew that she was also afraid that the people from the fragrant religion would suddenly come, and he would not be able to explain himself to the rejuvenation valley. He shrugged and said, "This matter can only depend on the heavens. I can only do my best." Alas, Nye Qinyu sighed and said, "But many things do not go according to one's wishes." Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled and he vaguely had a bad feeling. He immediately asked, "Could it be that the people from the fragrant religion have already arrived?" Nye Qinyu rolled her eyes and said reproachfully, "If the people from the fragrant religion came, even if father did not tell you, would I not tell you?" Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "Little fish Nye, don't blame me. I was also anxious." Nye Qinyu waved her hand and said, "It's nothing, Big Brother Ren. Don't worry. As long as the people from the fragrant religion come, and father will tell you whether or not the crimson flame pill is refined. You don't have to worry." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled. After a while, Nye Qinyu was obviously not in the mood to study. Zhang Xiaohua did not keep her and sent her out of the alchemy room. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was still sitting cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace. She did not make any gestures to inject the liquid into the furnace. After leaving the alchemy room, Nye Qinyu went out of the inner valley. She did not go to the Peach Blossom Temple, but went directly to the Huichun Hall. At this time, there were already many people sitting in the Huichun Hall. Valley Master Nye was sitting at the head of the table, expressionlessly sipping tea from time to time. On his left, the 2 disciples, Fei He and Mu Qingxian, were sitting upright with their heads bowed. They looked like clay bodhisattvas. On his right, the eldest daughter Nye Qianrong and her husband Yu Zhonglin were looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Their second daughter, Nye Qianxiu, and her husband Chang Sheng were slightly angry. They exchanged glances and glanced at Valley Master Nye from the corner of their eyes. Seeing Nye Qinyu enter the Huichun Hall, Valley Master Nye was surprised and smiled. "Little Yu, why are you back so early today?" Nye Qinyu looked at everyone and said, "Big Brother Run is a little tired, so I came back early." After she finished speaking, she greeted everyone in the hall and casually sat down next to Mu Qingxian. Hearing Nye Qinyu's words, the anger on Chang Sheng's face became even stronger. He gave Nye Qianxiu a look. Nye Qinyu coughed and said to Valley Master Nye, "Father, wasn't this young man with the surname Ren fine? As long as he helped our Huichun Valley get through this difficult time, he would be kicked out. Why is he still staying in the valley after so long? Could it be that this guy changed his mind and father couldn't kick him out because of your face? If father doesn't want to be the bad guy, then I will go and explain it to him so that he doesn't have any bad ideas and leaves the valley as soon as possible. When Valley Master Nye heard this, he shook his head and said, Nephew Ren is staying in the valley not because of your sister, but because of other important matters. You don't have to worry about it. Nephew? Nye Qianqiu sneered and said, since father is calling him nephew, then have you investigated the background of this nephew? He is staying in our Huichan Valley for no reason and is even trying to build a relationship with us. Don't fall into his trap. When Nye Qianyu heard this, her face turned pale and she said, second sister, big brother Ren has a chivalrous heart and didn't take advantage of our Huichan Valley. Nye Qianxiu interrupted her words and said, little you must not be bewitched by him and lose your usual intelligence. The bad men in this world like to play hard to get. He obviously has thousands of ideas for you, but you can't see through them and think that he doesn't care. Only when you take the bait will he reveal his ferocious face. I think this Rin is such a person. Even second sister, who has just met him a few times, can see your feelings for him. How can he not know? Since he has no interest in you and helped our Huichan Valley, we can just give him some elixirs and some gold, silver and jewels. He can just come from afar. Why is he still staying in the valley to talk to you? This person must have an unspeakable plan in his heart. Nye Qianyu's face turned pale. When Yu Zhonglin heard this, he opened his mouth and was about to say something. But Nye Qinrong pulled his sleeve and shook her head. Yu Zhonglin was stunned and very puzzled. However, he saw Nye Qinrong constantly winking at him. So he looked back and saw Valley Master Nye's face was terrifyingly gloomy and showed signs of anger at any time. He immediately extinguished the thought of speaking and frowned as he watched Nye Qianxiu's performance. At this time, Chang Sheng coughed and stopped Nye Qianxiu from continuing. He smiled and said, you said so much, but he is just an outsider. Little Yu is much smarter than us. How can she not know how to be careful? Moreover, father-in-law is also here. He will definitely not be deceived by this hypocrite. The word outsider was enunciated very clearly. When Nye Qianxiu heard this, she also smiled and said, husband, you are right. I am just afraid that our family will be taken advantage of, so I reminded little Yu that an outsider is an outsider and can't be completely trusted. Then she said to Nye Qianrong, do you think what little sister said is right? Big sister. Nye Qianrong was a little caught off guard and hurriedly said, second sister is right? However, the specific problem needs to be analyzed in detail. After saying that, she shut her mouth and refused to say another word. Huichan Hall was silent for a while. Then they heard Chang Sheng say again, father-in-law, what do you think about the matter that I mentioned last time? Chapter 492. A cold smile appeared on Valley Master Nye's face when he heard this. Xiao Chang, I've already answered you about this matter several days ago. Do I still need to repeat myself? An almost imperceptible trace of anger flashed through Chang Sheng's eyes, but his expression remained warm and genial. He said respectfully, father-in-law, please understand. This son-in-law of mine isn't making things difficult for you. Moreover, Chang Sheng isn't an outsider. He's a nephew I watched grow up. He can't practice martial arts, but he's a bit smart. If you don't help him, this child's future will be bleak. Valley Master Nye coldly snorted. The Whale Gang is a famous gang in the Jianghu. Your nephew only needs to find some work in the gang. Won't this be easily solved? Why go so far for what's near? When Yu Zhonglin heard this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. His father-in-law had always been kind and amiable. Whenever there was a problem with the Whale Gang, he would grant it. He wasn't stingy at all. Although Rejuvenation Valley's attitude towards the Whale Gang wasn't as good as Dear Cry Sex, they were all ordinary son-in-laws. Presumably, he wouldn't be stingy with Chang Sheng. What did Chang Sheng want his father-in-law to do for him to refuse again and again? Just as he was about to speak, Nye Qinrong tugged on his sleeve. When Yu Zhonglin looked over, he saw his wife shaking her head slightly. Chang Sheng glanced at Nye Qianxiu out of the corner of his eye, but didn't say anything else. Nye Qianxiu felt wronged. Father, Chang Sheng is also my nephew. He treats me with respect every day. He's a good person. Moreover, before I returned home, I already promised father-in-law that I would complete this matter for him. Look at the gifts I brought back. They're all gifts from the whale gang. Just give me some face and agree. Valley Master Nye didn't hesitate. He shook his head and said, if it were anything else, I would have agreed long ago. Even if you married into the whale gang, you're still my daughter. How could I not give you face? However, this matter is truly important. I can't ignore it. After that, he took a sip of tea and said, when you returned late that night, you told me about this matter early in the morning. At that time, I didn't immediately refuse. I only thought about it again and again. This involves the reputation of our Rejuvenation Valley, so I didn't dare to make a decision on my own. Seeing this, Nye Qianxiu turned her head to look at Mu Qingxian and Fei He. However, the two of them had remained silent ever since they entered the Rejuvenation Hall. They were completely focused on tasting the tea, as if they had never tasted such a wonderful tea before. Nye Qianrong had no choice but to turn her head to look at Nye Qinyu. Nye Qinyu was annoyed that she had scolded Zhang Xiaohua just now. She pouted and looked impatient. She did not look at her and just used her finger to draw something in the air. Nye Qianxiu thought that she was fooling around and was extremely angry. If Zhang Xiaohua was here, she would be able to see that Nye Qinyu was drawing the 5 elements die in formation. The entire Rejuvenation Hall immediately fell into an awkward silence. Yu Zhonglin really couldn't take it anymore. After all, in this hall, only he and Chang Sheng had the role of son-in-law. If he didn't say anything at this time, he would lose out in terms of morality. As a result, he coughed and said, that, father-in-law, although the whale gang is a large sect, it is still the place where Chang Sheng grew up. If he only makes a living in one place, it is inevitable that he will have the mindset of a frog in a well. If he comes to Rejuvenation Valley, it can be considered as making up for his shortcomings and learning new skills. I feel that this is a good thing. Moreover, Chang Sheng also came to our Dear Cry sect with second sister 2 years ago. Valley Master Nye looked at his son-in-law and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhonglin, do you think that if Chang Sheng came to my Rejuvenation Valley, the whale gang would give me a carriage full of gifts? Do you think I'll reject you again and again? Yu Zhonglin was speechless. Nye Qinrong smiled and said, Father, please don't blame Zhonglin. He has good intentions and wants to help second sister. It's just that he doesn't know what's going on. However, your daughter is also confused. Valley Master Nye sighed. You just came back this afternoon. Naturally, you don't know the reason. Qianxiu and Chang Sheng are begging me for the same thing you begged me for 6 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Nye Qianrong and Yu Zhonglin's expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and exchanged glances. They didn't say anything else. Valley Master Nye continued, if Chang Sheng only came to my Rejuvenation Valley, I wouldn't have anything to say. I couldn't ask for anything more. However, just like Zhonglin's cousin, he wants to pass down the incense cult and try his luck. Do you think it's easy to be an alchemy boy? Not to mention that I haven't seen a single alchemy boy come back after so many years. If Chang Sheng goes, who knows when he'll be able to come back? Before he finished speaking, Chang Sheng said, Father-in-law, please don't worry about this. I already explained the situation to my father and brothers before coming here. They all feel that if he goes to the incense cult, there will naturally be other opportunities. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come back. If he can make a name for himself, he will be able to bring honor to his ancestors and raise the prestige of the whale gang. Valley Master Nye smiled bitterly. Not a single one of the alchemy boys sent by our Rejuvenation Valley has ever come back. Although we hear that they are doing very well in the incense cult, we don't see any living people. It's inevitable that there will be something wrong. Nye Qianxiu was still unwilling. Father, you don't need to worry. We only agreed to send him to the incense cult. As for his fate, whether he comes back or not, it's not something we can control. Valley Master Nye scolded, Qianxiu, you're being muddle-headed. Your husband's family's matters are our Rejuvenation Valley's matters. Chang Sheng is also our relative. This matter is clearly dangerous, and it's not like there are no other ways. Why do you insist on walking down this single-plank bridge? Father, your daughter has never asked you for anything in all these years. This is your daughter's request. You should just agree. Valley Master Nye still shook his head. There's one more thing. The incense cult has always maintained close ties with Rejuvenation Valley. They even strongly support our Rejuvenation Valley in the pugilistic world. However, we treat people sincerely. Every time they come to Rejuvenation Valley to pick people, we receive them with sincerity. We let them choose from the alchemy boys that we focus on nurturing. You have to know that the incense cult has made it clear that they only want alchemy boys trained by our Rejuvenation Valley. If I let Changsheng go forward, wouldn't it be cheating? Hearing this, Changsheng and Nye Qianxiu's faces showed a trace of anger. However, they still endured and did not flare up. They only softly pleaded, "Father, although Changsheng is not our alchemy boy, he is still Changsheng's nephew. We know him better than our alchemy boys. Zhenzhen is not an outsider. What is there to be worried about?" The word outsider was clearly enunciated. Valley Master Nye shook his head. If I could make an exception, I would have made an exception for Zhonglin's cousin a few years ago. Why wait until now? You should think of another way. At this time, Nye Qianxiu could not bear it anymore. She stood up. "Father, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you. Since you want to take care of the alchemy boys, then don't include outsiders. You have to be fair. On one hand, you want to send an outsider to the incense cult as an alchemy boy. On the other hand, you keep denying the future of your own people. Do you think I don't have other thoughts?" When Valley Master Nye heard this, his face also showed anger. He frowned and looked at Yu Zhonglin. Yu Zhonglin was shocked. He quickly said, "Father-in-law, although this son-in-law also came to welcome the people from the incense cult, I just returned to the valley this afternoon. It was at this rejuvenation hall that I saw second sister and second brother-in-law." Nye Qianxiu sneered. "Father, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Since you want to send Ren Xiaoyao to the incense cult, then don't be afraid of others knowing." Then he glanced at Nye Qianyu, who was also surprised, and said, "I thought there was something wrong with Ren Xiaoyao that day. Even if he helped him when he saw injustice, why didn't he leave when the matter was over? He just stayed in my Rejuvenation Valley, and kept saying that he didn't need any repayment from us. I thought he was very noble. It turns out that he didn't care about the foundation of my Rejuvenation Valley at all. He had already made his plan. He turned out to be a supersect in Jianghu, the incense cult. Maybe he had already calculated this plan when he saved little Yu. Maybe he was even sent by the enemy. Everything had already been arranged." Nye Qianyu said angrily, "You second sister, how can you slander Big Brother Run like this?" He didn't even know what Rejuvenation Valley was that day. Nye Qianxiu sneered. "This is even more nonsense. Although my Rejuvenation Valley is not as famous as the incense cult in Jianghu, there must be a problem if a person in Jianghu hasn't even heard of Rejuvenation Valley. Little you, don't be blinded by others. Others have sold Rejuvenation Valley, and you still help them count the money. Shut up." Valley Master Nye was also furious. "I know what kind of person Ren Xiaoxia is. He has been in our Rejuvenation Valley for several months. If he has any bad conduct or intentions, how can we not see it? Moreover, your eldest senior brother and second senior brother have also been in contact with him. They have all praised him. Do you think we are all blind?" Fei He and Mu Qingxian also heard that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to the incense cult for the first time. They were very surprised. However, when they heard their master mention it, they quickly nodded. "Yes, this Ren Xiaoxia is indeed a magnanimous person. He is not what you think." Nye Qianxiu did not back down. "You may know a person's face but not his heart. I have only seen him once. However, from the fact that he wants to go to the incense cult, I know that his purpose in saving little you is not simple. Moreover, father, no matter what, Ren Xiaoyao is an outsider. He has not really married our family's little you. Since you can let him pretend to be an alchemy boy and enter the incense cult, why can't you help him and let him have a good future in the incense cult?" Valley Master Nye sighed. "Ai, this is clearly different." Nye Qianxiu sneered again. "What's the difference? He just wants to hug the incense cult's thigh and make plans for his future." Seeing that Valley Master Nye was still shaking his head, Nye Qianxiu gritted her teeth. "Father doesn't agree, then no one will go. If you let that person go to the incense cult, then don't blame your daughter." Chapter 493. Valley Master Nye said angrily, "What do you want?" Nie Qianxiu also seemed to have shed all pretense of cordiality. She said, "Father, you naturally know your daughter's temperament. I never give up until I achieve my goals. If father only wants that bastard to go to the incense cult, then don't blame me for leaking information to the incense cult." When Valley Master Nie heard this, he didn't fly into a rage as Nie Qianxiu had imagined. He only smiled. "I have no intention of hiding nephew Ren's identity. Even if the incense cult's emissaries find out about this, they won't blame us." "Is that so, father?" Nie Qianxiu smiled like a kitten. "Father will definitely say that he is Little Yu's future husband. With this identity, the incense cult naturally won't blame us. However, what if they find out that this husband is just a gimmick and has nothing to do with our Little Yu? Right, what if it's a person of unknown origin?" Valley Master Nie was finally enraged. He roared, "You dare. Why wouldn't I dare?" Nie Qianxiu raised her head. "Just a small favor. If father isn't even willing to help, I really don't have the face to return to the whale gang." Chang Shang stood up at the right time and scolded, "Little Xiu, how can you speak to father like this?" He then bowed to Valley Master Nie and said, "Father-in-law, please don't blame her. Little Xiu's temper is like this. You know that she's just saying things out of anger. If the incense cult finds out about this, won't it become a big problem? At the very least, they'll cut off all ties with our Rejuvenation Valley. At the very least, they might even teach us a lesson. The incense cult's anger isn't something that our Rejuvenation Valley or the Jade Foundation Alliance can handle. Don't you think so, brother-in-law?" Yu Zhonglin was listening intently. When he was suddenly called, he was startled awake. "Oh yes, brother-in-law is right." Nie Qianyu, who was sitting below her two senior brothers, also looked at her father with a worried expression. Second sister and brother-in-law were right. Letting Zhang Xiaohua into the incense cult was indeed risky. However, back then, she had thought that only Valley Master Nie Yuyan, the Jade Foundation Alliance's leaders, and herself knew that Zhang Xiaohua was going to the incense cult. Therefore, there was no risk. However, she didn't expect that her second sister would return to the valley late at night a few days ago and say that she wanted to force her way into the incense cult to secure a bright future. This wasn't something that had never happened before. Recently, even brother-in-law Yu Zhonglin's cousin had been rejected by her father. However, she didn't expect her second sister to have such detailed information. For a moment, she didn't know how to persuade her. Valley Master Nie flew into a rage out of humiliation. He never thought that his daughter would fall out with him because of her in-laws. The idea of sending Zhang Xiaohua to the incense cult wasn't suggested by Zhang Xiaohua. She had only asked for the location of the incense cult's headquarters. Everything was arranged by Valley Master Nie and Yu Yan. It was all Yu Yan's fault. Why did he think of sending her to the incense cult? However, when he thought about the influence that Zhang Xiaohua had on the Rejuvenation Valley in the past few months, Valley Master Nie couldn't help but secretly admire Yu Yan's arrangement. If it wasn't for the kindness of sending Zhang Xiaohua to the incense cult, would Zhang Xiaohua have given so many things to the Rejuvenation Valley? Alchemy techniques, the 5 elements Dian formation, and the crimson flame pill that was being refined now. That was an elixir that could increase one's cultivation by 10 years. It was something that he couldn't even dream of. This second sister is too much. How did she get caught up in this wave? It's so easy to refuse this year. But Valley Master Nie was also speechless. What Zhang Xiaohua had done was a secret of the Rejuvenation Valley. Nie Qianrong and Nie Qianxiu were married people, and naturally couldn't reveal it. However, if he didn't say it, how could they know that it was the Rejuvenation Valley's secret that allowed Zhang Xiaohua to go to the incense cult? Since he couldn't say it, and he had to let Zhang Xiaohua go, the only thing that Valley Master Nie could do was to compromise. However, looking at Nie Qianxiu's appearance, looking at Chang Shang's appearance, then looking at Nie Qianrong and Yu Zhonglin, Valley Master Nie was in a dilemma. Firstly, his second daughter had married an outsider, but she was of the same mind as her husband's family and used his weakness to threaten him. It was unforgivable. Secondly, he had previously refused his eldest daughter and son-in-law, and now he had to agree to his second daughter's relatives going to the incense cult. It was a dilemma, an absolute dilemma. Yu Zhonglin looked at Nie Qianrong and gave her a look. Nie Qianrong coughed and said, "Father, Yanqi's grandfather told us about this matter on the way back to the Deer Cry sect. He was afraid that we would have some thoughts if we knew about this matter. In fact, since this matter was discussed by his grandfather and father, how could we have other thoughts? The matter last time was also a matter of the Deer Cry sect. Since his grandfather didn't care, we naturally wouldn't care. His grandfather also said very clearly that this matter was of great importance and must not be spread out. We also took it to heart. Until today, we have never mentioned it again, let alone said a word to anyone else. Then, she glanced at Nie Qianxiu and continued, moreover, this is a private matter of the Rejuvenation Valley. Your daughter is already married and does not dare to interfere with the matters of the valley. The reason I came back today is just like before, to show my face in front of the incense cult and let them know about the Deer Cry sect. I have no other thoughts. Father, you can make your own decision, I have no objections. Yu Zhonglin also smiled and said, Father-in-law, Qianrong is speaking from our hearts. Before we came, Father also told us so. You don't have to worry about us. Sai, why is there such a big difference between people? They all have the same mother, why do they look so different? Valley Master Nya was even more helpless. Seeing this, Changsheng immediately stood up and bowed. Father-in-law, I am sorry for being presumptuous. This is the first time and also the last time. In the future, I will not trouble father-in-law with such a difficult matter. Nie Qianxiu also begged, Father, please agree. This really is the last time. Valley Master Nie said helplessly, Sai, you can leave for now. Let me think about it carefully. This was a tactful agreement. Other than Nie Qianxiu, Changsheng, and Nie Qianyu were all especially surprised. They didn't think that Valley Master Nie would yield to Nie Qianxiu and Changsheng for Zhang Xiaohua. What kind of charm did this Zhang Xiaohua have to make Valley Master Nie take such a big risk? Nie Qianyu wasn't surprised because she knew everything. She knew Zhang Xiaohua's importance and his use to Rejuvenation Valley. Nie Qianxiu and Changsheng weren't surprised because they knew that as long as Valley Master Nie allowed Zhang Xiaohua to spread the incense cult, they had no choice but to let Changsheng go. Otherwise, it would be a life-and-death struggle. This wasn't what Valley Master Nie wanted to see. However, Nie Qianxiu was still not satisfied. She hurriedly said, Father, what are you still thinking about? The messenger of the incense cult arrived in Sorrow City yesterday. Maybe he's coming to Rejuvenation Valley now. If you hesitate, the cucumber will be cold. It had to be said that Nie Qianxiu was still a little too anxious. The old man had already acquiesced. Couldn't she give him a way out? Changsheng hurriedly scolded, Qianxiu, how can you speak to Father like that? Hurry and apologize to Father. Valley Master Nie was so angry that he laughed. It seems that you're really considerate. You even pay attention to the movements of the messenger of the incense cult. It's rare. If you use this effort on the development of the gang, you may benefit a lot. Nie Qianxiu seemed to know that she was too anxious. She explained, Father, don't blame me. I already promised father-in-law before I came. I'm afraid that I'll lose face. That's why I'm anxious. Valley Master Nie sneered. If you're afraid of losing face, then what about other people's faces? Also, how can the movements of the messenger of the incense cult be known by us? I advise you not to overestimate yourself. Otherwise, if you get into trouble, no one can help you. Even if Father helps you this time, he may not be able to help you next time. Hearing this, Nie Qianxiu was pleasantly surprised. Father, you agree? Almost everyone present wanted to cover their faces. He had already said this much, but she still didn't understand. This IQ. Changsheng pulled Nie Qianxiu's sleeve and stood up again. He bowed and said, Thank you, father-in-law. This guy's etiquette tonight was almost more than in a year. Valley Master Nie glared at them and snorted. He stood up and entered the inner hall. Seeing their master leave, Fei He and Mu Qingxian immediately stood up and cupped their hands to everyone. They turned and left the Rejuvenation Hall. Tonight's matter was not so much the Rejuvenation Valley's matter, but rather the Valley Master's private matter. Nie Qianyu also stood up. Her face was very gloomy. She looked at her second sister from the corner of her eyes. She felt like she didn't recognize her anymore. She nodded to her eldest sister and brother-in-law, and went to catch up with Valley Master Nie. Nie Qianrong stood up and looked at her second sister. She wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at Yu Zhonglin. They both shook their heads and left the rejuvenation hall hand in hand. Chang Shang seemed to be happy that his wish had been fulfilled, but he was also worried about offending his father-in-law. He looked at Nie Qianxiu, who was still somewhat unwilling, and reproached her. You're usually so smart. Why are you so reckless today? Nie Qianxiu sneered. Look at father's attitude today. It's obviously different from how he treated eldest sister and little you. If I don't fight for it, when will I be able to complete your father's task? But father-in-law has already agreed. You should have just given him a way out. Why force him to make a decision? You don't know this. Although father has agreed, little you just needs to say a bunch of nonsense in front of him. My efforts tonight will all be in vain. When the incense cult's emissary comes tomorrow, he just needs to say he doesn't agree. What else can we say? But you can't what? Aren't I doing this for the good of Rejuvenation Valley and our whale gang? It's just that father is stubborn. In the future, he'll definitely thank us. Forget it. Let's not talk too much here. Let's go back inside. The two looked at the silent inner hall and stood up to leave. Chapter 494. The inner hall was an exquisite little room. Valley Master Nya was sitting on one side with his eyes closed, thinking about something. Nie Qinyu walked in quickly and sat beside him without saying anything. After a while, Valley Master Nya opened his eyes and asked, Little you, what do you think about this? Nie Qinyu said calmly, I'll follow father's decision. I don't have much to say about this. Sai, what's wrong with your second sister today? She's so overbearing. If not for the fact that I've watched her grow up, I would have doubted her intentions. Father, don't worry too much. No matter what, second sister came from Rejuvenation Valley. She definitely won't have any intention of harming Rejuvenation Valley. This matter might be similar to what happened a few years ago with elder brother-in-law's family. They both want to use Rejuvenation Valley to hug Incense Cult's thighs. If Qinyu can be valued in Incense Cult and become an outer or inner disciple, wouldn't the Whale Gang gain face? She'll be relying on Incense Cult's backing. Sai, how could it be that easy? Rejuvenation Valley and Incense Cult have been friends for many years, but they've never helped us more than a few times. Don't we still have to rely on our own efforts to overcome difficulties? Father, you're right. But that's just us telling the truth behind closed doors. How would others know? They only know that we're wearing bright clothes because we're borrowing Incense Cult's glory. That's why they're racking their brains to use Rejuvenation Valley's connections. I'm just afraid that once Qinyu opens her mouth, others will come to Rejuvenation Valley to do the same thing. That'll be difficult. Nie Qinyu smiled bitterly. That's also impossible. According to second sister, if we don't let Qinyu go, Big Brother Run can forget about it. She'll definitely turn the world upside down. If the Incense Cult's emissary is like second sister said, he'll arrive tomorrow. We can't save him even if we want to. I hope this is the only time. There won't be a next time. Is a married daughter really like spilled water? She doesn't even care about father's efforts? Then he looked at Nie Qinyu and smiled. I wonder how little you will be in the future? Nie Qinyu's face reddened. Father, you're joking. How could I have such thoughts? I'll most likely stay by father's side and grow old in Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nie sighed. Nephew Ren is really a good child. But Nie Qinyu immediately stopped Valley Head Nie from continuing. Father, Brother Ren might already have someone in his heart. Halfway through his words, he was too embarrassed to speak. Valley Master Nie asked curiously, I don't know which family's daughter is from, but she's actually more attractive than our little you? In the face of her father's comfort, Nie Qinyu did not feel happy at all. She just said, Big Brother Ren is very tight-lipped. I and Little Orange couldn't find out anything. Alas, I don't know what kind of woman is worthy of Big Brother Ren. Let's not talk about it anymore. Little you, your Big Brother Ren isn't the only good man in this world. You don't have to be on this tree. Let's set our sights a little further. With my Rejuvenation Valley's ability, it won't be a big problem to find you a satisfactory husband. Nie Qinyu's face was lonely. Let's talk about this later. After all, Big Brother Ren hasn't been kicked out of Rejuvenation Valley by us yet. Speaking of kicking Zhang Xiaohua out of Rejuvenation Valley, Nie Qianyu's face unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. Moreover, he entered the fragrant religion as the prospective son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Even if you're anxious to marry off your daughter, you'll have to wait for this matter to pass. Moreover, Nie Qianyu hesitated for a moment. Father's martial arts competition for marriage this time is extremely grand. Who in the Jianghu doesn't know about it? Who would come to our Rejuvenation Valley to propose marriage? Valley Master Nie's face was apologetic. Little Yu, father didn't consider this matter thoroughly. I've really wronged you. Nie Qianyu took a deep breath and smiled. Father's good intentions are to attract the enemy's attention. How could I not know this? How could I blame father? Let's not talk about this matter anymore. The fragrant religion's emissary may come back to Rejuvenation Valley tomorrow. Just like before, they'll only stay in the valley for a day. Moreover, Big Brother Ren's Crimson Flame pill will take 2 days to refine. There's still a day's delay in between. Father will have to put in a bit more effort. AI, that's right. This is indeed a difficult matter. I've long since known that the fragrant religion's emissary has arrived in Macho City. Don't you think it's strange? The fragrant religion always arrives in Macho City before disappearing. Afterwards, they come to Rejuvenation Valley. Who knows what they're doing in Macho City? The fragrant religion's matters aren't something we can meddle in. Even second sister, father, you have to warn them again. They mustn't play with fire and get burned. The fragrant religion's appearance is a warning to Rejuvenation Valley, so that we can prepare in advance. Your second sister's men are probably the Whale Gang's men. They're making preparations to force their way into the fragrant religion this time. I don't think they'll appear again in the future. I hope that's the case. But AI, forget it. Second sister and the Whale Gang know the fragrant religion's strength. They definitely won't do anything foolish. That's right. Although your second sister isn't as smart as you, she's not stupid either. She's still able to distinguish between the pros and cons. Hey, little you, why are you so listless? Forget it, it's getting late. Father won't say any more. You've been learning the 5 elements multiplication formation all this time. You've also exhausted a lot of energy. Rest early. When Nie Qianyu heard this, she didn't say anything else. She stood up, bowed, and excused herself. A faint trace of worry could be seen on her face. Valley Master Nie gazed at his daughter's departing figure for a long time, unwilling to look away. That small and thin figure, and her somewhat tired footsteps, all indicated that his daughter was carrying a heavy burden on her shoulders. That's right. Little Yu's heart was completely set on Zhang Xiaohua. Although there were many men in this world, who would be able to walk into her heart? Not to mention a short period of time, even several years might not be enough for her to walk out of the thousands of knots in her heart. Moreover, when he thought about Zhang Xiaohua's unparalleled martial arts, superb alchemy skills, and unfathomable formations, although there were many men in this world, how many could compare to her? It was no wonder that little Yu was deeply in love. Although it was already summer, the weather in Rejuvenation Valley was still like spring. The peach blossom forest in Peach Blossom Nunnery was still the same, but the peach blossoms had long since withered. Only lush green leaves remained. Of course, when she thought about the gorgeous peach blossoms when Zhang Xiaohua came with her, Nie Qianyu felt a wave of sadness. As the ancient saying went, flowers can't bloom for 100 days. Even in Rejuvenation Valley, which was like spring all year round, delicate peach blossoms couldn't bloom forever. After all, only a peach tree that bore peach blossoms was a real peach tree. Peach blossoms were just a process. In the inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley, Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the alchemy room, was completely unaware that Rejuvenation Valley almost had an internal strife because of him going to preach the incense cult. He also didn't know that Nie Qianyu was extremely sad when facing her beloved peach forest. At this moment, he was staring intently at the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace. His heart was slightly nervous. It was already the 12th day of alchemy. The medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace had gradually taken shape. The internal rotation was also slowing down. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to examine it carefully. The outer layer of the medicinal liquid seemed to be forming a formation that contained the 5 elements primordial qi. Why did he say that it seemed to be? That was because this formation was different from all the formations that Zhang Xiaohua had learned before. In other words, it was completely different from the formations that Zhang Xiaohua had practiced. Zhang Xiaohua had only forced the name formation onto this thing. This gradually formed formation harmonized the primordial qi of heaven and earth contained in the two main ingredients and several other ingredients in an orderly manner. It formed an elixir that had a universe within and the 5 elements fused together. Moreover, this formation also gradually underwent changes that Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense did not realize. It slowly isolated Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, turning this elixir into a pure elixir. Zhang Xiaohua had practiced refining elixirs before. She had even refined the representative elixirs of Rejuvenation Valley, using the Immortal Tao technique. However, she had never seen such a distinct process in the refining process of other elixirs. It was this process that made Zhang Xiaohua feel that refining this kind of elixir was the real deal. Her so-called refining elixirs in the past was merely a warm-up process. If a low-level elixir already had such an effect, then what would a mid-level and high-level elixir be like? Zhang Xiaohua still had a trace of anticipation in her heart as she began to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra after inserting the last formula. It was another night of cultivation. The starlight was still penetrating into the crimson flame elixir that was about to take shape. During the 10 days of the elixir's gestation, Zhang Xiaohua would stand guard in front of the elixir furnace every night to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra. The starlight had shrouded the elixir in starlight for 10 days. Previously it was still unreachable. Now the entire elixir could already see bits of starlight embedded in the elixir. It was just that the addition of this starlight was a disaster or a blessing. The accumulation of starlight was also a matter of accumulation. Zhang Xiaohua did not notice it previously. She only knew that on the morning of the 13th day, she casually scanned the elixir liquid with her divine sense and suddenly discovered that at the end of the gestation, her divine sense could no longer casually scan the elixir. The changes within the elixir were basically invisible. However, this starlight was different from other essences. It was scattered in a very strange arrangement within the elixir. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this starlight, her entire body could not help but stiffen. This thing was not mentioned in the formula for the Meridian Soothing Elixir. It was also not mentioned in the formula for the Crimson Flame Elixir. Was there a deviation in her refining? Was that why this strange thing appeared? Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a long time. From the time she put in the elixir until today's gestation, every spell, every step she recalled in detail. However, she could not think of anything wrong. Could it be that when she turned the elixir liquid from a sphere into a pancake, and then from a pancake into a sphere, these starlight dots would appear? Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua was perplexed. How could this be possible? She had only casually used the spell. If that spell could create something out of nothing, that would be great. Could it be because the formula for the Meridian Soothing Elixir was incomplete? Only the herbs for the Crimson Flame Elixir were used. Zhang Xiaohua was just thinking when she suddenly frowned. She seemed to hear the sound of a string instrument by her ear. Chapter 495. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the music, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He had lived in Rejuvenation Valley for several months, and the valley had always been very secluded. He had never heard such noise before, and the sound had actually traveled from the outer valley to the inner valley. However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart immediately rejoiced. Could it be that the people from the fragrant religion had arrived? At that moment, he didn't have time to examine the abnormality of the medicinal pill. He immediately released his divine sense and rushed out of the valley. He saw that the Rejuvenation Valley Manor was dressed up. Although it wasn't decorated with lanterns like it was the new year, it seemed that a lot of effort had been put into it. At the manor's entrance, a group of people were holding musical instruments and playing with all their might. The music was coming from there. Valley Master Nye had changed into a new set of clothes. Behind him were Nye Qinyu, Fei He, Mu Qingxian, and the others. Even Nye Qianrong, Yu Zhonglin, Nye Qianxiu, and Chang Sheng were slightly behind, waiting in front of the manor's entrance. When he looked at the small path again, he saw a caravan of about 10 carriages coming along the small path towards Rejuvenation Valley. When he looked carefully, there were about 20 youths dressed in martial attire on the left and right sides of the caravan. All of them had long swords hanging from their waists. They were in high spirits as they rode on horseback to guard the sides. In particular, there was a slightly larger carriage in the middle of the caravan. There were even more people guarding it with a professional appearance. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. The curtain of the carriage was covered. If he wanted to see, he would have to look into the carriage. However, rashly releasing his divine sense into someone else's carriage didn't seem like a gentleman's act. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly saw an abnormally white hand stretch out from the carriage and gently lift the curtain. A graceful woman wearing a veil on her face walked out. She raised her head to look at the distant Rejuvenation Valley, and seemed to ask the person next to her. At this time, a short and fat man also immediately came down from a carriage behind the caravan. He was dressed in an official's robe. He jumped onto a horse and rushed to the front. With a face full of smiles, he explained something to the woman. This woman seemed to be the messenger of the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense hovered in front of the pure white veil for a long time, but it was unable to penetrate it. Not long after, she withdrew her spiritual sense. She would be able to see it in a short while. Now, the most important thing for Zhang Xiaohua was the pill in front of her. Putting aside the fact that Zhang Xiaohua had already seen the people from the cult of fragrance through her divine sense, Valley Master Nya, who was at the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley Manor, had an anxious expression on his face. Earlier, he had received a tip-off that the cult of fragrance's emissary would be arriving at Rejuvenation Valley today. Early in the morning, he had tidied up and prepared a welcoming ceremony according to past practice. However, looking at the time, it was already late. Why had the emissary not arrived yet? Just then a rider galloped over. It was a guard from Rejuvenation Valley. When he arrived, he shouted, "Valley Head, the envoy from the incense order has arrived on the small path. He will arrive in approximately the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn." Valley Master Nya nodded and shouted to the side, "Prepare the ceremony and welcome the envoy." Next to them, the sound of a string instrument became louder than before. Then Valley Master Nya said, "Everyone, follow this old man to welcome the envoy." After speaking, he led everyone from Rejuvenation Valley to the small path to welcome the envoy. When they arrived at the small path, the cult of fragrance's carriage was also in sight. Valley Master Nya no longer went forward to welcome them. He only left an empty space in front of the small path and quietly waited. When the cult of fragrance's carriage arrived, it stopped. The short and fat man wearing the official's robes rode up from behind. When he saw Valley Master Nya, he laughed and said, "Old Nya, we haven't seen each other for a few years. How is your health?" When Valley Master Nya saw the fat man, a smile appeared on his face. He quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Manager Yang, how are you? This old man heard the cries of magpies early in the morning and thought that you had come. See, you really did come." Valley Master Nya stepped forward and reached out to grab the reins of his horse. Manager Yang jumped down and reached out to grab Valley Master Nya's hand, as if they were old friends who had been separated for a long time. Valley Master Nya looked at the familiar face and said, "This old man can't be compared to old brother Yang. You live in an immortal realm and live the life of an immortal. These past few years can be considered to be thanks to old brother's blessings. Everything has been fine." When Manager Yang heard this, he laughed loudly and said, "Immortals are also made by humans. Moreover, I am not an immortal. My entire life is a life of toil. How can it compare to old brother who monopolizes this valley that is like spring all year round and is free and unfettered?" Then he said in a low voice, "Old brother Nya, I heard that Rejuvenation Valley had some difficult times before the new year. Why didn't you think to inform old brother Nya? We've known each other for decades. Although we only meet once every few years, it's only right for us to reach out when we can." Valley Master Nya raised his head and looked at the carriages that were gradually stopping. He also said in a low voice, "I also know that it is not easy for old brother to come out. Our Rejuvenation Valley should take care of things that we can take care of ourselves. If we have to find old brother just because of a little commotion, then wouldn't old brother lose face?" When Manager Yang heard this, his expression changed. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Old brother Nya is indeed a good man. No wonder our hall master thinks highly of you. With this kind of bearing, old brother Nya can't catch up." Valley Master Nya laughed mischievously and said, I wouldn't dare." Then, he looked at the carriages that had stopped and said, "However, old brother Yang, This time there really is a difficult matter that needs your help. Manager Yang was greatly surprised and said, "This seems to be the first time old brother has asked me for help. If it wasn't an extremely difficult matter, you wouldn't have asked." At the same time, he also looked at the carriages that had stopped and said in a low voice, "We'll talk about this later." Then he said in a clear voice, "Let's go, Valley Master Nya. I'll take you to meet the envoy of the fragrant sect." Valley Master Nya also nodded and said, "I have the same intention." As he spoke, a Rejuvenation Valley disciple caught Manager Yang's horse. Valley Master Nya followed Manager Yang and walked straight to the carriage in the middle of the carriages. Before he could even reach the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual consciousness saw the masked woman open the carriage's curtain and walk out, standing high above the carriage. Manager Yang and Valley Master Nya quickly walked forward. Manager Yang introduced Valley Master Nya. "This is the envoy this time. I am the inner disciple of the fragrant sect, Lord Peacock Kong." Valley Master Nya didn't dare to be negligent. He bowed deeply and said, "This old man, Rejuvenation Valley Master Nya Shui, greets Lord Kong." The masked Lord Kong slightly raised his hand and said softly, "Valley Master Nya is too polite. I've heard Yang Yao talk about Valley Master Nya on the way here. Rejuvenation Valley is flourishing with each passing day under Valley Master Nya's leadership. There is a new atmosphere that has opened this Lord's eyes. Furthermore, Rejuvenation Valley has been providing assistance to the fragrant sect for thousands of years, and has benefited the fragrant sect greatly. Before we came, my master instructed us to express our gratitude to Rejuvenation Valley." Lord Kong's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear him clearly. It was as if he was speaking next to their ears. Moreover, his words revealed an incomparable majesty and unquestionable authority. Valley Master Nya heard this and immediately bowed. I don't dare. Lord Kong is too polite. Your master is also too polite. It is my Rejuvenation Valley's honor to have the opportunity to work for the fragrant sect." Although Lord Kong expressed his gratitude, he didn't seem to be grateful at all. When he heard Valley Master Nya's reply, he was very satisfied and nodded. He didn't say anything else and returned to the carriage. When Manager Yang saw this, he smiled and said, "All right, Valley Master Nya. Lord Kong must be tired from the journey. Would Lord Kong please enter the manor and rest early? After we settle the matters of Rejuvenation Valley in the afternoon, we still have to depart early tomorrow morning." Valley Master Nya also nodded and said, "Everything has been arranged. Lord Kong, Manager Yang, please rest in the valley." When he finished speaking, the welcoming ceremony dispersed and a large road was opened in the middle. Lord Kong's carriage didn't stand on ceremony and sped through first. Manager Yang and Valley Master Nya both walked and followed at the side. The other carriages also followed. One after another, they entered the manor. Nya Qianyu and the others didn't even see the face of the fragrant sect's envoy. They carefully followed the carriage and returned to the manor. Rejuvenation Valley had received the envoys of the fragrant sect for hundreds of thousands of years. They had long been familiar with all kinds of rules. They had even received Manager Yang for dozens of years. There was no need to explain everything in detail. Manager Yang and Valley Master Nya carefully waited on Lord Kong. After arranging for him to enter the loft where Rejuvenation Valley received the envoys of the fragrant sect, the two walked hand in hand to Rejuvenation Hall. Valley Master Nya didn't dare to sit, and insisted on inviting Manager Yang to sit. Manager Yang repeatedly waved his hand and said, "Brother Nya, since Lord Kong isn't here, I won't be courteous with you. We've been friends for dozens of years. You're the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley. You should act as a host. You haven't even let me taste this 100-flower wine. How can you give this seat to me? Brother, you should sit at the head." Seeing Manager Yang refuse, Valley Master Nya muttered to himself and simply placed the two chairs together. He smiled and said, "Brother Yang, how about this?" Manager Yang clapped his hands and said, "Since it's like this every year, Brother Nya, next time I come, I'll just place two chairs. No problem. Brother Yang can be considered half the master of Rejuvenation Valley. There's nothing to say." Valley Master Nya laughed brightly. The two sat down and drank the fragrant tea. Manager Yang smiled and said, "Valley Master Nya, although we're friends, I have official duties to attend to. It's better for us to talk about official matters first. It won't be too late for us to chat after this year's Medicine Boy handover. AI Rejuvenation Valley's 100 flower wine is really good. I don't know if I'll be able to drink it again in the future. Valley Master Nya was a bit absent-minded and said in a low voice, Brother Yang, what do you mean? Didn't I already teach you the recipe for the 100 flower wine 10 years ago? Could it be that it hasn't been brewed yet? Manager Yang curled his lips and said, I've already obtained your recipe and had my subordinates brew it according to the recipe. However, the wine that was brewed just doesn't taste as good as the one from Rejuvenation Valley. Don't you think that's strange? Valley Master Nya smiled and said, Then tonight Brother Yang should drink a few more cups. Also, I've prepared quite a bit. Brother can take it away when you leave. Manager Yang was overjoyed when he heard this and said, If that's the case, then thank you, brother. Oh right, brother said that there was something difficult. Should I say it now? Or wait until after the Medicine Boy handover? Calm, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 496. When Valley Master Nya saw this, he looked around and said in a low voice, I remember when Brother Yang came here 10 years ago, you seem to have said that you liked divine weapons very much. Manager Yang was stunned and then his eyes lit up. Brother Nya has a good memory. That year it was just a drunken nonsense, but you still remember it clearly. Valley Master Nya smiled and took out a short sword from his chest. It was about 3 inches long and had a simple scabbard with green spots. He handed it in front of Manager Yang and said, Brother Yang, can you help me appraise it? Manager Yang's eyes had never left the scabbard since the short sword appeared. Seeing Valley Master Nya hand it over, he didn't hesitate and reached out to take it. First, he carefully looked at its appearance. Then, he held the scabbard with one hand and the hilt with the other. His hand slightly exerted force and with a light sound, the bright short sword was pulled out of the scabbard. It was like a flash of lightning on the ground. Manager Yang's eyes first squinted and then widened. After looking at it for a while, 2 words came out of his mouth, good sword. Then he reluctantly handed it to Valley Master Nya and said, Brother Nya, where did you get this sword? What's its name? Valley Master Nya didn't take the sword and only smiled. This sword was accidentally found by weapon forging sect's boss C in the ruins of their sect. It doesn't have a name. How rare. There's actually such a sharp nameless short sword in this world. It's comparable to the 4 famous swords of Jianghu. Unfortunately what? Valley Master Nya said. Unfortunately you can't play with it for a long time? TSK. Manager Yang smacked his lips but didn't admit it. Valley Master Nya used his hand to push the dagger back to Manager Yang and said, Ever since I heard you say that you like divine weapons, I've been paying attention to it. Unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to do so until last year when I heard that Boss C had obtained this nameless dagger. I immediately thought of little brother, so I specially went to weapon forging sect to ask Boss C for it. I want to give it to little brother today so you don't have to be polite. This Manager Yang was a little unnatural. He handed the dagger back and said, as the saying goes, one should not accept a reward for nothing. Although we brothers have a good relationship, it is really not good for a brother to accept such a valuable item. Valley Master Nya said with a straight face, Little brother Yang is really treating me as an outsider. I just said that you are half the master of Rejuvenation Valley. Let's not even talk about the nameless sword. Even if it is one of the 4 great swords, it can't compare to our friendship. You can rest assured and accept it. Seeing Valley Head Nya's angry expression, Manager Yang went with the flow and said, Since Brother Nya says so, then as a brother I won't hold back. However, Brother Nya, don't treat me as an outsider. If there's anything that's troubling you, just tell me. If I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. Valley Master Nya had given away this precious short sword just for this sentence. Now that he heard it, how could he not be happy? He only said, This matter is difficult, but it is also not difficult. It depends on whether little brother Yang is willing to do it or not. Of course, if little brother Yang feels that it is not appropriate, just tell this old man. As a brother, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. Finishing speaking, He walked to the entrance of Rejuvenation Hall and waved his hand. Not long after, 9, 11 or 12-year-old boys walked in a row from outside the hall. They all had red lips and white teeth and had a dignified appearance. The 9 boys entered the door and lined up in a row, bowing together. Looking at the 9 boys, Manager Yang had a puzzled expression. He looked at Valley Head Nya, who was walking back, and said in a low voice, "What is it? Little brother Nya, are there few people this year? There are only 9 of them. Is this what's troubling you, brother?" Valley Head Nya shook his head. "Little brother Yang, take a closer look. What do you think of these 9 boys?" All right. Since this was official business of the cult of incense, Manager Yang didn't dare to be careless. He first walked closer and carefully looked at them one by one. He even reached out to pinch their bones and nodded frequently. Then, he asked about the knowledge of medicinal herbs and alchemy one by one. The 9 boys all answered fluently without any awkwardness. After the inspection, Valley Head Nya waved his hand and dismissed the 9 boys. Manager Yang then smiled. "Little brother Nya, I really envy your Rejuvenation Valley. Every time you have such talented boys. No wonder my cult of incense had to look for boys from your place." Valley Head Nya said, "Are you satisfied with these 9 boys?" "Yes, I am very satisfied. Little brother Nya, if this is your problem, I can answer you. I can definitely help you with this." Valley Head Nya smiled bitterly. "Boss Yang is considerate. This old man thanks you. However, the matter is not that simple. Listen to me first." Then, he invited Manager Yang to drink a mouthful of tea and said, "Little brother Yang just mentioned the difficulties my Rejuvenation Valley encountered last year. I presume you already know the reason." "That's right," Manager Yang said with a smile. "Although my fragrance school doesn't pay much attention to worldly affairs, we're still somewhat aware of the matter concerning Rejuvenation Valley. However, the mastermind behind this is truly well hidden. Even the people in Carefree City haven't been able to find any clues. Of course, if old brother Nya is interested, I can return to the fragrance school and report to the hallmaster. Perhaps he'll have a better method to uncover the enemy." Valley Head Nya shook his head and said, "Since it is the enemy, they will eventually show themselves. There is no need to disturb the hallmaster's meditation over such a small matter." Manager Yang also nodded and praised. "Little brother Nya is very scheming. The martial arts competition for espouse is a plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. First, it draws the attention of all the forces in Jianghu to Rejuvenation Valley, so that the enemy won't dare to make a move against Rejuvenation Valley openly. Second, it has also found a good husband for little you. As a younger brother, I have no choice but to admire you." At this point, Manager Yang suddenly thought, "That's right, why hasn't little you come? No matter what, I have watched this girl grow up. Every time she comes, she calls me uncle and is very enthusiastic. How come I don't see her this time? I, as her uncle, have already come to the inner hall. Why hasn't she come to pay her respects?" Ai Valley Head Nya sighed deeply and said, "Little you is happy to know that you are coming. However, I said that this difficult matter is related to her. It won't be too late to have her come to pay her respects after this old man has explained the matter clearly." Manager Yang was even more surprised. Several months have passed since the martial arts competition for espouse. Are little you also? Oh, that's not right. I heard from our spies that little you's husband seems to be quite young and hasn't married yet. That must be it. I haven't heard the news of Rejuvenation Valley holding a wedding. However, what matter is there that requires me to take action? Manager Yang was a bit confused. Valley Head Nya muttered to himself for a moment, and then said the words that he had agreed on with Yu Yan and Zhang Xiaohua. After listening to Valley Head Nya's words, although Manager Yang's expression didn't change, his eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. After a long time he sighed and said, "Old brother Nya, we have been friends for decades and you have never asked me for anything. To be honest, how would I dare to agree to your request? You also know why my school of fragrance has been looking for people from you for so many years. First, it is because your Rejuvenation Valley's medicine boys have good qualifications. They are hardworking and can easily be used. It saves time and effort compared to us looking for them ourselves. Second, your Rejuvenation Valley knows everything about you, and the people you send are trustworthy. Your son-in-law is still an outsider." He only used the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn on the arena to win the competition. This only proves that his martial arts are good, but it doesn't prove that he is a stable and reliable person. Valley Head Nye's expression didn't change, as if he had already expected this. He smiled apologetically and said, "Old brother Yang, you are right. Reliable and trustworthy are the only criteria for us to choose medicine boys. I understand this very well. So when I wanted to recommend Xiaoyao to your sect, my Rejuvenation Valley had already investigated his background clearly. Xiaoyao came from Beidou School, far in the north." Hearing this, Manager Yang frowned. Beidou School? How come I have never heard of it? However, he immediately smiled and said, "There are too many small sects in the Jianghu. You kill me and I destroy you. Who knows how many sects are born and destroyed every day?" Valley Head Nye nodded and said, "I have indeed never heard of this Beidou School. However, although this Ren Xiaoyao is still young, he is indeed a good and chivalrous child." Manager Yang was stunned again. "How do you explain this?" Thus, Valley Head Nye explained the matter of Zhang Xiaohua escorting Nye Qinyu back in full detail. When Manager Yang heard this, his face was filled with joy and he said with a smile, "I was wondering why old brother was so assured to let an outsider become your son-in-law so easily. So there is this layer of responsibility involved. If what you said is true, Ren Xiaoyao escorting Xiaoyu back to the valley for thousands of miles, this righteousness and this kindness is indeed not easy." Then he laughed coldly. "Even if the Big Dipper sect is a nameless sect, as long as my fragrant cult pays attention to them, it won't be a problem. As long as they leave their names in my fragrant cult, when they return to Jianghu, their Big Dipper sect will also become famous." When Valley Head Nye heard this, his heart was filled with joy. "I knew old brother would understand my thoughts. If it is not a person who can be trusted, how would I dare to casually invite him to marry into my family, and then casually recommend him to your sect?" Manager Yang was not in a hurry to agree and said, "Where is Xiaoyu? Let Xiaoyu come over. I have not seen this niece for a long time." Valley Head Nye smiled. "Xiaoyu is already waiting at the door. Wait here." When he finished speaking, he walked to the door and replaced Nye Qinyu, who had been waiting at the door, with Huichan Hall. When Nye Qinyu saw the smile on her father's face, she knew that the matter was settled. She was half happy and half worried. She forced a smile on her face and quickly walked to the front of the hall to pay her respects. When Manager Yang saw Nye Qinyu walk into the hall, he was obviously stunned. It was only when Nye Qinyu paid her respects that he woke up from a dream. He quickly got up and helped her up. He looked at her from head to toe and sighed. "Xiaoyu, your father told me about your situation a few years ago. It is my fault as your uncle that I did not take it to heart. I only thought that your father was overly worried and overly concerned about his children. Now it seems that it is true. This year you..." Manager Yang frowned and started counting. Nye Qinyu smiled. "Uncle Yang, I am already 16 years old this year." Manager Yang slapped his forehead and said, "Of course, you are already a 16-year-old lady." Then, he looked regretfully at Nye Qinyu's body that was still developing and said, "But compared to a few years ago, there is not much change." Chapter 497. Manager Yang's words made Nye Qinyu a little sad, but Manager Yang had watched her grow up and was also a member of the fragrant religion. Nye Qinyu treated him as an elder, so she could only force a smile and said, "Maybe the next time Uncle Yang comes, I will have grown up." Manager Yang smiled bitterly and said, "If there is a next time, I will definitely help little you see if there are any good pills when I return to the fragrant religion. Unfortunately, this is the last time I go down the mountain. You may not see me in the future." Ah? Not only Nye Qinyu, but Valley Master Nye was also shocked. "Brother Yang, why is that?" Manager Yang forced himself to be spirited. "There is no special reason. It is just that I am old and some things are beyond my ability. It is also time for the younger generation to come out and gain experience. Brother Nye, I have been hinting again and again just now, but you didn't understand. It seems that you are really absent-minded." Valley Master Nye said awkwardly, "Brother is right. This is the first time, also the last time I ask you to do something. I am very nervous." Nye Qinyu was also at the side and pleaded, "This is also my wish. Uncle Yang, please fulfill my wish." Manager Yang looked at Nie Qianyu and said with a smile, little you, don't forget. If your ideal husband doesn't go to the fragrant religion after 2 or 3 years, even if I can't get you elixirs, you can still have your wedding night and live a happy life. But if I take him away in these 2 or 3 years, you won't be able to see your husband. Can you bear to do that? Moreover, there are many female disciples in the fragrant religion. Aren't you afraid? Nie Qianyu's face was crimson and her eyes were full of hesitation. All of this was seen by Manager Yang. Nie Qianyu bowed and said, Uncle Yang, please fulfill my wish. Although I am very reluctant to let my husband leave, he is still young. If he is blindly greedy for love, even if the foundation of Rejuvenation Valley is given to him, he may not be able to develop it. Only by putting him in the fragrant religion can he really learn the essence of alchemy. When he comes back, he will be able to take over father's mantle. As for the female disciples of the fragrant religion, since Uncle Yang is in the fragrant religion, why should I worry so much? Manager Yang heard and laughed. Little you is still so good at talking. Uncle Yang is happy. Uncle, you agree to this matter? Nie Qianyu said happily. Manager Yang shook his head. This is not a small matter. I still have to discuss it with your father carefully. Manager Yang asked Nie Qianyu to come in. Firstly, he wanted to see her. Most importantly, he wanted to see Nie Qianyu's reaction and see if Valley Master Nie was telling the truth. Since he had already verified his thoughts, he naturally had to discuss it with Valley Master Nie. Seeing this, Nie Qianyu looked at her father, bowed and left. After Nie Qianyu left, Manager Yang shook his head and said, I understand brother's painstaking efforts. Little you looks 12 or 13 years old. It is indeed not easy to get married immediately. Ren Xiao. Oh, that's right. Just saying that Ren Xiaoyao is young. How old is he? 15 years old. Valley Master Nie replied. Oh, 15 years old. He is a good match for little you. But as a medicine boy, he is much older. That's why Brother Yang still needs to deal with them. Valley Master Nie took out a jade box from his sleeve and handed it over. Manager Yang did not understand and asked curiously, what is this? Valley Master Nie smiled. This is the carefree grass that grows in Rejuvenation Valley. Ah! Manager Yang exclaimed. Is it that 300-year-old carefree grass? But you are willing to pick it? Valley Master Nie said. Herbs are meant to be picked. If you don't pick it now, you will have to pick it sooner or later. This carefree grass is 300 years old this year. It is easy to use. Bring it to the hall master and say that it is a gift from me. I hope he can make an exception. Brother Nie, I don't want to criticize you. There are thousands of paths to success in the world. Why do you insist on the incense cult? Haven't you seen how many medicine boys that were sent to the incense cult have returned to Jianghu? As far as I know, it is only the genius from 100 years ago that was recorded in the ancient records. In the past few decades, the only one who was able to become an outer disciple was Lu Lihong. You have to know that there is still a long way to go from an outer disciple to Jianghu. Even if it is time to Jianghu, you still have to break through the array. Break through the array? Valley Master Nie asked curiously. How come I have never heard of it? Manager Yang smiled bitterly. This is the internal affairs of the incense cult. How would you know? Don't think that it is easy to travel Jianghu just because I come out every few years. The disciples of the Pill Repository Hall are different from other disciples. We have missions to go out and collect herbs and medicine boys. This mission is only temporary. If your son-in-law is able to reach the stage of Jianghu, his martial arts must be much higher than mine. Only by passing the array of the incense cult can he pass the assessment and obtain the qualifications to travel Jianghu. Then he sighed and said, usually at this point, an outer disciple's martial arts are already very high. They are allowed to roam Jianghu and also have the qualifications to be promoted to an inner disciple. But in Chuanxiang cult, the difference in treatment and martial arts between an inner disciple and an outer disciple is too great. Every outer disciple strives to become an inner disciple as their goal. I cannot guarantee that your son-in-law will pass the assessment when he arrives at the incense cult. If he does not pass the assessment, he will have to stay in the incense cult for the rest of his life. Even if he passes the assessment, I cannot guarantee that your son-in-law will still be thinking about your position in Rejuvenation Valley or our family's little you. After all, you are not in the incense cult and do not know how great the temptation of being an inner disciple is. Valley Master Nye's face was full of astonishment as he said, I naturally know the difference between your sect's inner and outer sect disciples. Lady Peacock Kong is an inner sect disciple. She is much younger than you, but you still follow her lead and let her be the official envoy. Of course her position is higher than the inner sect disciples. But this is the first time I have heard of this. Let me think about it. In fact, there was no need to think about this. Zhang Xiaohua only wanted to enter the incense cult, and everything else had nothing to do with Rejuvenation Valley. Even if Zhang Xiaohua would not come to Rejuvenation Valley, it was still uncertain. But since Manager Yang had said this, if Valley Master Nye did not pretend to think about it, it would seem too fake. Valley Master Nye walked out for a while and returned not long after. His expression was dignified as he said, Brother Yang, I have already told Little Yu about the key points. Little Yu insists on sending Xiao Yao to the incense cult. I think this matter is settled. Brother Yang, please take good care of Xiao Yao. Also, when you return to the sect, please take good care of Xiao Yao. During his final assessment, please help him if you can and let him return as soon as possible. Manager Yang smiled bitterly. Brother Nye, what kind of role do you think I have in the sect? Coming out is just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. I have no say in the sect. Valley Master Nye cupped his hands and said, This old man knows that this matter is very difficult. Brother, please deliver these words to the Hall Master. Rejuvenation Valley will definitely not forget the Hall Master's grace. Manager Yang gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Since this is the first time Brother Nye has asked me, I cannot refuse you. In any case, this is the last time I will come to Rejuvenation Valley. The matters of Jianghu will have no fate with me in the future. Then, I might as well give Brother face and agree to this matter. After speaking for a long time, Manager Yang finally nodded. Valley Master Nye was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. He turned his head and shouted, Little Yu, why haven't you come and thank Uncle Yang? Nye Qinyu, who was outside the door, heard this and ran in with a face full of joy. She bowed deeply again and repeatedly said, Thank you, Uncle Yang, thank you, Uncle Yang. Manager Yang seemed to like Nye Qinyu very much. He chuckled and helped her up, saying, This girl, what are you thanking me for? Uncle doesn't have anything to help you with. It's just that I don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse. Little Yu, if anything happens to your husband in the future, don't blame me. Nye Qinyu smiled and said, Niece can't thank Uncle enough. How can I blame you? To be able to cultivate in the aroma cult and become an outer disciple is Big Brother Ren's glory. I thank Uncle Yang on behalf of Big Brother Ren. Hearing this, Manager Yang's heart moved and he asked, That's right. Little Yu, I've been here for half a day and this matter has been settled. Why hasn't your Big Brother Ren come out and let me take a look? As your uncle, should I help you check this? Nye Qinyu hesitated for a moment. Big Brother Ren is temporarily not in Rejuvenation Valley. Manager Yang frowned and looked at Valley Head Nye. The emissary will be leaving Rejuvenation Valley early in the morning tomorrow. If Ren Xiaoyao is not in Rejuvenation Valley, how will he depart with us? Valley Head Nye smiled apologetically again. This is also a difficult matter. However, Nephew Ren will be returning tomorrow night. If it were any other day, we would treat this as a difficult matter. However, this is Brother Yang's last visit to Rejuvenation Valley. If we delay for one more day and allow this old man to perform the duties of a host, I'm sure Lord Kong won't blame us too much. Manager Yang had a bitter smile on his face. Old Brother Nye, this isn't just one difficult task, it's two. It's really one more difficult than the other. The previous task was just to make an exception for my hall master. But this time you're directly looking for Lord Kong. Sai, if it were any other emissary in the past, it would be extremely difficult to change the time. However, I followed Lord Kong all the way here and feel that Lord Kong is somewhat different from the other inner disciples. He's very approachable. Anyway, this is also my last trip. Let me talk to Lord Kong tonight. Perhaps there will be some turning point. When Nye Qinyu and Valley Head Nye heard this, they were both overjoyed. Valley Head Nye was beaming with joy. He was about to obtain 5 years' worth of cultivation. How could he not be excited? At this time, Manager Yang spoke again, however, I can't guarantee whether it will succeed or not. If Lord Kong insists on leaving tomorrow morning, Brother Nya, what you said to me just now would have been in vain. Valley Head Nya nodded and said, it should be so. Thus, Nya Qianyu retreated. Manager Yang picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of tea. Unfortunately, before he could swallow the tea, he heard Valley Head Nya say, Brother Yang, there's still one more thing. Pooh. Manager Yang immediately spat out the tea in his mouth and his expression changed greatly. Chapter 498. Manager Yang's expression changed greatly. He slammed the teacup on the table and frowned. Valley Master Nya, you and I have known each other for many years. You must know that I am responsible for these two matters. If the hallmaster or the emissary is unhappy, there is no need to report it to a higher level. Just them alone can consign me to eternal damnation. What you said just now, I only reluctantly agree because we have known each other for many years and this was the last time I saw you. Don't make things difficult for me again and again. Valley Master Nya heard this and his face became lonely. He said helplessly, Brother Yang, I am not trying to make things difficult for you. Every family has their own problems. Listen to me. Then, he told him about the powerful matter and asked, Qian Xiu's nephew is the first on the left. Does Brother Yang remember him? Manager Yang thought for a moment and said, yes, I remember him a little. He is above average. Then, he narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before asking, Brother Nya, are you confident? Valley Master Nya heard Manager Yang call him Brother Nya, and his heart was filled with guilt. He said, I have seen this child since he was young. I know him well. Manager Yang sighed and said, Brother Nya, you didn't have to tell me about this matter. My fragrant religion has never tested the medicine boys you send here. We only trust in Rejuvenation Valley's reputation. Since you said it today, it can be seen that you treat me and the fragrant religion with sincerity. I will pretend you didn't say anything. How about it? Valley Master Nya shook his head and said, this is not appropriate. If I could do this, I wouldn't have said this to you. I would have done it behind your back. But this way I am setting a trap for you and making you take the risk for no reason. If something happens in the future, you will also be guilty of negligence. My idea is that when you arrive at the fragrant religion, you should quietly tell the hallmaster about this matter, and let the hallmaster decide how to deal with it. I am doing this for my daughter. The hearts of parents in the world are pitiful. Manager Yang sighed. Brother Nya, you have to take out the best 100-flower wine from Rejuvenation Valley tonight. Ha ha ha. Valley Master Nya also laughed loudly. The matter that he had been worried about for months until last night had finally been resolved. How could he not be happy? He then added, like I said before, I've already prepared your portion. However, I don't know if this is the last time you're here. Later, I'll tell them to bring you more of the best 100-flower wine. Good. Manager Yang smiled and said, this is very good. As he spoke, he took the jade box that Valley Master Nya had just placed on the table and carefully put it into his bosom. He mocked, Hallmaster has been thinking about your daylily for more than 10 years and now he finally got what he wanted. If he knew that you gave him a job, I don't know if he should be happy or angry. Valley Master Nya chuckled but didn't say anything. The two drank tea for a while. Valley Master Nya suddenly moved closer to Manager Yang's ear and asked softly, Brother Yang, I've always had a question in my heart that I wanted to ask you. However, I didn't know if I should open my mouth. I've been holding it in for more than 10 years. If I don't ask today, I reckon that I won't have the chance to ask. Manager Yang was surprised and asked curiously, if you have something to ask, just say it. If you feel that it's inappropriate, then it's better not to ask. I reckon that I won't be able to answer you. Valley Master Nya chuckled again. But if I don't ask, I'll always feel that there's something and my heart won't be at ease. Manager Yang was annoyed, then asked, I'll see if I can answer you. Valley Master Nya raised his eyes and looked around. He whispered, I want to ask, every time your spreading fragrance cult comes to Rejuvenation Valley, why do you always stay in Worry City for a day? Can't you just come directly to my valley? Hearing this, Manager Yang's expression changed. He whispered, Brother Nya, it seems that your curiosity isn't small. Your patience is also very strong. This has been a rule for more than 10 years and you're only asking now. However, I'll pretend that you didn't ask this question. I forget it. Actually, I'm also staying in Worry City with the emissary. I don't know anything. The matters in Worry City are all handled by the inner sect disciples. What they do I don't know at all. So, whether you ask this question or not is the same. Then he whispered, these matters are related to my cult. When the new manager comes, Brother Nya, don't mention it. You'll get yourself into trouble. Valley Master Nya smiled. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yang. I'm only asking because of our decades of friendship. It's my fault for talking too much. If I didn't tell you so much, you wouldn't have caused so much trouble for me. Valley Master Nya shook his head. Even if you didn't say it, you're the most familiar with the spreading fragrance cult. If I don't look for you, who else can I look for? Manager Yang laughed. Good. Just based on brother's words, I'm worthy of our many years of friendship. Good. It's getting late and the banquet is ready. Brother, when do you think we'll start? Manager Yang thought for a moment and said, Master Kong doesn't like too many people. I don't think she'll attend this banquet. Then he waved his hand and said, forget it. I'll do it to the end. Brother Nya, you wait here. I'll go ask Master Kong and explain this matter to her. That way, you and I can have a drink to our heart's content. Valley Master Nya was overjoyed when he heard this. However, he whispered, Brother Yang, this is the first time I've seen Master Kong. What hobbies does she have? My Rejuvenation Valley can prepare some gifts? Manager Yang waved his hand and said, that won't be necessary. Master Kong is an inner sect disciple. She has always been noble and unsullied. She doesn't care about worldly affairs. If you give her something, she'll be disgusted. You just need to pick up some fruits and vegetables from Rejuvenation Valley and give them to her. Valley Master Nya smiled and said, then I'll do as Brother Yang says. I'll first have the servants prepare the banquet and then give the fresh and precious fruits and vegetables to Master Kong. Manager Yang nodded and walked out of Rejuvenation Hall. He had someone take him to see Master Kong. Seeing Manager Yang leave, Nya Qinyu couldn't wait to run into Rejuvenation Hall and asked, Father, has everything been arranged? Valley Master Nya wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a long breath. He said as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, 10 stops have become 9 stops. Nya Qinyu asked curiously, what's the remaining 1 stop? Valley Master Nya didn't answer directly. Sigh, at that time I was thinking too lightly. I thought that with my friendship with your Uncle Yang, I would definitely be able to help Nephew Ran. Now it seems that it's not that simple. If it wasn't for the fact that this was your Uncle Yang's last time in Jianghu, I don't think he would have agreed. Nya Qinyu also had a lingering fear. Yes, father. We didn't think that it would be so difficult to be an outer sect disciple in spreading fragrance cult. If you're not an outer sect disciple, you can't even take half a step out of spreading fragrance cult. We were so naive to think that the hall master of spreading pill hall would let go of him. We almost couldn't justify ourselves. Haha. It's also Nephew Ren's good fortune that allowed him to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable. I reckon that Nephew Ren would definitely complain that we left him in this valley for many days. Nya Qinyu shook her head. He won't. Brother Ren is the most considerate. If he knew of our difficulties, he would definitely understand. Yes, you're right. However, what we need to consider now is whether Lady Kong will agree to stay in our Rejuvenation Valley for 1 more day tomorrow. If she can't, Nya Qinyu was resolute and decisive. If she can't, let Brother Ren leave with Uncle Yang tomorrow. Although the Crimson Flame Pill is important, Brother Ren's matter is even more important. We can't delay other people's matters because of our selfish desires. Valley Master Nya smiled and said, that's what I think too. Nya Qinyu blinked her eyes. Brother Ren still has a set of ingredients for the Crimson Flame Pill. If he can't make it this time, he will definitely send father a set of completed pills next time. Don't you think so? You little girl, don't say these words. It makes it seem like your father is scheming against others. That's right. This is an open conspiracy. Why can't I say it? Okay. An open conspiracy is an open conspiracy. You should quickly take a look at the fruits and vegetables for Lady Kong. Serve her well. It's better than any open conspiracy. Nya Qinyu smiled in response and ran out cheerfully, leaving behind Valley Head Nya's loving gaze. Just as Nie Qianyu walked out, the anxious Nie Qianxiu and Chang Sheng walked in at the same time at Lord Kong's place in a clean and simple hall. Lord Kong did not sit on a chair. Instead, he laid out a huge white blanket in the hall and placed a low tea table on top of the blanket. Lord Kong simply sat on the blanket and from time to time, he would pick up the fruits on the tea table to taste. Manager Yang stood respectfully at one side and told him in detail about how Valley Master Nya wanted his son-in-law to act as a medicine boy. However, Lady Kong said lazily, "This is your pill expansion hall's matter. It has nothing to do with me. Whether you did the right thing or not will be decided by your hall master. Why do you need to report it to me?" Soon after, he seemed to have realized something. Oh, according to the tip-off, his son-in-law is only 14 or 15 years old. However, his body is as tall as an adult. You're afraid that I will find out something and question you. Manager Yang smiled and said, "You are the emissary of our sect. These matters must be reported to you." Lady Kong waved his hand. "I don't have that kind of interest. Just do what you need to do." Oh, that's right. This young man actually had the ability to defeat Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa's Sword Prince. His martial arts are also quite good. Call him over and let me see. Manager Yang secretly complained, "I'll let Lady Kong know that the martial arts of the people of Jianghu are just three-legged cats. Their fame is all exaggerated. They can't even compare to our outer sect disciples. Think about it. A 14 or 15-year-old youth can defeat the famous Sword Prince of Jianghu. How much true martial arts do you think this Sword Prince has? This Ren Xiaoyao also comes from a nameless small sect. How can his martial arts be compared to Lady Kong's discerning eyes?" Hearing this, Lady Kong frowned. Chapter 499. Hearing this, Lord Kong frowned and laughed. I forgot that the outer disciples of the cult of fragrance are all powerful in the pugilistic world. What's there to see about a minor disciple from a nameless sect? Alright, I'm not going. Manager Yang secretly let out a sigh of relief and smiled apologetically. However, "I did come here to discuss something with Lord Kong." Speak. Manager Yang couldn't see Lord Kong's face hidden behind the veil, nor did he know her emotions. He only probed, "This is Lord Kong's first time out, but it's my last time out. I have been friends with the Valley Lord of Rejuvenation Valley for nearly 40 years. When he heard that I wouldn't be coming to Rejuvenation Valley in the future, he was very sad and insisted on making me stay here for one more day. I couldn't reject his good intentions, so I came to discuss with Lord Kong. I hope that you can empathize with Valley Lord Nye and my feelings. Moreover, this is your first time out. The scenery of Rejuvenation Valley is beautiful, and it's like spring all year round." Lord Kong didn't wait for him to finish and waved her hand. No need to say more. No matter how beautiful the scenery of Rejuvenation Valley is, how can it compare to the cult of fragrance? Although it's like spring all year round, how can it compare to our cult of fragrance? Hearing this, Manager Yang's heart shrank and he thought to himself, "Marshal Nya, oh Marshal Nya, it's not that I don't want to help you. Looking at the situation, I can only let you down." Manager Yang was about to speak when he heard, "Although this is my first time, it doesn't mean there won't be a second time. It doesn't matter if I don't see Rejuvenation Valley. However, you won't have a next time. Moreover, 40 years, how many 40 years does a person have? Seeing that you have a close relationship with Valley Lord Nya, it's a happy thing in your life to have such an old friend. If I were to stop you for no reason, wouldn't I be too inconsiderate? Let your hall master say I'm petty? Go. You'll be leaving early in the morning the day after tomorrow. Don't forget." Manager Yang was overjoyed when he heard this and bowed. "Thank you, Lord Kong." Lord Kong waved her hand, indicating for him to leave. Seeing Manager Yang leave excitedly, Lord Kong murmured, 40 years, it's enough to have one confidant." Her tone was incomparably lonely. Inside the Rejuvenation Hall, Valley Master Nye looked at Nye Qianxiu and Chang Sheng, who rushed in with a cold expression. Seeing this, Nye Qianxiu didn't care. She walked forward and asked, "Father, has nephew Chang Sheng's matter been settled?" Valley Master Nye coldly looked at them and didn't hide anything. "It's already done. Your Uncle Yang agreed to take him in as a medicine boy." Hearing this, the two of them were overjoyed. "Thank you, Father, for your help." Valley Master Nye nodded. Qian Xiao Changsheng, this is the first and last time. Remember this. Remember, father. Something like this will never happen again. Valley Master Nye continued. Although I have seen their strength since I was young, it was not raised by Rejuvenation Valley. I have already told your Uncle Yang that if he finds anything strange, he will immediately deal with it according to the sect rules of the fragrant religion. There is no need to consider Rejuvenation Valley's reaction. When Changsheng heard this, his expression changed slightly. Father-in-law, please rest assured. Changcheng is the boy's nephew. How could the boy push him into the fire pit? I'm sure nothing will happen. That's good. From now on, Changcheng is a medicine boy of the fragrant religion. You can't casually see him anymore. Yes, father. Daughter understands. The husband and wife looked at each other and left Rejuvenation Hall together. Valley Master Nye's expression was somewhat cold. Looking at the two of them leaving, his eyes flickered. It was unknown what he was thinking about. When the two of them disappeared, he gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. He put down the teacup in his hand and got up to leave quickly. But halfway there, he patted his forehead and turned to sit back in his chair. His expression was relaxed. Valley Master Nye made a hesitant appearance in Rejuvenation Hall. In Rejuvenation Valley's inner pill room, Zhang Xiaohua was still leisurely. When he saw the messenger of the fragrant religion arrive, he knew that his time in Rejuvenation Valley was limited. Whether or not Valley Master Nye could persuade the fragrant religion to take him in as a medicine boy, he would have to leave Rejuvenation Valley with them. And the only thing he had promised Rejuvenation Valley was the crimson flame pill in front of him. Therefore, he became more diligent and wanted to refine the pill as soon as possible. After all, according to Valley Master Nye's words, the fragrant religion would set off tomorrow morning as usual. Unfortunately, the way of alchemy was to progress step by step. Any shortcuts would not work. The jade slip recorded that the crimson flame pill needed 13 days to gestate. That was not even half a day less. At least, in Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness, he could vaguely see the primordial qi brewing in the pill that was gradually taking shape. There was also a little bit of bright starlight. All of this showed that the crimson flame pill had not been successfully gestated. Zhang Xiaohua was still scratching his head about this starlight. He thought hard for a long time but still could not figure out the reason. However, the slight movement and arrangement of the starlight faintly matched with the star atlas of the heavenly Tao that he had come into contact with. This was something he had discovered by chance when he was comprehending the heavenly Tao. Therefore, he faintly felt that this starlight only had benefits and no harm. Zhang Xiaohua was about to comprehend the incantation when he felt a movement in his heart. He released his consciousness and saw Nye Qinyu running towards the inner valley with a mixed expression on her face. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but sigh and stood up. Nye Qinyu ran very quickly and anxiously. When she reached the alchemy chamber, she was already out of breath. When she saw the door of the alchemy chamber, she couldn't help but stagger and fall forward. Nye Qinyu couldn't help but cry out. But at this moment, a familiar figure appeared at the door of the alchemy chamber. It was Zhang Xiaohua, who she didn't care about. Therefore, at this moment, Nye Qinyu's heart was at peace. Because she knew that her big brother Ren would definitely not let her come to any harm as long as she was in front of him. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to know that Nye Qinyu would fall. The moment she flashed out of the pill room, she immediately sped up and floated towards Nye Qinyu like a floating cloud. At the last moment when Nye Qinyu fell to the ground, she stretched out her hands to support Nye Qinyu. Feeling the warmth of her hands, Nye Qinyu could not help but close her eyes. How she wished that this moment could last forever. However, when Zhang Xiaohua helped her stand steadily, the hands immediately left her. A gentle voice was heard. Little fishy, are you frightened? Don't be so anxious next time. I'm in the pill room. Where can I go? Yes, big brother Ren. You're in the pill room now, but what about in the future? Where will you be in the future? Where can I see you? Nye Qinyu closed her eyes and let out a silent cry in her heart. Seeing that Nye Qinyu's eyes were still closed and her eyelashes were trembling slightly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. However, she immediately said softly, little fishy, is there anything you need from me? Nye Qinyu opened her eyes reluctantly and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with hidden bitterness. She forced a smile and said, Congratulations, big brother Ren. Father has already told Uncle Yang of the incense cult about you. He has agreed to recommend you to be a medicine boy in the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised. She nodded and said, Then I have to thank Uncle Nya and you, little fishy. Just that, when can I leave? Then she looked at the pill room behind her and said regretfully, If I leave tomorrow, this batch of crimson flame pills that were about to be refined will all be wasted. Nya Qinyu lowered her head and said, Then can big brother Ren not go to the incense cult for the sake of pills? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said apologetically, This, if it's something else, maybe it's still negotiable. But for this I really can't. Nya Qinyu said again, Just that. I don't know what will happen in the future. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the azure sky above Rejuvenation Valley and said with disappointment, Everything is fleeting. It's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need. After hearing this, Nya Qinyu could no longer hold back. She burst into tears and ran out while covering her face. Seeing that she was far away, she slipped again. This time Zhang Xiaohua could not help her in time. Nya Qinyu, who had fallen to the ground, got up from the ground. She did not even have time to pat the dirt off her body. She only turned around to look at the lonely figure in front of the pill room. Wiping her tears, she walked away quickly again. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense followed Nya Qinyu for a long time. Along the way, many disciples of Rejuvenation Valley looked at Nya Qinyu in astonishment and made way for her. However, Nya Qinyu did not notice and walked numbly and blankly towards the peach forest. It was only when Little Orange saw that his miss was acting strangely and ran out of the peach blossom nunnery that Zhang Xiaohua retracted his divine sense. Looking at the fleeting clouds indifferently, Zhang Xiaohua himself could not explain the feelings in his heart. If he said that he only treated Nya Qinyu as a little girl and did not have any other thoughts in his heart, even Zhang Xiaohua himself would not believe it. However, if he had to promise this little girl something, say some ambiguous words, or paint a beautiful picture, Zhang Xiaohua was unwilling. He really did not know what he should do. After leaving for so many years, he did not know when he could return to Rejuvenation Valley again. Instead of giving her some hope, he might as well give her some despair. Was this the legendary fate? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose. He really wanted to ask himself and figure out the answer. Unfortunately, he was only a boy in the spring and the rainy season. How could he tell the difference between the two? Perhaps after a long time, when he looked back and recalled the dreamlike memories, he would be able to realize the true feelings within. However, at that time, how many feelings were still waiting? How many feelings were there to look forward to? Nya Qinyu was brought back to the Peach Blossom Nunnery by Little Orange. Without waiting for Little Orange to say anything, Nya Qinyu threw herself onto the bed and buried her head in the blankets. She cried out without hesitation, as if she wanted to vent all the feelings that she had suppressed for such a long time. No matter how Little Orange tried to persuade or comfort her, it was of no use. For a moment Little Orange panicked. He warned the others and went straight to Rejuvenation Hall. Vote for me. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 500. Inside Rejuvenation Hall, Valley Head Nya, who had already made up his mind, was leisurely sipping his tea. From time to time, he would instruct his disciples to arrange a banquet for the evening. Not long after, Manager Yang returned with a joyful expression. With just one glance, Valley Head Nya's heart bloomed with joy. Of course, the word joy was clearly written on his face. Valley Head Nya didn't stand on ceremony. He went forward and cupped his hands. Brother Yang is truly a blessed general. Everything that falls into your hands is easily solved. Many thanks, many thanks. Manager Yang smiled. It's all because Master Kong sympathizes with the elderly. He knew that us old brothers wouldn't have a chance to meet again in the future, so he agreed without hesitation. If it was that cold-faced fiend from last time, no matter how much I begged, it would be impossible. Valley Head Nya was surprised. Is it Master Yu who came last time? That is true. This old man wanted to pay his respects, but he didn't pay any attention to me. I only hurriedly stayed here for a few minutes. I couldn't even spend the night here, so I left the valley in the dark. This old man was in a hurry that time and only allowed you to bring a few jars of 100-flower wine. It didn't even satisfy your craving. Haha, Manager Yang was in a great mood. Let's not talk about him. Let's go. Old brother Nya, has your banquet been set up? The accompanying brothers have all come because of your reputation. No problem. Rejuvenation Valley doesn't have much to flatter the fragrant cult. This wine is enough to satisfy them. It's been a long time since I've heard old brother Nya say such vulgar words. I thought you had changed after becoming a valley head. Just as they were talking, they heard hurried footsteps outside. When they raised their heads, they saw Little Orange running over in a hurry. Seeing Manager Yang and Valley Head Nya, he immediately bowed and looked like he wanted to say something. Valley Head Nya frowned and said, "Little Orange, is something the matter?" Little Orange looked at Valley Master Nya, and then glanced at Manager Yang. He said in a low voice, "Valley Master, young Miss just returned to Peach Blossom Temple crying. Her body was covered in mud and she seemed to have fallen. When she returned to her room, she threw herself onto the bed. No matter what I said, she wouldn't listen." Hearing this, Manager Yang no longer had any doubts about the relationship between Zhang Xiaohua and Nye Qinyu. Most of his doubts about Zhang Xiaohua entering the fragrant cult had been eliminated. Wasn't Nye Qinyu's reaction a typical example of a lover going on a long journey and being reluctant to leave? When he asked her in Huichun Hall just now, he was already hesitant. Now that he thought about it carefully, how could he not be heartbroken when the person in his heart would not come back for many years? Manager Yang looked at Valley Head Nya and patted his shoulder. "Old brother, it's better if you go comfort your darling. Tell your niece that Uncle Yang promised her that he would take care of her lover after entering the fragrant cult. Let that Ren Xiaoyao enter the outer sect as soon as possible and step into Jianghu." Valley Head Nya frowned. He already had a plan in his heart. He gave Little Orange a look and shook his head. "Forget it, Brother Yang. We're all experienced people. This young man's matter should be handled by the young man. If an old man like me goes, how can I persuade him? It's better to let the girl calm down and think about Xiaoyao's future. When Ren Xiaoyao returns to the valley tomorrow, let him persuade her." Little Orange listened to Manager Yang and Valley Head Nya's words and understood a lot. She knew why her young miss was crying and the stone in her heart was finally put down. However, she was only a servant girl of Huichun Valley. Even though she was as close as sisters with Nye Qinyu, this was the first time she heard that Zhang Xiaohua was going to pass on the fragrant cult. Unknowingly, the back of a deity wielding a sword that was hidden somewhere in her heart suddenly became incomparably large. Could it be that she would never see it again? When Manager Yang heard this, he smiled and said, "Brother Nye is quite open-minded. You're right. Children have their own blessings. If you meddle too much, it may not be a good thing." These words had a double meaning, and were precisely what Manager Yang wanted to knock Valley Head Nye down. Valley Head Nye chuckled. "That's right. When it's time to let go, one should let go. This old man also needs to slowly let go. Let's go, Brother Yang. Today, us old brothers must not rest until we're drunk." Good, 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 Manager Yang laughed loudly. As they spoke, the two were about to walk out of Huichun Hall. Valley Head Nya saw that Little Orange was still standing there with a somewhat dazed expression. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Little Orange, is there anything else?" Little Orange seemed to wake up from a dream. "No, nothing, Master." "Oh, that's good. Go back and talk to Little Yu. It's only a few years. Her Uncle Yang has already agreed to help her Daejren come back earlier. Also, when you see Ren Xiaoyao tomorrow, tell him to quickly come and greet Uncle Yang." "Yes, Master." Little Orange bowed and quickly left. Manager Yang waved his hand and said, "Love is important. When that good son-in-law of yours comes back, you should go and see Little Yu first." Haha, Valley Head Nya laughed and pulled on Manager Yang's sleeve, quickly walking out of Huichun Hall. Valley Head Nya seemed to have laughed too much today. That was because anyone who achieved their wish of many days, their wish of many years, would not be able to keep their mouth shut. Especially perhaps tomorrow or perhaps the day after tomorrow his power would increase by 5 years. The night in Huichun Valley was very beautiful. The crescent moon hung lightly in the sky and the comfortable breeze occasionally brought the fragrance of the plants. The banquet for the fragrance cult was placed on the lawn in front of Huichan Hall. All the tables were arranged in a large circle, and there were several bonfires burning in the middle of the circle. There were also some roasted meat emitting a rich aroma on the bonfires. This strange atmosphere made the people of the fragrance cult feel very novel. Unconsciously, they began to exchange toasts with the disciples of Huichan Valley and put their arms around each other's shoulders. At the two tables at the head of the table were Valley Head Nya and Manager Yang. The two of them were already tipsy. Manager Yang raised the wine cup in his hand and said, "Elder Brother Nya, I didn't expect that every time I came here you would have novel things. It really makes me admire and envious. If I could be as free and unfettered as you, I would rather." Valley Head Nya immediately raised his wine cup and clinked it with Manager Yang's, saying, "Younger brother Yang, you can drink more wine but you can't speak carelessly. This situation is just what the northern nomads are used to. Is nothing. Compared to the immortal-like life of your sect, it's too far. Come, cheers." Manager Yang disagreed. The life of an immortal is the life of an inner sect disciple. Seeing this, Valley Head Nya picked up the wine jug again and said with a smile, "Younger brother Yang, come, I'll fill your cup again. Actually, there's an old saying that goes well. Life is like a city. The people who live outside think of ways to get out, and the people who live outside also think of ways to get in. Look at my son-in-law and my daughter's nephew. They think of ways to go to your fragrance cult and become medicine boys. And you envy the freedom of my Huichan Valley. Who do you think is right and who is wrong?" Ha ha ha, Manager Yang couldn't stand it anymore and laughed loudly. "Older brother Nya, your analogy is too vivid. Who can you blame? People's desires are endless. After getting what's in front of you, you still think about the future. You're always chasing after it. That's all, that's right. Today there's wine and today we're drunk. Who cares about tomorrow's worries? Come, 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 younger brother Yang, drink, drink." Not far from their seats, Nye Qinyu sat alone with little Orange beside her. Hearing her father's words, Nye Qinyu looked at the laughing crowd and the burning bonfire. She couldn't help but be dazed. That's right. Since you envy the life in the city, then you have to think of ways to get into the city. If you can't get into the city, then you'll never know the hustle and bustle of the city. Maybe little Orange didn't know what her young miss was thinking and watched with worry. The divine sense circling around Nye Qinyu also didn't know what she was thinking and observed for a long time. It wasn't until the night gradually darkened that the divine sense retracted. In the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua retracted her divine sense and frowned slightly. She seemed to be deep in thought. In the afternoon, Nye Qinyu came over to report. She only briefly mentioned that he could spread the news of the incense order. She didn't explain anything else in detail. Zhang Xiaohua thought that Valley Head Nya would come over to take a look at the refining of the Crimson Flame pill. She would also tell him about the problem of setting off tomorrow or the day after. But even when night fell and bonfires were lit in the outer valley, there was still no sign of anyone. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but release her divine sense early and quietly observe everything in the valley. She didn't know if it was because she wanted to find out about the incense cult's movements or because she was worried about Nye Qinyu. She couldn't hear the conversation between Valley Head Nya and Manager Yang. However, looking at Valley Head Nya's happy expression, he must have solved the problem of the Crimson Flame pill being one day later than the incense cult. The incense cult wouldn't set off immediately tomorrow morning. However, seeing Nye Qinyu's absent-minded appearance, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a slight pain in her heart. Thinking back to the past when Nye Qinyu was like a happy skylark jumping around her, it was such a good feeling. Could it be that she already had this little girl boy's figure in her heart? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard footsteps. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. What was going on tonight? Previously, as long as someone came near, she would feel it. Now that this person had obviously walked to the door, she only heard the footsteps. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to hide the medicinal liquid in the pill furnace and stood up to greet the person. The person who walked briskly into the pill room was none other than the other person who was very concerned about the Crimson Flame pill, Elder Zhang. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coming out to greet him, Elder Zhang was a little embarrassed. Ren Xiaoxia, this old man had a lot of things to do and didn't have the time to come and take a look. How is the refining of the Crimson Flame pill? Zhang Xiaohua snickered in her heart. It wouldn't be good if you came. I can't wait for you to have more things to do. Hence she smiled, everything is normal. Elder Zhang, don't worry. Wait until noon tomorrow. If there are no accidents, you will be able to see the crimson flame pill. Elder Zhang, you must remember to leave 3 pills for me first. Elder Zhang waved his hand. Am I a stingy person? How can I go back on my word when I've already promised you? Furthermore, aren't the pills still in your hands? Oh right, let me take a look at the refining situation. I haven't seen it for the past few days, so I don't know if there are any changes. Finishing his words, he walked towards the pill furnace. P.S. Thank you for everyone's opinions. I have seen them all. I am very grateful for everyone's tolerance. Also, I will update normally during the Spring Festival. However, there are times when I can't go online. I will write in advance and set it to auto-update. The time is usually set at 9 o'clock in 2000 hours. This way, there won't be any book review reward for automatically updating chapters. Finger mentioned this last time. Of course, if I can go online, I will update in advance. Maybe I will upload 2 chapters at a time. I wish everyone a happy Spring Festival in advance. Chapter 501. Inside the cauldron, the spherical medicinal liquid was quietly suspended in mid-air. The essence inside was slightly rotating, and the starlight that was almost visible to the naked eye clearly showed that this was no ordinary alchemy technique. Seeing that Elder Zhang was about to walk to the cauldron, how could Zhang Xiaohua let him see all this? She immediately called out to him, Elder Zhang, please wait. When Elder Zhang heard this, he turned his head in puzzlement and asked curiously, Ren Xiaoxia, is there something wrong? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the cauldron. Elder Zhang, don't get too close to the cauldron. This is the crucial time for the pill to be incubated. The temperature inside the cauldron needs to be stable. If you get too close, it may affect the surrounding temperature. If you affect the surrounding temperature, it may affect the temperature inside the cauldron. After saying a few ifs, Elder Zhang immediately took a few steps back. When he was in front of Zhang Xiaohua, he asked cautiously, is this distance enough? Seeing Elder Zhang's cautious manner, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed in her heart. She only nodded solemnly, and this is for the best. Don't come too close. If Elder has any questions, feel free to ask me. Elder Zhang was depressed and thought, I didn't see anything. From the time you put in the medicine until now, I only saw the medicinal soup at the bottom of the cauldron. What questions can I have? After racking his brain for a while, Elder Zhang hesitated and said, this crimson flame pill, how many years can it increase one's cultivation? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She really didn't think about this question. In her jade scroll, she only talked about the effects of the meridian soothing pill, which was to nourish the meridians. How could it increase one's cultivation? Even the scroll that Elder Zhang gave her didn't explain it clearly. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, Elder Zhang, I really can't answer this question. The scroll that you gave didn't mention it. Where do you want me to find it for you? Haha, don't worry about it. As long as it can increase one's cultivation, it's fine. Our Rejuvenation Valley has spread word of mouth that it can increase one's cultivation by 5 years. Furthermore, it's good for the meridians. In the future, cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said inwardly, I don't know if my internal energy can increase, but if it is beneficial to my meridians, then it is true. Then he said, Elder Zhang, although I don't know how many years of cultivation it can increase, but if you compare it with other medicinal pills that you know the effects of, wouldn't you have a better idea? Other medicinal pills? Elder Zhang smiled and said, Ren Xiaoxia, it's easy for you to say that. You're still talking about other medicinal pills that can increase one's power. This old man doesn't dare to boast. Other than my Rejuvenation Valley's Crimson Flame pill, the medicinal pills that can increase one's power in this world are really… Zhang Xiaohua thought he was going to say no, but Elder Zhang changed the topic and said it's really very little. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged her shoulders and said, after all, they do exist. Since Rejuvenation Valley is famous for its medicinal pills, they must know about it. Won't we know if we compare them horizontally? Elder Zhang still shook his head. The pill recipe is also incomplete. Those things are in the hands of the Dalan Temple Fragrance Cult, and the former Misty School. How could my Rejuvenation Valley know about it? Besides, even if we have the pill recipe, what can we do? As the saying goes, a clever housewife can't cook without rice. Without medicinal herbs of sufficient age, it's also difficult to successfully refine this medicinal pill. Zhang Xiaohua also nodded. If Rejuvenation Valley doesn't have crimson pearl grass and scarlet flame grass, it's indeed impossible to refine this crimson flame pill. At this moment, Elder Zhang's face was full of yearning as he said, according to Rejuvenation Valley's early records, several hundred years ago, a medicinal pill called qi-generating pill appeared in Jianghu. It's a spiritual medicine that can increase one's power. A single qi-generating pill can increase one's power by 30 years. It's said that at that time, a reign of terror was set off in the entire Jianghu. Many famous Jianghu experts died because of this. Qi-generating pill? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but call out. This name seemed extremely familiar. Which jade slip did she see it in? When Elder Zhang heard Zhang Xiaohua call it out, he wasn't surprised. That's right, it's the qi-generating pill. Presumably, you've also heard of this legendary miraculous medicinal pill. However, not only has the medicinal pill already disappeared, even the pill recipe has long been lost. I've only heard that it contains dragon beheading grass, peacock grass, and other main ingredients. However, this old man has only heard of the name of these main ingredients. I've never seen a picture of them. In the ancient records passed down from Rejuvenation Valley, it's only mentioned slightly and simply didn't go into detail. Presumably, only in the super large sects that have been passed down for 10,000 years like the aroma spreading sect can we find some clues. Dragon beheading grass? Peacock grass? Zhang Xiaohua didn't wrinkle her brows. She didn't seem to see these two medicinal herbs in the jade slip. However, shortly after, Zhang Xiaohua also felt at ease. The number of medicinal herbs recorded in the 100 Herb Compendium was innumerable. How could she remember them all? In the future, when she had time to carefully look at them, perhaps they would be useful. Seeing Elder Zhang speak for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, although scarlet flame grass and crimson pearl grass aren't as rare as dragon beheading grass and peacock grass, they are still considered spiritual herbs. Moreover, they also have a medicinal age of 100 years. They aren't necessarily inferior to the qi-generating pill. If we can successfully refine them tomorrow, after you and Valley Head Nye take them, you'll naturally know their effects. Right now, it's also useless to make wild guesses. Elder Zhang reluctantly looked at the pill furnace above the earth fire and said with a bitter smile, actually, these 5 years of cultivation might not have had much of an effect on me. However, to be able to personally see and personally take the spiritual herbs described in the jade slip, this old man, I can die in peace. As he finished speaking, Elder Zhang somewhat didn't choose his words carefully. Zhang Xiaohua actually understood these words. As the ancients said, hearing about it in the morning and dying in the evening, it was nothing more than this. To be able to personally experience the feeling of yearning for even in one's dreams was much more important than gaining a few years of cultivation for no reason. The two people spoke for a while more before Elder Zhang was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua warned Elder Zhang, before noon tomorrow, I will be in this pill room watching over the medicinal pills. I need absolute silence and don't let anyone disturb me. It's best that you and Valley Head don't wait in front of the pill room. Right now, there are many people from the incense cult in our Rejuvenation Valley. If we pay too much attention, it's hard to avoid attracting their attention. Elder Zhang wouldn't want them to also know that Rejuvenation Valley has the crimson flame pill, right? Elder Zhang nodded and said, Ren Xiaoxia is right. We definitely won't come before noon tomorrow. Valley Head and I will wait in my pill room. If you succeed in refining, then come directly to the pill room to find us. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, that's how it should be. Thus, Elder Zhang left with a smile on his face. Zhang Xiaohua set up a restriction on the pill room and sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. She carefully inserted the necessary spells and carefully observed the changes in the medicinal pill. Deep into the night, she finally inserted the spells. Zhang Xiaohua held the Vitality Stone in her hand and prepared to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Before she closed her eyes, she still looked worriedly at the medicinal liquid in the pill furnace that was gradually slowing down. This was already the last night. She hoped that nothing would go wrong. Very quickly, starlight shone into the pill. The specks of starlight within the pill became even more resplendent in this dense cluster of starlight. From time to time it would absorb even more starlight. However, in the end the medicinal liquid gradually stopped spinning. The outer layer of the crimson flame pills array was formed and the starlight could no longer penetrate it. In the scorching hot pill furnace, under the invisible starlight, the huge medicinal pill quietly floated there motionless. After a long time the sky gradually brightened. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened her eyes and hurriedly looked at the medicinal pill in the pill furnace. Seeing that the medicinal pill was motionless, she was shocked. When she released her divine sense, she could only see that the vitality emitted by the medicinal pill was already weak and was gradually decreasing. Only then did she relax. It seemed that the pill was about to be successfully nurtured. Nothing strange happened last night. Zhang Xiaohua was too worried about the crimson flame pill in the pill furnace. After removing the restrictions in the pill room, she only practiced the Fist of the North Star 12 times at the entrance of the pill room before immediately returning to the pill furnace. She didn't even take a single step away from it. She didn't even comprehend the heavenly Tao or the mantra. She only released her divine sense and observed carefully, afraid that something would go wrong at the last step. Time passed very quickly but also very slowly. This morning, Zhang Xiaohua lost the patience that a qi practitioner should have as an immortal cultivator. She actually began to quietly pace in front of the pill furnace. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to lose her composure, a series of footsteps rang out from outside the pill room. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She had already warned Elder Zhang not to disturb her today. Why was there someone outside the pill room? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and released her divine sense. However, she was rather surprised when she saw the scene outside the pill room. The person outside the pill room wasn't Valley Head Nya, nor was it Elder Zhang, nor was it anyone from Rejuvenation Valley. Instead, it was a woman with a veil on her head. Beside her was a short and stout man. Behind them were several men and women dressed in martial attire. Zhang Xiaohua had seen the short and stout man last night. He was the one who had accompanied Valley Head Nya at the banquet. The woman was also the one who had given orders in the Cult of Fragrances caravan last night. Zhang Xiaohua understood that this woman should be the emissary of the Cult of Fragrance, and this short and stout man should be the manager Yang that Nye Qinyu had mentioned. Sure enough, Manager Yang smiled obsequiously and pointed at the pill room where Zhang Xiaohua was. He said something to the woman, and the woman nodded from time to time. Her expression couldn't be seen under the veil. Then, without waiting for Manager Yang to finish speaking, she raised her head to look ahead and walked away. She didn't seem to be too interested in Manager Yang's introduction. Manager Yang was surprised and immediately followed her eagerly. He pointed at the herb garden in front of them and explained something. Once they were far away, Zhang Xiaohua retracted her divine sense. She was rather worried about how she would deal with the emissary and Manager Yang if they barged into the pill room. When she turned her attention to the pill furnace, she suddenly realized that she had been thinking too much. She had long lost the calmness and composure that a pill master should have. If it wasn't for the disturbance of the people from the Cult of Fragrance, she might have destroyed this cauldron of pills. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. Not long after, her eyes, nose, and heart were empty. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 502. Not long after, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out of the cauldron and then disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the 13-day pill incubation was complete. She immediately stood up from the futon and used her divine sense to enter the cauldron. She replayed the method of pulling out the pills in her mind. Then she stretched out both hands and moved her 10 fingers, slowly and rhythmically forming hand seals. In a short while the hand seals were formed. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua sent the hand seals into the cauldron. Then, her hands did not stop and continued to send out the remaining hand seals. Thus, the number of pills in the cauldron increased from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 3, until 8 pills were pulled out of the cauldron. Looking at the remaining medicinal liquid, Zhang Xiaohua knew that although there was a lot of medicinal liquid left, she could only pull out 1 more pill. It was impossible to pull out another crimson flame pill. However, when he cast the last spell, The ninth crimson flame elixir was pulled out smoothly. However, the remaining medicinal liquid did not disappear mysteriously like when he refined elixirs in the past. Instead, it floated quietly in the cauldron. Zhang Xiaohua let out a cry of surprise. Could it be that refining the crimson flame pill could break the limit of 9 pills? Very naturally, Zhang Xiaohua sent the last hand seal into the liquid. In an instant, an unbelievable scene happened. When Zhang Xiaohua sent the hand seal into the last liquid, the liquid did not move at all at first. Then it swelled and flickered as if it was invisible. Just when Zhang Xiaohua thought that it was going to disappear, there was a sudden light crisp sound. It was like a burnt soybean exploding. Suddenly, 6 thumb-sized pills appeared out of thin air and fell to the bottom of the cauldron. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened. Those 6 pills were maroon in color. Weren't they the crimson flame pills mentioned in the Rejuvenation Valley's book? Faint Zhang Xiaohua was completely dizzy. Wasn't she refining the Meridian Soothing Pill? How did 6 crimson flame pills pop out in the end? However, this was not the time for him to hesitate. When he came to his senses, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly took out the jade bottle from the money bag and carefully collected the 9 Meridian Nourishing Pills with the elixir receiving technique. Then he cast an enchantment and put it on the shelf in his money bag space. Just when his divine sense was about to withdraw from the space, he inadvertently swept past the bottom of the shelf and saw a few jade bottles casually thrown under the shelf. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have been struck by lightning. Qi-generating pill. He finally remembered. This was the qi-generating pill. It wasn't what he saw from the jade slips, but rather the qi-generating pills that were actually in his money pouch. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately took out a bottle of qi-generating pills from his money pouch and carefully examined it in his hand. There were 3 small characters on the jade bottle, qi-generating pill. It was written very carelessly and also very casually. It looked like it was not valued at all. However, this was the legendary panacea that could increase one's power that Elder Zhang had mentioned yesterday. Zhang Xiaohua tightly knitted his brows and felt that it was inconceivable. However, when his gaze saw the 6 brownish-red crimson flame pills that were quietly lying at the bottom of the pill furnace, he unconsciously had a flash of insight. Previously, he had used yellow essence to refine the fasting pill, gastrodia flax to refine the blood-replenishing pill, and other medicinal herbs to refine medicinal pills. He had used the immortal Dao technique. The number of pills that were formed were all less than 9. As long as there were more than 9 pills, no matter how many medicinal herbs there were, they would all mysteriously disappear without a trace. However, those were all basic medicinal pills. The Crimson Flame Pill was the first type of low-level medicinal pill that Zhang Xiaohua had refined. It also seemed to be unable to escape the shackles of 9 pills. However, the medicinal strength of the Crimson Pearl Grass and the Bright Sun Grass was very strong. After forming 9 pills, there was still an excess of essence remaining. And this essence formed the Crimson Flame Pill that Rejuvenation Valley had mentioned. This Crimson Flame Pill was a byproduct of refining the Meridian Nourishing Pill. Compared to the Meridian Nourishing Pill, this Crimson Flame Pill was naturally the role of a leftover. If it wasn't for the fact that Elder Zhang and Valley Head Nya had repeatedly placed great importance on it, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely have treated it as an ordinary medicinal pill and casually collected it. Using this analogy, the qi-generating pill that Elder Zhang had mentioned, which was the item in Zhang Xiaohua's hand at this moment, was presumably a byproduct of some higher-level medicinal pill. Although it was a panacea to martial artists, it was certainly dispensable to immortals who refined medicinal pills. Therefore, it was so casually named and so casually thrown into a corner of the shelf. After thinking it through, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but slightly shake her head. She picked up the jade bottle and gently shook it by her ear. But there wasn't any movement. Could it be that it was empty? Zhang Xiaohua immediately released her divine sense. Fortunately, the restriction on the jade bottle was still there, and the 3 qi-generating pills were still inside the jade bottle. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips into a smile, and the jade bottle in her hand disappeared into thin air. Soon after, her gaze landed on the 6 crimson flame pills at the bottom of the pill furnace. Originally, she had been thinking about how to explain the difference between the Meridian Nourishing Pill and the Crimson Flame Pill to Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang. Now, the Crimson Flame pill was actually a byproduct of refining the Meridian Nourishing pill. Did she still need to explain? Even better, the Meridian Nourishing pill was naturally kept by Zhang Xiaohua herself. She wouldn't leave it for Rejuvenation Valley. This thing was too mysterious. Giving it to them might not be a good thing. She would only give the Crimson Flame pill to Rejuvenation Valley. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Picking up the porcelain bottle that Rejuvenation Valley had prepared earlier, Zhang Xiaohua was just about to put the Crimson Flame pills inside. But she suddenly remembered that the qi-generating pills were also stored inside the jade bottle. Presumably, this porcelain bottle wasn't good. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the jade box that originally stored the medicinal herbs on the table. Forming an incantation seal, the 6 Crimson Flame pills were all stored inside the jade box. Only at this time did Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh. In the end, she didn't disappoint everyone and didn't waste 14 days of hard work. This Crimson Flame pill, the Meridian Nourishing pill was successfully refined. Putting the jade box into her bosom, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the pill room. At this time it was already past noon. Presumably, Valley Master Nia and Elder Zhang had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Sure enough, seeing Zhang Xiaohua walk into the pill room with a gloomy expression, Elder Zhang and Valley Master Nia, who had been waiting impatiently, felt their hearts skip a beat. They looked at each other and quickly walked up to greet her. Elder Zhang immediately asked, "Ren Xiaoxia, how is the refinement of the Crimson Flame pill?" Zhang Xiaohua sighed, "This little nephew's learning isn't proficient." Valley Master Nia was also full of curiosity. However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, there must have been a mistake. As a result, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to finish speaking and said, "Virtuous nephew Ran, if there was a mistake, don't mind it. Even if the refinement failed, didn't you still gain experience? Don't we still have another portion of medicinal herbs? Although there isn't enough time, you can still refine it in Chuanxiang cult. Next time you will definitely succeed. We will just wait at Rejuvenation Valley for virtuous nephew to bring back the Crimson Flame pill." Hearing this, Elder Zhang's expression also became gloomy. He forced a smile and said, "Yes, Ren Xiaoxia, if it didn't work this time, there will be a next time." Hearing the two talking to themselves to comfort her, Zhang Xiaohua sighed, "This little nephew's learning isn't proficient. The amount of Crimson Flame pill I refined is a little too little. And it's alright. It's fine if it's less." The two comforted. But suddenly, the two came to their senses and were pleasantly surprised. "What? Less? That means the refinement was a success?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Yes, this little nephew didn't disappoint you. Although the amount refined was small, it was still a success." Elder Zhang smiled. It's alright. As long as the refinement is successful, it's fine. I'll just take a look and don't need to consume it. Let Valley Master consume this pill." This? Valley Master Nia was a little hesitant. If he said he didn't want to consume it, it would definitely be a lie. But then he gritted his teeth and said, "Elder Zhang should consume it. You're old, you may not. I'll wait for virtuous nephew Ren to refine the pill next time." Valley Master. Elder Zhang still wanted to persuade Valley Master Nia. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. She was also touched. These two valued the Crimson Flame pill too much and were worried about their gains and losses. They couldn't wait for her to finish speaking and take her words out of context. Coughing, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Seniors, don't push back and forth. This time I refined a total of 6 Crimson Flame pills. It's enough for both of you to consume." "What?" Elder Zhang and Valley Master Nia exclaimed again. 6 pills? Really? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be puzzled. These two were too surprised today. Elder Zhang's eyes were brimming with tears. He walked forward and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand. "Ren Xiaoxia, you're really a god. Word of mouth in the valley says that the Crimson Flame pill isn't easy to refine. In the early years, I heard that only 2 pills could be refined in one furnace. You're good refining 6 pills at once. It's really miraculous." Valley Master Nia also couldn't hide his excitement. "Yes, it's really miraculous." Elder Zhang was also beaming with joy and said, "According to the previous agreement, Ran Xiaoxia will take 3 pills. Our Rejuvenation Valley still has 3 pills. Valley Master and I will each consume 1. The last one is difficult to handle, So Valley Master will have to make the decision. Valley Master Nya also frowned a little. Yes, it's fine if we don't have one. But it's difficult to handle with only one pill. I don't know who to give it to. Elder Zhang thought for a moment. How about I don't consume it either? We don't need any of the older ones. Let's leave it to the younger ones. Let's see who has the best aptitude and has the potential to be nurtured. It's better for them to consume it. Valley Master Nya shook his head. It's only 5 years' worth of power. Young people should sharpen themselves more. If they gain some power out of nowhere, it won't be good for their future cultivation. Elder Zhang. Seeing the two talking among themselves again, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Calm down, calm down. Isn't it just 5 years' worth of power? I have a pill with 30 years' worth of power in my hands, but I'm not wild with joy. Why are you guys so agitated? Seeing the two discussing, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but cough and say, Seniors, it's not 3 crimson flame pills, it's 5. The two were stunned and asked curiously, why 5? Then Valley Master Nya came to his senses and said, Don't. We've already agreed that nephew will leave behind 3 crimson flame pills. How can we go back on our words? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Uncle Nya's words are too serious. I'm only one person. 1 pill is enough. Moreover, I still have other medicinal herbs. I can refine them later. Chapter 503. Zhang Xiaohua's words made Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang see her in a new light. Valley Head Nya even probed, Nephew Ran, you're spreading the incense cult? Aren't you looking for your brother? If he's spreading the incense cult, won't you leave him a crimson flame pill? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, Didn't I make it clear to Uncle Nya just now? I've only used half of the herbs you gave me. I'll keep the other half. If I need it, I can refine more. Actually, if I didn't need a crimson flame pill as a reference, I would have left all 6 crimson flame pills for Rejuvenation Valley. Finishing her words, she took out the jade box from her bosom. Seeing the jade box, Valley Head Nya was startled and asked, Nephew Ran, why don't you use a porcelain bottle to store the pills? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Since the herbs need to be stored in a jade box, the formed pills need to be stored in a jade box as well. Of course, it's even better that Rejuvenation Valley has a jade bottle. Oh, I see. Valley Head Nya suddenly understood. He had always used a porcelain bottle to store the pills for the sake of saving costs. Now that the crimson flame pill was for his own use, of course he would use the best container. Hearing this, Elder Zhang quickly took 2 jade bottles from the side. Zhang Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and took one of them and poured a crimson flame pill into it. Then she handed the jade box and the remaining 5 crimson flame pills into Valley Head Nya's hands. She then plugged the jade bottle and casually put it in her bosom. Valley Head Nya had been talking the whole time, but his eyes never left Zhang Xiaohua. Now that he saw Zhang Xiaohua hand over the crimson flame pill, he was overjoyed. His decades of hope had finally come true today. Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang both carefully took out a pill from the jade box and carefully examined it in front of their eyes. As they looked, they clicked their tongues in praise. This crimson flame pill was exactly as described in the scrolls. Suddenly, Elder Zhang called out, What's going on? There seems to be a bit of light inside the crimson flame pill? Hearing this, Valley Head Nya also carefully examined it. Sure enough, he nodded and said, Yes, Nephew Ran, there really seems to be a bit of light inside, but it's only seen inadvertently. If you look closely, you won't see it. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately thought of the starlight he had seen in the medicinal liquid. He thought to himself, no way I can still be seen? So, she still couldn't. But it was a formed pill after all, it was still a formed pill. Zhang still couldn't. Still couldn't penetrate it. Zhang still a formed pills still a formed pill for it. When Zhang Xiaohua widened her eyes to take a closer look, it was indeed as Elder Zhang and Valley Head Nya had said. There were traces of light coming out from inside. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua had a realization. The crimson flame pill had the protection of its outers, so hers divine sense couldn't penetrate it. But this light was not restricted by the crimson flame pill's formation, and could freely penetrate it. But thinking about it, it was normal. Light was a naturally born thing. and shouldn't be part of the 5 elements. All formations, and at least the ones that Zhang Xiaohua came into contact with, shouldn't be able to stop it. But even if Zhang Xiaohua knew this, what was the use? How was she going to explain it to the two of them? What kind of person was Zhang Xiaohua? What she knew the most was that she didn't know anything. She immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. This I don't know. I followed the steps of refining the Crimson Flame pill completely without any mistakes. Seniors, just look at the shape of this pill and you should know. As for the light inside, is it from the outside? Or is there no specific record in the scroll? Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang looked at each other helplessly. That's right, the scroll only described the appearance, color and effects of the pill, and didn't say anything else. Maybe the predecessors didn't read it carefully? Zhang Xiaohua continued, Seniors, it's best that you keep the 5 Crimson Flame pills quickly. If they're exposed for too long, they may lose their medicinal effects. Once she said this, the two of them didn't pursue the matter of the light or the shape. They hurriedly poured the Crimson Flame pills into the jade bottle, capped it, and carefully hid it in their clothes. After keeping the Crimson Flame pills, Valley Head Nya asked again, Nephew Ran, I've already discussed the effects of this Crimson Flame pill with Elder Zhang, but we didn't have a clue. We can only know after consuming it. But I still want to ask, is there any special way to consume it? Or is there anything to take note of? Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and asked curiously, Uncle Nya, this question is very strange. I've never seen the Crimson Flame pill before, so how would I know how to consume it? Elder Zhang smiled. To be honest with you, Xiaoxia, since you can refine this Crimson Flame pill, we all feel that you must know how to consume this pill. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. That's right, the Rejuvenation Valley's legendary pill. Even the Rejuvenation Valley themselves don't know how to refine it. You, a person without any reason, can so easily refine it. If you've never refined it before or seen this pill before, even if people think with their feet, they may not believe it. Zhang Xiaohua understood and could only helplessly say, I won't hide it from you two seniors. This is indeed my first time refining this Crimson Flame pill, and I don't know how to consume it. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. The Jade Scroll casually mentioned the consumption of the Soothing Meridians pill. Because the Soothing Meridians pill was used to nourish and repair the meridians, the medicinal power needed to be sent into the meridians. After consuming the Soothing Meridians pill, one must immediately circulate the mental cultivation method and allow the medicinal power to circulate throughout the meridians in the entire body for the best effect to be achieved. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua pretended to think and said, Actually, you two seniors are thinking too much. Since it's a pill that increases one's power, it must be related to one's inner strength. As long as you consume it while circulating your inner strength and circulate it a few times, for example 36 or 72 circulations, it will definitely work. Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang nodded thoughtfully. They definitely knew this point, but they wanted to know if the creator of the pill had a more pertinent suggestion. Thinking of this, Valley Head Nya couldn't help but touch the jade bottle in his arms. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Uncle Nya isn't going to consume it right now, is he? Valley Head Nya smiled bitterly and said, This Crimson Flame pill is like a ball of fire in my hands. It burns my heart and I only want to consume it to see its effects. However, the messenger of the Fragrant Order is currently in Rejuvenation Valley. How can I cultivate in seclusion at this time? Only after I send all of you away will I be able to consume it with peace of mind. Speaking of this, Valley Head Nya suddenly remembered something and said, Virtuous nephew Ran, I have a matter to entrust to you. I hope that virtuous nephew will agree for the sake of Rejuvenation Valley. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face became bitter. This accusation was so heavy that it probably wasn't a simple matter. However, he had no other choice and could only brace himself and say, Please instruct me, Uncle Nya. This nephew will do his best to accomplish it. Valley Head Nya nodded and turned to look at Elder Zhang. He smiled and said, Elder Zhang, please leave for a moment. Elder Zhang looked at the two strangely and said, Okay, I'll leave now and won't delay your conversation. After saying this, he stood up and left. However, just as Valley Head Nya was about to speak, he heard Elder Zhang say loudly from outside, Io Manager Yang, how have you been? I haven't seen you in a long time. Is this the messenger of your esteemed sect this year? When Valley Head Nya heard this, How could he still be bothered to instruct Zhang Xiaohua about matters? He walked out in quick steps. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and also followed him out. Outside the alchemy room, the masked messenger was passing by under the guidance of Manager Yang. He just happened to bump into Elder Zhang walking out of the alchemy room and heard Manager Yang introduce him. Lord Kong, this is the previous generation elder of Rejuvenation Valley. His surname is Zhang, Elder Zhang. Lord Kong nodded slightly. Greetings, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang seemed to be overwhelmed by the favor and hurriedly said, Greetings, Lord Kong. Lord Kong is in such a good mood to come to the inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley to admire the scenery? As they spoke, Valley Head Nya also walked out and saluted. Lord Kong, I have some worldly affairs to attend to in the valley and am unable to accompany Lord into the valley. I'm really sorry for that. How does Lord feel about the scenery of Rejuvenation Valley? Lord Kong raised his head to look at the various medicinal gardens and casually said, Rejuvenation Valley is indeed unique. Although the space in the valley is small, it can be said to be small. It has all the essentials and the types of medicinal herbs are also extremely complete. It's really not bad. Although her words were directed at Valley Head Nya, her eyes were glancing at the scenery to the side. However, under the veil, how could others know? Valley Head Nya lowered his head and said, Thank you for your praise, Lord. Compared to your esteemed sect, it's as different as the clouds and mud. As they spoke, Manager Yang's gaze looked behind Valley Head Nya, and he said loudly, Io Valley Head Nya, is this your little Yu's husband? He's indeed a talented person, just like the rumors outside. Of course, it was Zhang Xiaohua who slowly walked out of the pill room. When Valley Head Nya heard this, he immediately said, Yes, it's my Rejuvenation Valley's future son-in-law. He just came from... At this point, he paused and glanced at Manager Yang before continuing. He just came from my place to ask Elder Zhang some questions. Come, Xiaoyao, greet Lord Kong, the envoy of the fragrant religion. This is Manager Yang that I mentioned to you before. You weren't feeling well yesterday, so I didn't let you greet them. Today you can make up for it together. Damn, she was suddenly a generation younger. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless and could only go forward. Manager Yang was quite close and Zhang Xiaohua could only greet him first. Greetings, Manager Yang. Manager Yang looked at him with a smile and really wanted to admire a junior. He said, Good. This child, if it weren't for his tender skin, his body would be like that of an 18 or 19-year-old youth. Immediately, he pulled his hand and pointed at Lord Kong. Come, let's first thank Lord Kong. If it weren't for her nod, it wouldn't have been easy for you to go to the fragrant religion. Lord Kong's eyes weren't looking at them. When he heard this, he unconsciously frowned and said, Manager Yang, this is your pill expansion hall's matter. But it's related to... When he said this, he turned his head and saw Zhang Xiaohua in front of him. He couldn't say the rest of his words and stared straight at her without moving for a long time. Chidian. Chapter 504. Peacock retracted her gaze from the herb garden and turned around to look at Zhang Xiaohua as she spoke. The moment Peacock laid eyes on Zhang Xiaohua, she suddenly felt as if everything in the world had disappeared. The only thing left in this world was this man, this ordinary man. Her gaze was deeply attracted to him, like a moth drawn to a flame. All her attention was firmly drawn to him. Thump, thump, thump. Peacock's heart pounded violently, as if she was facing something that she had yearned for day and night, or something that she had been chasing for her entire life. Involuntarily, an unimaginable thought flashed across her mind. I must have it, I must have it. Then she involuntarily raised her right hand, as if she wanted to grab hold of Zhang Xiaohua. When Valley Master Nya, Elder Zhang, and the others saw this, their expressions changed drastically. This was because the countless envoys from the spreading fragrance cult were extremely cold. They did not even bother with the Valley Master and elders of the Rejuvenation Valley, and would not waste their time on the medicine boy that they were going to choose. Although Zhang Xiaohua's identity was the future son-in-law of the Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master, he was still only a little medicine boy in the spreading fragrance cult. Peacock's action was extremely strange. When Manager Yang heard Peacock's words, he immediately said respectfully, Master Kong, you are too kind. You are the envoy this time. If I don't listen to you, who else should I listen to? Come, Ren Xiaoyao, come and thank Master Kong for his grace. He lowered his head humbly and then pulled Zhang Xiaohua forward. Only then did he notice Peacock's strange behavior and he was stunned. He reminded Master Kong? Master Kong? Ever since Zhang Xiaohua understood the heavenly Tao, his senses had become sharper. When Peacock saw his strange behavior, he immediately felt it. He immediately released his consciousness and looked through the thin veil. Cough cough. That's right. What kind of time was it? Why would he still care about being polite? Behind the veil was a delicate and fair face. She had almond-shaped eyes, dark eyebrows, cherry lips, and a jade-like nose. There was also a dignified look in her eyes. Her temperament was incomparably graceful and luxurious, making people not dare to approach her. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. The emissary of the fragrant religion was actually a young woman in her 20s who was more beautiful than Lu Qian and O Yan. However, at this moment, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed and her mouth was slightly agape. Her eyes flickered with incomparable astonishment and incomparable desire. If this gaze was that of a man looking at a beautiful woman, Zhang Xiaohua might not have cared. However, this gaze was fixed on Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be alarmed. Bad vegetable, did you see something wrong? Zhang Xiaohua secretly complained in her heart. Next, the peacock reached out to grab him. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly retracted his divine sense. With a thought, he used the incomplete God's traction mantra to conceal his divine sense and immortal Tao cultivation. At this moment, Peacock was also awakened by Manager Yang's words. Only then did she realize that she had lost her composure. She immediately covered it up and pointed at Manager Yang. She said, "This is the Ren Xiaoya you mentioned yesterday?" Manager Yang did not dare to make any more guesses. He bowed and smiled apologetically. That's him. He is the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master Nya personally selected. Come Ren Xiaoyao, quickly come and thank Master Kong. Zhang Xiaohua retracted her aura and took 2 quick steps forward. She bowed deeply. Thank you, Master Kong. I hope that Master Kong will continue to support me in the future. When Peacock looked at Zhang Xiaohua again, she realized that she was no longer as attractive as before. Peacock was puzzled. What happened just now? Was it an illusion? Suddenly, a sense of embarrassment rose in her heart. Could this be the legendary Sing? Immediately, her heart was in a mess. How can this be? I have never seen him before. He is just a little medicine boy. What's more hateful is that this Ren Xiaoyao is the future son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Also, the most hateful thing was that although Zhang Xiaohua bowed respectfully with a proper attitude, Peacock could feel that she had no respect at all. Yes, not even the slightest bit. It must be said that a woman's heart was like a needle in the ocean. Peacock was the same as a goddess. For no reason, Peacock felt a tinge of displeasure. She did not retract her outstretched hand. Instead, she pointed and said, "You are the Ren Xiaoyao who defeated the sword master of Longting Villa, and defeated the combined attack of 4 people in the arena?" Zhang Xiaohua replied gently, "I wouldn't dare. That's me." When the word "me" entered her ears, Peacock was even more displeased. She moved her hand and struck out with her palm. "Let me see how good you are at martial arts." Seeing Master Kong's sudden attack, Steward Yang and Valley Master Nya were shocked. They cried out, "Master, please have mercy." But neither of them dared to take a step forward, let alone lend a helping hand. Zhang Xiaohua retracted his spiritual sense. He did not expect Peacock to be in trouble. When he noticed the white palm was already in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Although he could not use his spiritual sense, he could tell that the palm contained an infinite amount of inner energy just by listening to the sound of the wind. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. "I didn't offend this Lord Kong. Why is he staring at me the moment we meet? Although I am handsome, you are a woman. You don't have to resort to underhanded means. Besides, you covered your face first and didn't let me see your beautiful face. I didn't even look at you blasphemously. How could you do that?" However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the same as before. Even if he hastily faced the enemy, he was not afraid. His body did not move, but he raised his left arm, and his palm also straightened, and directly faced the attack. However, just as the true qi entered his palm, he thought in his heart, "This Lord Kong only said that I defeated Longting Villa's sword prince, but I can't reveal my true strength. Oh right, could it be that this woman actually wants to test my martial arts? What did she see? So he immediately simulated the vital energy into inner energy and adjusted the amount of inner energy to be slightly higher than Master Long's. As he spoke, the two palms collided. A powerful wave of inner energy crashed into Zhang Xiaohua's palm. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to use any more vital energy. He only felt the force of the collision. Zhang Xiaohua's body was sent flying back into the alchemy room behind him. When the two palms collided, Peacock felt the normal amount of inner energy in Zhang Xiaohua's palm. She even felt the warmth in his palm. Her heart was in a mess. She could not control the energy in her palm. The inner energy rushed out like a tidal wave. When Zhang Xiaohua was sent flying, she was startled. She immediately retracted her inner energy. She could not help but cry out, "Ouch!" After the cry of ouch, not only did her veil ripple, her feet also moved half a step forward. She had lost her composure once again. But at this time everyone was looking at the flying Zhang Xiaohua. No one noticed the high and mighty messenger's second loss of composure. Zhang Xiaohua was sent flying in the air. He circulated the vital energy in his meridians and stabilized his body. However, he did not stop immediately. Instead, he used the momentum to fly backwards. The door of Elder Zhang's alchemy room was half closed. Zhang Xiaohua said in his heart, "I'm sorry, Elder Zhang. Tonight, your room is going to leak in." A loud bang was heard. The fragile bamboo door of the alchemy room was shattered into pieces. Zhang Xiaohua did not slow down. He only stopped when a loud bang was heard. "Ren Xiaoxia." Elder Zhang was shocked. He rushed into the alchemy room. Valley Master Nya also took a step forward. But he looked at Peacock, who was standing there quietly. She had regained her composure. Then, he looked at Steward Yang, who was also confused. He finally stopped. Bad luck, really bad luck. Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the alchemy room, was very depressed. "I didn't go out for a walk this morning. I didn't hear any crows in the valley. How did I encounter such a thing? That Master Kong looks so beautiful. Why did he hit me so hard? The strength of his palm, how was he trying to test my power? It was more like he wanted me to be injured." He did not know Peacock's emotions. He only thought that Peacock did not hold back. But when he thought of the word injured, his eyes turned and he quickly bit his tongue. A stream of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. At this time, Elder Zhang also rushed into the alchemy room. Seeing the blood at the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth, he said in shock, "Ren Xiaoxia, you're injured?" Zhang Xiaohua looked weak and said, "Sigh, my internal organs were injured by Master Kong." Elder Zhang was also helpless. What could he say? He was just a has-been elder of Rejuvenation Valley. Coming to see Zhang Xiaohua without permission was already his limit. He helped Zhang Xiaohua out of the alchemy room. Everyone present saw the blood at the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. The people of the fragrant cult were naturally used to seeing this. They did not feel any sympathy. Valley Master Nya asked with concern, "Xiao Yao, how are your injuries?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "It's nothing, just some minor internal injuries." Peacock saw Zhang Xiaohua so weak and seemed to be relieved. But there was another emotion that was worse than relief. That was heartache. Peacock asked coldly, "Ren Xiao, your inner energy is not bad. What kind of martial arts do you practice?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Frenzied bull's strength." "Frenzied bull's strength?" Peacock was also surprised. "What kind of inner energy is that?" Manager Yang immediately explained, "Master Kong, frenzied bull strength is a common type of inner energy in Jianghu. It is the easiest to learn and will not cause any deviation. Our fragrant cult does not have such a crude inner energy heart technique." "Oh, frenzied bull's strength cannot be a heart technique either." "Oh, I see." Peacock seemed to have come to a realization, but after listening to the explanation, she felt a wave of annoyance in her heart. She waved her hand and said, "Ren Xiao, I was just curious just now. I knew you were the champion of the arena competition, so I wanted to test your martial arts skills. But I was a little reckless and caused you to be injured." She thought for a while and did not say the words of apology. She then took out a small jade bottle and threw it to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "This is the Yuhuandan pill that we use to heal injuries. Take it and heal yourself." Valley Master Nya and Elder Zhang heard this and their faces turned pale with fright. Chapter 505. Not only were Valley Head Nye and Elder Zhang shocked, even Manager Yang and the rest of the people from the Cult of Incense had looks of envy on their faces. Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked in his heart. He had seen the name of this jade rejuvenation pill in the jade slip, but he had not paid much attention to its effects. However, as long as it was a pill recorded in the jade slip, how bad could it be? Zhang Xiaohua reached out to receive it and bowed. "Thank you for the medicine, Master Kong. I am fine." Peacock saw that Zhang Xiaohua was neither servile nor overbearing and felt much better. She said, "We will be leaving tomorrow morning. Rest well and don't miss tomorrow's journey." After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked away. Manager Yang followed closely behind in astonishment. During this time, he even turned around to look at Zhang Xiaohua in bewilderment. He thought to himself, this guy isn't the gigolo type. Why did he catch Lord Kong's eye the moment he saw him? Could it be that they have met before? But Master Kong is an outstanding disciple of the inner sect, and has never left the Cult of Incense. How could he know this kid from the mountains? I owe little you if my guess is right, your fiancé is going to fly away. After the people from the Cult of Incense left, Valley Head Nye and Elder Zhang turned around. Valley Head Nye was especially concerned. "Nephew Ren, how are your injuries?" Elder Zhang was also indignant. Master Kong is too much. He was just testing the level of his martial arts. He did not have to be so ruthless. Valley Head Nye shook his head and said, "Who knows? The previous envoys of the fragrant religion were all from the inner sect. All of them were highly skilled in martial arts and their actions were unreasonable. This Master Kong is considered good. Alas, maybe yesterday Manager Yang made a decision on his own and made some decisions which made Master Kong unhappy." Elder Zhang nodded. "That's right. Although the matter of letting Ren Baqian enter the incense cult is managed by the Pill Expanding Hall, Master Kong is the envoy this time after all. Manager Yang's report was a little late. I forget it. As long as Nephew Ren can go, Rejuvenation Valley will have fulfilled our promise to you." Valley Head Nye smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what was going on. She thought it made sense. She did not know Master Kong and had no reason to find trouble with her. It must be because of the issue of entering the Cult of Incense. However, Master Kong had no reason to be so surprised to see her. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua could not understand no matter how he thought about it. Valley Head Nye looked at Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and asked again, "Nephew Ren, how are your injuries? Do you want to rest in the pill refining room?" Soon after, one of them fervently looked at the jade bottle in his hand. "Hurry up and take a jade restoration pill. This is a legendary panacea for treating internal injuries. I heard that no matter how serious the injury is, just one pill can completely cure it. You can try it now." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua was astonished. She had seen everyone's gaze just now and knew that the Yuhuandan pill was not simple, but she did not expect it to be so miraculous. Of course, this is a healing elixir specially used by the inner disciples of the fragrant cult. In the past, I only heard about it from Manager Yang. Even he, the manager of the Pill Repository Hall, has only heard about it and has never obtained it. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and opened the pill of incense. She poured out 2 pills and threw them to Valley Head Nye. "Valley Head Nye, please accept them. Treat it as a gift from a junior." Valley Head Nye was caught off guard and caught it in a panic. He was both happy and uneasy. "Nephew Ren, this is from Master Kong. Moreover, your injuries." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and wiped the blood from her mouth. She said faintly, "It's nothing. I just accidentally bit my lips." Dang 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 dang. With 2 crisp sounds, Valley Master Nye and Elder Zhang both fell to the ground. When the 2 got up from the ground, rubbing their heads, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought, "Uncle Nye, didn't you have something to tell me?" Valley Head Nye thought for a moment and said, "Nephew Ren, let's go to your pill refining room." The 2 bid farewell to Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang looked at the crimson flame pill in Valley Head Nye's arms with resentment. Yes, there was also the Yuhuandan pill. They came to the pill refining room where Zhang Xiaohua was temporarily staying. After listening carefully and making sure that there was no one outside, Valley Head Nye said, "Nephew Ren, little you must have already informed you yesterday. The trip to the Cult of Incense has been confirmed. Today Master Kong has also given his approval. You should pack up today. Tomorrow, you will follow the 9 medicine apprentices of Rejuvenation Valley to the cult of incense. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Thank you, Uncle Nya, for your help. Valley Head Nya waved his hand. You don't have to be so polite. However, although the medicine apprentices of Rejuvenation Valley have nothing to do with Rejuvenation Valley once they leave Rejuvenation Valley, they are still people of Rejuvenation Valley. The reliability of these medicine apprentices and their future actions in the cult of incense will affect Rejuvenation Valley's reputation. Moreover, to be honest, Nephew Ren, I thought of it too simply. I didn't think that it would be as simple as being a medicine apprentice in the cult of incense. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua bowed again. Uncle Nya, don't worry. I will definitely remember your kindness in helping me. Moreover, I know my own weight. When I arrive at the cult of incense, I will not cause trouble and drag Rejuvenation Valley into trouble. Valley Head Nya smiled and said, It's best that Nephew Ren thinks this way. Actually, I'm not worried about Nephew Ren. Although Nephew Ren has only stayed in Rejuvenation Valley for half a year, the impact of this half a year on Rejuvenation Valley can be said to be, Valley Head Nya seemed to be unable to find the right words. It can be said that the impact is far-reaching. It can't be said that it has become a brand new Rejuvenation Valley, but it's almost there. Moreover, Nephew Ren is kind-hearted and has a calm personality. She will definitely not bring trouble to Rejuvenation Valley. I am very relieved about this. However, among the 10 medicine apprentices who are going to the cult of incense this time, other than Nephew Ren, there is another person who is just there to make up the numbers. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and said, What do you mean, Uncle Nya? Thus, Valley Head Nya explained the matter in full detail. After Valley Head Nya finished, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She suddenly felt that this seemingly normal nepotism was extremely abnormal. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua probed, Uncle Nya, what do you mean? A trace of cold light flashed through Valley Head Nya's eyes. Honorable Nephew Ran, this old man will entrust you with a task. If you discover that this domineering fellow has any other intentions, please don't let this fellow do anything harmful to Rejuvenation Valley on account of this old man recommending you to spread the incense order. With a frown, Zhang Xiaohua fell into deep thought. This matter didn't sound difficult, but if she seriously thought about it, it would be troublesome. She was only going to inquire about second brother's news. Although she had the title of Rejuvenation Valley's son-in-law, he was only a prospective son-in-law. Everything about the cult of incense was still unknown. If she agreed to Valley Head Nya's request, she would have no choice but to place some of her thoughts on this Nephew Ren who had no relationship with her at all. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's somewhat difficult expression, Valley Head Nya gritted his teeth and said, Nephew Ran, this old man knows that this matter is somewhat difficult for you. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the cult of incense, and I don't know how many experts there are. However, you should also think about it. If Nephew Ren were to do something outrageous, wouldn't it implicate hundreds and thousands of innocent people in Rejuvenation Valley? Even little you would find it difficult to escape. Furthermore, Nephew Ren, since you were not injured by Lord Kong's palm, I believe that your martial arts skills are not inferior to Manager Yang's. I have already instructed Manager Yang to take care of this matter. If it is inconvenient for him, I would like you to take action on his behalf. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, If that is the case, Uncle Nya, this nephew will agree to your request. However, I have to say the ugly words first. If I were to act, then Nephew Ran. Valley Head Nya understood and nodded. This old man understands. I want you to act to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. There is no need to leave any leeway. Zhang Xiaohua also nodded. Since it is like this nephew will agree to Uncle Nya's request. Valley Head Nya cupped his hands. If Nephew Run were to act, then this old man would have no worries. Subsequently, Valley Head Nya told Zhang Xiaohua about the situation that Manager Yang had told him yesterday. After listening, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. It is peaceful to be a medicine boy. However, to be an outer disciple, what kind of tests do you have to pass to be able to roam the Jianghu? This is somewhat difficult. Not to mention the difficulties of roaming the Jianghu. As long as you become an outer disciple, you will have to join the fragrant religion. If you were to make things difficult for the fragrant religion in the future, wouldn't you be acting without justification? This seems to have deviated from your original plan. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, Valley Head Nya was somewhat embarrassed. Nephew Ran, this old man did not understand these things before. I thought that I would just be a medicine boy. I did not expect. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Uncle Nya, what are you thinking? This nephew is just a bit surprised. There are too many rules in this fragrant religion. I have no complaints about other things. Being able to enter the fragrant religion is all thanks to Uncle Nya's matchmaking. This nephew is very grateful. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already thought it through. Of course, taking the normal route would not be easy. However, aren't we practitioners of the way of immortals? We have countless methods to confuse martial artists. Since the normal route is not possible, then we will take the abnormal route. We will pretend to be dead and escape underground. Oh, if that does not work, we will escape using fire. Could it be that we can't sneak out? In any case, she could not first be a medicine boy, then an outer disciple, and then pass some tests. How tiring would that be? On the other side, Valley Head Nya asked, what does Nephew Ren plan to do? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin. The situation is stronger than the person. Uncle Nya, since we are in other people's territory, what is there for this nephew to be calculative about? It is only the arrangements of others. In any case, this nephew is only here to inquire about the news of my brothers. If I can learn some of the fragrant religion's martial arts, TSK, this nephew would naturally be more than happy to do so. Valley Head Nya nodded and repeated Manager Yang's words. Zhang Xiaohua was naturally endlessly grateful. After chatting for a while and explaining some of the fragrant religion's rules and taboos, Valley Head Nya finally walked out unhurriedly. At this time, the sun was already setting in the west. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the entrance of the pill room and looked at the rejuvenation valley that she had lived in for half a year. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 506. To Zhang Xiaohua, coming to Rejuvenation Valley was definitely a coincidence. He never thought that he would be able to stay here for half a year. Furthermore, thinking about the rewards he had gained here, it could be said that it was, fruitful. It was more pleasing to the eye than the fruits of autumn. Thinking about it, the art of alchemy, the art of making weapons, the art of alchemy, the heavenly Tao of the human body, the meridian nourishing pill, the jade water sword. Just thinking about it made Zhang Xiaohua want to cover his mouth and laugh. However, was this all that he had gained? Looking at the clouds in the azure sky, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel disappointed. Faintly, he felt that he had not included the most important thing in his calculations. But, how could he include her in his calculations? He almost could not grasp his own thoughts. It was more difficult than comprehending the heavenly Tao. Perhaps he would have an explanation today. After all, he was leaving early in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua thought so. Unexpectedly, Nye Qianyu, who usually came to Zhang Xiaohua's place when she had nothing to do, did not show up for the entire afternoon. It was as if she did not realize that Zhang Xiaohua was leaving the next day. Zhang Xiaohua did not have much to pack. After staying outside the alchemy room for a while, he returned. He sat cross-legged and pondered over the mantra to conceal his cultivation. This was too important. The scene of him encountering the incense order's emissary, Lord Kong, was still fresh in his mind. He did not think that this seemingly cold Lord Kong was simply testing his martial arts. If not for the fact that his actual strength was far beyond what he had shown, that simple palm strike would have seriously injured him. But to be able to trick the Yuhuandan pill out of a simple bite of the tongue was really out of his expectations. This Lord Kong was really rich and imposing. Zhang Xiaohua did not know that Peacock, who was sitting cross-legged on the white blanket, was also deep in thought. She could not suppress the irritation in her heart. Peacock really did not know why she had lost her composure. This Zhang Xiaohua was just an ordinary disciple of the pugilistic world. His looks were average and his figure was thin. No matter where she looked from, there was no reason for her to be attracted to him. The cult of incense never forbade its disciples from having feelings for each other. Peacock was a typical example amongst the inner disciples, and it was unknown how many of the elites in the sect secretly admired her. But the female disciples of the cult of incense were mostly indifferent towards feelings, and Peacock was the same. So until now, there had not been a formal or suitable disciple who could make her fall in love. But today, on an ordinary afternoon, a sunny afternoon, an ordinary medicine boy, a youth who was said to be only 15 years old, actually made her feel like he was the only one in the world. This was simply impossible, simply inconceivable. That faint smile, that neither servile nor overbearing salute, and that instant of warmth when their palms touched, caused a great wave of emotions to surge through Peacock's heart. The humble way of addressing her as little one, the lowly status of medicine boy, and the flattering recommendation from Valley Head Nya and the others made Peacock's heart burn with a strong sense of shame and anger. Whether this shame and anger was directed at Zhang Xiaohua or herself, she could not tell. At the same time, the trace of blood at the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth caused her to feel a faint pain in her heart, but also a trace of satisfaction. Sigh. Peacock let out a long sigh. She lifted her eyes to look out the window at the setting sun. She thought to herself, entering the world, is this entering the world? I have been practicing martial arts with all my heart, hoping to see the truth of the world. I do not want to be shackled by worldly affairs. But Master forced this mission to leave the valley on me. He wants me to enter the world to train myself, hoping that I will be able to gain something from this short journey. But this simple journey to Rejuvenation Valley has caused me to encounter such an inexplicable dilemma. Could it be that this young man is destined to be? Peacock's face blushed slightly under the veil. She shook her head to herself. That may not be the case. This brat is only 15 years old. He is supposed to be Rejuvenation Valley's son-in-law. Why would I want to snatch him for no reason? So boring. It must be a coincidence that made me feel this way. I can only say that my worldly fate has yet to be fulfilled and I still have something in my heart. With this explanation in her heart, Peacock's heart calmed down slightly. That must be it. Why else would the feeling I had when I first saw him be different from later on? If there is fate, this feeling should not change. Rejuvenation Valley, Peach Blossom Forest, Peach Blossom Nunnery. Nye Qinyu stared blankly at the peach trees outside the window. The brilliant peach blossoms of spring had long turned into spring mud. Countless peaches had borne fruit. But where was the fruit she wanted? Nye Qinyu's eyes looked at the peach blossom forest. Her mind kept flashing back to the days and nights she spent with Zhang Xiaohua. Many details she thought she had long forgotten were inadvertently recalled at this moment. But the more she thought about it, the more bitter she felt. An unintentional encounter was going to end tomorrow. A fate that had a beautiful beginning but did not have a perfect ending. Was this what it meant to be fated but not meant to be? Picking up the comb on the table, Nye Qinyu unconsciously combed her dark hair. This was usually done by Little Orange, but now it was the best way for Nye Qinyu to sort out her worries. However, it was easy to comb her hair but difficult to untie her feelings. Not to mention the thousands of knots that had been tied in her heart. Perhaps only he could untie these knots with his own hands. Not far away, Little Orange worriedly looked at the young miss who was looking out the window while combing her hair. She did not know how to comfort her. Ever since she came back last night, Nye Qinyu had been so listless. It was as if her entire soul was outside. Last night at the banquet to welcome the incense cult there was some laughter, but the rest of the time she was like this. Alas, who could understand Nye Qinyu's thoughts better than her? Who could truly understand Nye Qinyu's feelings? In an instant, the back of a young man holding a long sword with boundless momentum appeared in Little Orange's mind. That back was so attractive that her eyes were firmly glued to it. For a long time she was unwilling to look away. While she was lost in thought, the sound of the stairs creaking suddenly came from below. Little Orange turned her head and saw Valley Master Nya walking up the stairs. Little Orange saw him and quickly bowed. She was about to greet Nye Qinyu when Valley Master Nya quickly waved his hand and shook his head gently. Little Orange saw this and worriedly looked at Nye Qinyu before carefully retreating. Valley Master Nya walked lightly to Nye Qinyu's side. Looking at his beloved daughter's empty eyes and frozen expression, his heart ached. He sighed softly, little you. It was not until he called her 3 times that Nye Qinyu came back to her senses. Seeing that it was her father, she quickly said, "When did father come?" After she finished speaking, she was about to stand up and bow. Valley Master Nya held her shoulders and smiled. "Father also just came in. You should sit down." As he spoke, Valley Master Nya also sat down on the ground beside Nye Chinyu. Father. Nye Chinyu looked at her father's behavior, and her small mouth was a bit flat. In Nye Chinyu's memory, when her mother had just passed away, her father would always casually sit beside her like this and look at her lovingly, whether it was reading medicine books or doing needlework. However, as she grew older and the affairs in the valley became more and more busy, her father had not sat beside her like this for a long time. Valley Master Nye smiled kindly and reached out to stroke his daughter's hair. Little you have grown up. Father is also old. Alas, but there are some things that I can't do for you, although I really want to. But you still have to rely on yourself. I know that what I want to do can only end here. He was extremely unwilling to say the 3 words Ren Xiaoyao, here for fear that it would affect his daughter's feelings. Fortunately, when Nye Chinyu heard it, her eyes only reddened and she did not have much of a reaction. She also sighed. Father, I understand what you mean. When you asked Big Brother Ren to stay and promised to send him to the fragrant religion, I already knew. He is a person of unknown origin. If you didn't want to give me a chance and give him a favor, how could you recommend him to the fragrant religion? After all, he is brother-in-law's cousin. Back then, Uncle Yu personally looked for you and you didn't agree. This is putting the lifeline of our rejuvenation valley on the line. Valley Master Nye smiled bitterly. I originally wanted to repay Ren Xiaoyao's kindness in escorting you back. I also wanted to send him to the fragrant religion, and then use our rejuvenation valley's elixirs and alchemy skills to create conditions for you. Who knew, alas, this Ren Xiaoyao in this Beidou school actually returned to our rejuvenation valley something that far exceeded what we gave him. In this way, recommending him to the fragrant religion would not be obvious, and Valley Master Nye solemnly took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Nye Chinyu, saying, and this Ren Xiaoyao actually refined the legendary Crimson Flame elixir and only kept 1 for himself. The other 5 were all given to our rejuvenation valley. Nye Chinyu was a little surprised and then smiled. I don't find it strange that Big Brother Ren can refine the Crimson Flame elixir. He seems to be a deity and there is nothing he can't do. I didn't go to the pill room at noon for the same reason. However, Big Brother Ren has never suffered losses. Why did he change his mind this time and only keep 1 for himself? Valley Master Nye smiled. Why don't you think about it? Looking at her father's half-smile, Nye Chinyu blushed and said in a voice as small as a mosquito, Is it for me? What do you think? Valley Master Nye still asked in return. A trace of spirit appeared in Nye Chinyu's eyes. Then he should have given it to me personally. Why did he have to go through father's hands? Valley Master Nye smiled. How would father know the thoughts of a young man? Perhaps he is thin-skinned. In any case, I advised him to keep the elixir for his brother, but he said to give it to the person who needs it the most. Then his smile became even wider, saying, But in this rejuvenation valley, who needs to improve their skills the most? Valley Master Nye had thought that Nye Chinyu would laugh through her tears and even blame him shyly after hearing these words. However, when Nye Chinyu heard these words, her face instantly paled and there was some despair in her eyes. She bit her lips and didn't say a word. Valley Master Nye thought to himself, Oh no, I don't know what I said wrong. Chapter 507. Valley Head Nye originally wanted to comfort his daughter by saying that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to leave the Crimson Flame pill for Nye Chinyu to increase her power. However, Nye Chinyu's expression changed drastically. Valley Head Nye forced a smile and said, What's wrong? Little you, did I say something wrong? After a long while, Nye Chinyu said in a low voice, Brother Ren is right. I am the one who needs to increase my power the most in Rejuvenation Valley. However, father, with my martial arts, even if I take the Crimson Flame pill, I will not be able to catch up to you. How can I accompany Brother Ren to roam the pugilistic world? Valley Head Nye laughed and said, You want to roam the pugilistic world just like that? Nye Chinyu said shyly, Why not? Brother Ren's martial arts are so high. If I can't be on par with him, how can I? Haha. If 1 Crimson Flame pill is not enough, we will take 2. If 2 is not enough, we will take 3. Valley Head Nye said generously. Alas. Nye Chinyu sighed. Although her face was still red, she said, Father, you don't have to comfort me. This medicinal pill is only effective for the first time. It's useless to take more. I don't believe that you don't know this. Valley Head Nye's face was a little awkward. Cough cough it is better to take it than not. This is Brother Ren's good intention. You should accept it. After he finished speaking, he was about to put the jade bottle into Nye Qianyu's hands. However, Nye Qianyu shook her head and pushed the jade bottle back. She said in a low voice, "Father, don't deceive me. You are the one who planned to take the Crimson Flame pill." Valley Head Nye was stunned but said, "No, my Crimson Flame pill is in the pill room." Then, looking at Nye Qianyu's somewhat reproachful eyes, he shook his head and said, "Little you, sometimes being too smart may not be a good thing." Sigh. Nye Qianyu looked out of the window and said, "Brother Ren has always been clear about public and private matters. If he wanted to give it to me, he would definitely leave one for me. Since he gave all the pills to Father, it naturally means that he gave them to Rejuvenation Valley. Perhaps everyone in Rejuvenation Valley needs the Crimson Flame pill to increase their power, but only I don't. Because 5 years of power is completely meaningless to a weak girl like me, who has yet to achieve martial arts. Don't think so, Father." Valley Master Nye didn't speak. He quietly looked at his daughter who had regained her composure. Nye Qianyu continued, "Father's internal strength has been stuck at a bottleneck in recent years and has not been able to improve for a long time. Although the method of circulating internal strength that Big Brother Ren taught is very good, Father's internal strength is still limited and cannot be practiced to perfection. If we can obtain the help of this Crimson Flame pill, success will be achieved naturally, and our internal strength will enter a new realm. This method of refining pills will also be successful and our Rejuvenation Valley will be able to refine real pills. And you giving this pill to your daughter is really like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water." After Valley Master Nye finished listening to his daughter, his expression was still calm as he softly said, "You know, Xiaoyu, ever since your mother passed away, your face has never revealed a true smile. Although sometimes I see you smile very sweetly, Father knows that your heart is not really happy. Although Father knows that going out this time has some risks, on one hand you want to be strong and have to go. On the other hand, Father also hopes that you can go out and see the outside world so that you can open your heart. During the period when there was no news of you, Father was very distressed and often regretted his decision. I was afraid that something would happen to you. Father has let down your mother who passed away early. But you came back safely. Not only did you fulfill your desire to be strong, you also brought back your laughter. You know, Xiaoyu, Father saw you looking at Ren Xiaoya with a faint smile. Father was very happy. Although your smile was not as bright as before, Father knew that it came from the bottom of your heart. It was a happy smile. That was how Father felt when I met your mother." So, when Ren Xiaoya was about to leave the next day, Father agreed to your Uncle Yu's suggestion without hesitation. I know that your Uncle Yu made this suggestion because he was dissatisfied with my rejection back then and wanted to see how I would deal with it. But Xiaoyu, if Father didn't agree, Ren Xiaoya would leave immediately. I saw your despair and sadness in your eyes. Father would rather lose Rejuvenation Valley than let you be sad. Father only wants you to be happy and happy. Father also hopes that you can have a good start in these 4 to 5 months. Father is also willing to take this risk just for this beautiful start. But Father, I don't look like a fairy and my martial arts are also very weak. Although I have been with Brother Ren for such a long time, I know that his heart is not with me." Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "Xiaoyu, it is important for a girl to be beautiful and have excellent martial arts. But these are only a few aspects. You also have intelligence that other girls don't have. This is your strength. You can't compare your shortcomings with other people's strengths." Then he asked, "Moreover, does your brother Ren already have a girl he likes?" Nye Qianyu was a little hesitant. It seems that he does, but it also seems that he doesn't. I don't understand. Valley Master Nye nodded and said, "Since you didn't say it clearly, then you don't have one. Xiaoyu, aren't you always strong? Why are you so weak now?" Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts is now something that even Father can't understand. If he goes to Chuanxiang religion to study for a few more years, even if he doesn't take the name of Chuanxiang religion, he will still be one of the top in Jianghu. This is a delicious cake. It's rare for you to have the opportunity to be close to him. You must not give up. Father, who is the delicious cake? Who wants to snatch it? Nye Qinyu's face turned red again, full of a little girl's attitude. Seeing his daughter's active mind, Valley Master Nye knew that his words had an effect, so he didn't dare to say more. He took out a jade bottle and said, Xiaoyu, didn't you always want to see Chuanxiang Religion's Yuandan pill? Here it is in this bottle. Really? Nye Qinyu was surprised. Uncle Yang gave it to you? Why didn't he mention it yesterday? Valley Master Nye saw that he had successfully diverted Nye Qinyu's attention and said with a smile, Old Yang, with his appearance, if he had it, he would have taken it out long ago. He is just a steward of the pill opening hall. He always hid it from me, thinking that I don't know. When he came back for the third time, he was drunk and spilled the truth. He just comes out often, and his position in the pill opening hall is also ordinary. Steward, it's just a gimmick when he goes out. How could he have the Yuhuandan pill? Huh. Nye Qinyu was even more surprised. Did the messenger give it to him? But it can't be. The previous messengers were extremely indifferent. They didn't say anything and didn't even let us look at their faces. How could they just give us the Rejuvenation Valley, such a healing medicine? Valley Master Nye blinked. Little you, why don't you guess how I got the Jade Rejuvenation pill? Nye Qinyu shook her head. I only know that it should have been given by the messenger. As for why, I don't know. Ha ha ha, Valley Master Nye laughed. You don't know Master Kong went to the Inner Valley to play today. When he saw Ren Xiaoyao, he thought of the martial arts competition on the arena and reached out to test him. He accidentally injured Ren Xiaoyao, so he took it out. Without waiting for Valley Master Nye to finish speaking, Nye Qinyu stood up and said urgently, Oh father, why are you still laughing? Brother Ren is injured, right? How is his injury? Did he take the Yuhuandan pill? Will he still be able to preach the incense religion tomorrow? Valley Master Nye secretly shook his head at the series of questions. He pulled Nye Qinyu and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, sit down. Your brother Ren is not injured at all. Nye Qinyu was stunned and said, Master Kong took out the Yuandan pill, how can he be fine? Valley Master Nye smiled and told her what happened at noon. Although she knew that Zhang Xiaohua was fine, Nye Qinyu's face still turned pale. Until she heard Zhang Xiaohua shamelessly say, I'm fine, I just bit my lip. She could not help but spit and said with a smile, This guy can't take any losses. Master Kong only tested his skills and he extorted a bottle of Yuhuandan pill from him. However, she immediately asked with concern, How many pills did Master Kong give Brother Ran? He gave it to Father and Elder Zhang. How many pills does he have? Valley Master Nye waved his hand and said, You said it yourself, this guy can't take any losses. He obviously still has a lot in his bottle, otherwise he would not have given us 2 pills. Alright, I'll give this one to you. You can only protect yourself. If anything happens, you can let Father be at ease. Nye Qinyu smiled and said, No need, Father. I will not leave Rejuvenation Valley. How can I encounter any accidents? You can take it. Valley Master Nye was resolute in not taking it and said, If you don't go out now, you can't guarantee that you won't go out in the future. Don't you still want to roam the Jianghu? Father. Nye Qinyu rebuked and casually took the bottle of Yuhuandan pill. However, Nye Qinyu immediately felt a bit strange and said, Father, think about it. Why would Master Kong of the incense religion want to test Brother Ren's martial arts? Even if it was a test, she must have a sense of propriety and would not harm Brother Ren. Moreover, even if Brother Ren was not injured, how could Master Kong not see it? These questions made Valley Master Nye speechless. Yes, Valley Master Nye had clearly seen Master Kong's loss of self-control. However, he did not dare to make wild guesses. Secondly, he believed that there was no relationship between Master Kong and Zhang Xiaohua. Thirdly, and most importantly, he did not dare to tell Nye Qinyu about Master Kong's loss of self-control. He was afraid that it would cause Nye Qinyu to misunderstand. How could a girl who was in love have a normal intelligence? If there were any unusual actions because of this, it would not be good for anyone. Therefore, Valley Master Nye also took out the weapon that Zhang Xiaohua was accustomed to using and said with a smile, I don't know about this. However, Nye Qinyu frowned and thought to herself. Valley Master Nye saw this and said, All right, little you, Father will leave now. If you want to know why, you can ask your brother Ren. Perhaps he will know. Ai, Nye Qinyu sighed. Let me think about it again. Valley Master Nye shook his head and turned to go downstairs. A jade bottle was left at the place where Valley Master Nye had been standing. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 508. After thinking for a long time, Nye Qinyu still couldn't make up her mind to see Zhang Xiaohua, whose lips were injured. Although she knew that it was better to see one more time, she couldn't summon the courage to face Zhang Xiaohua's ruthless indifference in her own feelings. After all, she was still in her first bloom of love. While thinking, Nye Qinyu's eyes suddenly lit up. She threw the comb far away and shouted, "Xiao Juzi, Xiao Juzi!" When Xiao Juzi hurriedly ran upstairs, Nye Qinyu continued to shout, "Go, go, get my needle and thread." Xiao Juzi was puzzled. She didn't know why Miss suddenly wanted to do needlework. But when she saw Nye Qinyu's excited appearance, she prayed to Buddha in her heart, and hurriedly went to help find the necessary items. In the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua didn't see Nye Qinyu arrive. It was already late. At dusk, dark clouds covered the sky above Rejuvenation Valley. Before long, thunder rumbled and it started to rain. Sitting cross-legged in the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua listened to the familiar sound of thunder outside. She was eager to give it a try. She hadn't attracted thunder for a long time. But when she thought of Official Kong, who was nearby in the outer valley, Zhang Xiaohua immediately extinguished the idea. She would leave for the fragrant religion tomorrow. She couldn't give up on finding her second brother just because she was greedy for a moment of cultivation. The loss outweighed the gain. Zhang Xiaohua continued to comprehend the incantation until midnight. Then she laid down a restriction and began to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. In the rainy night, the raindrops silently moistened everything. But when they hit the windowsills, the roofs, and the trees, countless people in Rejuvenation Valley couldn't sleep. No matter if they were old or young, no matter how profound their skills were, as long as they had worries in their hearts, they were all like this. There were many things to talk about that night, but it was difficult to talk about them. The rain gradually stopped in the early morning, but it was still cloudy. No starlight or morning sun could be seen. Zhang Xiaohua woke up on time. When she opened her eyes, she didn't hear the sound of rain. She couldn't help but smile. The rain has stopped and the sky is clear. It's a good time to travel. It's a good omen. However, when he put away the restriction and walked out, he suddenly discovered that there were two girls standing at the entrance of his pill room. Their clothes were a little wet, and one of the girls was leading an animal that looked like a donkey, a horse, a deer, and a cow. If they weren't Nye Qinyu and Xiao Juzi, who else could it be? It was already July and August and the weather was hot. However, Rejuvenation Valley's climate was different. It was like spring all year round. After a night of rain and gusts of cold wind, the morning after the rainy night was a little chilly. In addition, her clothes were a little wet. Nye Qinyu's lips were trembling slightly from the cold. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt a slight pain in his heart for no reason. He quickly walked forward and rebuked, "Little Yuer, why are you here so early? Your clothes are wet. Why didn't you call me?" Before Nye Qinyu could say anything, Xiao Juzi behind her said loudly, "Miss has been standing here for an hour. The rain didn't stop. It was inevitable that she would get wet on the way here. Moreover, you slept like a log. I shouted until my throat was broken, but you didn't respond at all. If I had known, I would have asked Miss to come later." At this time, Huan, the deer in Xiao Juzi's hands, also cried out happily. It ran over and stuck out its tongue to lick Zhang Xiaohua's face intimately. Since Zhang Xiaohua came to Rejuvenation Valley, she had left Huan to others to raise and didn't take care of it. Now that they hadn't seen each other for half a year, how could she not be happy? However, Zhang Xiaohua was not in the mood to pay attention to Huan's situation. She gently patted its horn and said to Nye Qinyu, "Little fishy, let's go inside to warm up. Seeing you so cold, my heart." Zhang Xiaohua stopped at the right time. Nye Qinyu forced a smile and said, "No need, Brother Ren. It's already late. The caravan of the incense cult is usually prepared before dawn. When I came over just now, I saw the people in the valley helping to pack up. It should be ready soon. Brother Ren, you should go there early. Don't give people a bad impression." But Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nye Qinyu's face. "It's okay, Brother Ren. Although it's cold now, it should be warm when we reach the outer valley. Don't delay your journey. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and walked back to the pill room. She took out a small package that she had packed last night and took out her great wisdom sword. She put these two things on Huan's back and said, "Let's go." Thus, Little Orange took Huan's hand and left first. Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qinyu slowly followed behind. When they left the inner valley, the east was already a little bright. In the distance, they could see that the caravan of the incense cult had already been packed up. There were only a few people walking around. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to release her spiritual sense at first, for fear of being discovered by Master Kong. However, when she saw the caravan, she suddenly remembered that she had used her spiritual sense to observe the caravan the day before yesterday. And yesterday, when she directly used her spiritual sense to see through Master Kong's veil, she did not know. She must have seen that something was wrong with her. It was definitely not a problem with her spiritual sense. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua released her spiritual sense. Sure enough, in the distant attic, Steward Yang and Valley Master Nya, as well as a few disciples of the incense cult, were waiting respectfully downstairs. Master Kong was still coming downstairs. Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. This time she noticed that Nie Qinyu, who was beside her, was wearing a light yellow robe. She was dressed very beautifully. Even her face, which usually did not wear any makeup, was slightly dressed. It was the same appearance as when she returned to the Rejuvenation Valley that day. It was just that back then she had braided her hair. Now her long hair was loose and she looked more mature. However, there seemed to be something different. In a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua could not tell. The two of them walked very slowly. Nie Qinyu clutched the corner of her clothes and secretly bit her lips. Zhang Xiaohua also lowered her head and walked quietly. The two of them did not speak. When the figures of Master Kong, Steward Yang and Valley Master Nya appeared in the distance, the two of them had only walked a short distance. When she saw the figures, Nie Qinyu knew that it was time to say goodbye. Her eyes immediately turned red and she said, "Big brother Ren, you're leaving soon. I don't know if you've thought about everything about the incense cult." Zhang Xiaohua said softly, "It's just a matter of finding out. I just have to be careful. If I can learn something, I'm willing to do so. Little you or don't worry." "That's good. Big brother Ren, you still have to be careful. Don't." As she spoke, Nie Qinyu did not know what to say. As they spoke, Peacock and the others had already walked half the distance, but Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qinyu had not even walked half the distance. Nie Qinyu looked over anxiously and took out 2 jade bottles and handed them to Zhang Xiaohua. She said, "Big brother Ren, these 2 jade bottles were given to me by father yesterday. One is the Crimson Flame pill and the other is the Yuhuandan pill. I know you have some with you, but these are hard to come by. It's better to keep as many as you can. Take them, I have no use for them anyway." "Ah?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. These things had been tossed around, why did it return to her? Zhang Xiaohua quickly declined. "1 Crimson Flame pill is enough. It's useless to have more. I still have a lot of Yuhuandan pill with me. You can keep them for yourself." Nie Qinyu refused. "The Crimson Flame pill is the most important thing for you to improve your skills. It's also useful for you to spread the incense cult. The Yuhuandan pill is even more important. It's extremely effective in treating internal injuries. It's inevitable that you'll encounter danger in the martial arts world. If you can have 1 more Yuhuandan pill, you'll have 1 more layer of protection." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. "Let's not talk about the Yuhuandan pill first. I still have the Crimson Flame pill. Only the first one is effective. The rest are redundant. I have no use for them. You can take them." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua decline, Nie Qinyu's tears almost fell. 1 more pill is always useful. She stubbornly placed her outstretched hand in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes and refused to withdraw it. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely touched. She looked at the 2 sacred pills that everyone in the martial arts world coveted. Nie Qinyu gave them to her without hesitation just to give her an additional layer of protection. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her slightly sour nose, looked into the distance, and whispered into Nie Qinyu's ear, "Little Yuer, keep it well. I also have a lot of Crimson Flame pills. I'll only tell you one. Don't tell anyone else." "Bah!" Nie Qinyu couldn't help but spit. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the other jade bottle and said, This is the Yuhuandan pill. That Lord Kong gave me 6 pills. I've been using them. Don't underestimate your big brother Ren. When have I ever suffered internal injuries? And this Yuhuandan pill, to be honest, I really have no use for it. Although it has a great reputation, it can't treat my internal injuries. What? Nie Qinyu asked curiously. The Yuhuandan pill is a sacred pill for healing injuries. How can it not treat your internal injuries? Big brother Ren, don't lie to me. Zhang Xiaohua acted mysterious. Little Yuer, I'll only tell you. The internal energy I practice is very strange. Ordinary pills are useless for me. You must remember to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone else. These 2 sentences of, don't tell anyone else, made Nie Qinyu feel sweet in her heart. She was skeptical. Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled up. When did your big brother Ren lie to you? Quickly keep it. Don't let the people from the cult of fragrance see it. Otherwise, your father won't be able to take it. Nie Qinyu hesitated. Zhang Xiaohua said again, if you don't keep it, I'll be angry. This sentence was half true and half false. Nie Qinyu treated it as an imperial edict and immediately kept it in her arms. She was afraid to make him unhappy. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. That's a good little Yuer. At this moment, Peacock had already boarded the carriage. She looked up and frowned. Valley Head Nie saw this and quickly said, Lord Kong, please don't blame me. I'll hurry them up. Peacock snorted and waved her hand, indicating that there was no need. Manager Yang smiled at the side. It's been many years since they left. I don't know when they'll meet again. Let's talk a little more. Nie Qinyu saw that Lord Kong had already boarded the carriage and did not dare to keep Zhang Xiaohua any longer. She hurriedly said, Big brother Run, quickly go. I'll send you here. You. She could not finish the word you. Her eyes were red and she was choking with sobs. Please give me a monthly vote, a recommendation vote. Chapter 509. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Qinyu's small face, nodded, and then turned around. Little Orange was holding Huan's hand and was not far away. Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of Little Orange and saw that Little Orange was also shedding tears of farewell. She sighed and floated up. Turning back to look at Nie Qinyu, she patted Huan's bald horn and Huan quickly ran towards the carriages. Peacock looked at Zhang Xiaohua's David's deer and said in a low voice, This David's deer is Ren Xiaoyao's mount? Valley Head Nie smiled apologetically. Yes, this David's deer is very human-like and is called Huan. Peacock did not comment and waved her hand. Let's go. Manager Yang shouted loudly. Official Kong's orders, let's go. Immediately, everyone and the carriages started moving and the carriages were about to set off. Manager Yang turned around and cupped his fists towards Valley Head Nie. Old brother Nie, this brother will be leaving now. If there is a chance in the future, we will meet again. At this time, Manager Yang did not bother to call him Valley Head Nie. Valley Head Nie looked at the old man he had known for decades and also cupped his fists. All right, brother. Have a safe journey. If there is a chance in the future, come to Rejuvenation Valley. This old brother will be waiting for you at any time. Haha. The two smiled and parted with tears in their eyes. But at this time, a shout came from afar. Big brother Ren, Official Kong, who was about to enter the carriage, immediately stopped and raised his head to look into the distance. He saw that Nie Qinyu seemed to have thought of something and took out something from her bosom, shouting, Big brother Ren, wait. She chased after him on the muddy grass. Zhang Xiaohua also stopped when she heard the shout. Seeing Nie Qinyu chase after her in Official Kong's carriage, she patted Huan and turned around to hurry over. Perhaps the grass was slippery, or perhaps she tripped in the mud. But in any case, our cute and easily injured Nie Qinyu slipped again and fell straight into the mud. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was still far away, and could not help her up even if she wanted to. Under everyone's gaze, Nie Qinyu fell to the ground, but her hands were still raised high. Then she carefully got up, afraid of dirtying the thing in her hands, and continued to run forward. Zhang Xiaohua quickly dismounted. Nie Qinyu rushed in front of her and handed the thing in her hands in front of Zhang Xiaohua, panting, Brother Ren, I have nothing else to give you. This is a silk bag that I personally made yesterday. Take it as a souvenir, take it as a memento, take it as a souvenir. Zhang Xiaohua, and as she got Nye rushed in front of her. Nye Qianyu rushed in front and in front, and she and Qianyu at her as she and holding the thing in her hand looking at Nye Qianyu's muddy body and face, as well as the green silk pouch in her hand. Zhang Xiaohua was once again moved. He carefully took the pouch, but he heard Nye Qianyu's face turn red as if blood was about to drip out. She whispered, "Big brother Ren, please keep the things inside. You can look at them later." Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her fingers slightly and a gap appeared in the silk bag. She did not need to look at it with her eyes, but with her divine sense, she could see that it was actually a bundle of black hair. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood why she did not like Nye Qianyu just now. It was because of her hair. Zhang Xiaohua could not hold it in any longer. Her eyes were red and she said softly, "Little you," and Nye Qianyu finally burst into tears. She rushed over and fell into Zhang Xiaohua's arms. "Brother Ren." Zhang Xiaohua raised her hands and did not know if she should put them down. Nye Qianyu hugged Zhang Xiaohua's waist with both hands, tears gushing out of her eyes like water. At this moment, Peacock, who was in the distance, frowned slightly and shouted in a low voice, "Caravan, set off." She actually used her internal energy and the whole Rejuvenation Valley heard it clearly. Everyone who saw Zhang Xiaohua and Nye Qianyu did not dare to delay. They immediately came to their senses and set off. Zhang Xiaohua's heart tightened, but she did not know if she should push Nye Qianyu away. Alas, the cicadas in winter are mournful. Facing the pavilion in the evening, the sudden rain has just stopped. Drinking in the tent at the capital gate is not in the mood. Reluctant to leave, the boat starts. Holding hands and looking at each other with teary eyes, she was speechless. While Zhang Xiaohua was hesitating, she heard official Kong say in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoyao, catch up quickly in a moment. Do not delay the journey." After saying this, Peacock went straight into the carriage and did not say anything else. Everyone was astonished. Only Valley Head Nye looked happy. Looking at the two people in the mud from afar, he led the Rejuvenation Valley people to follow the incense cult's caravan and slowly sent them off. Nye Qianyu, who buried her head in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, did not hear Peacock's first sentence clearly. However, she heard the second sentence very clearly. She could not help blushing and was about to raise her head. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She finally put her hand down and stroked Nye Qianyu's black hair. Then she put her mouth next to Nye Qianyu's ear. Nye Qianyu's body felt hot and dry. She was surprised and happy. This was in front of everyone. How could Brother Ren, however? She heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice next to her. Nye Qianyu was stunned at first, then surprised, then confused, and finally grateful. After nearly half an incense stick of time, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and smiled. "Little you do you remember clearly?" Nye Qianyu's face was red, but she did not let go of her hand. She said, "I remember it clearly, Brother Ren. Is this really the Beidou School's internal strength secret manual? I can cultivate it?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded, "Yes, but you have to swear that you will not tell anyone about this cultivation method. Not even your father." Nye Qianyu nodded resolutely. "Okay, little fishy, you can." Zhang Xiaohua was too embarrassed to say it clearly. Nye Qianyu understood tacitly and quickly let go of her hand. She said shyly, "Brother Ren, please don't blame me. I was a little rude." Looking at Nye Qianyu's shy expression, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but reach out and pinch her nose. She said, "Don't blame me, how can I blame you?" Nye Qianyu revealed a happy smile. She bit the corner of her mouth and did not speak. The two of them were silent for a moment. Nye Qianyu whispered, "Brother Ren, let's go. If we don't leave now, we will delay the journey. If Master Kong blames us, all our previous efforts will be in vain." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled. She pinched her nose again. "I have to go. Don't cry anymore. There will be a chance to meet again." Nye Qianyu nodded, but her tears flowed out again. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. She gritted her teeth and turned to leave. She heard Nye Qianyu call out again, "Brother Ren." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He turned around again, looked at Little Orange who was waiting in the distance, and said in a low voice, "Little fish Nye, there's something I need to tell you, but don't blame me and don't tell anyone else." Nye Qianyu nodded desperately. Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Actually, my name is not Ren Xiaoyao. My real name is Zhang Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua. Nie Qinyu opened her mouth in surprise. There were tears in her eyes, but she wanted to laugh out loud. She never expected that the brother Ren, who was excellent in martial arts and merciless in killing people, would have such a cute name. Seeing Nie Qinyu's surprise, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly explained, "Little fishy, don't blame me. It's not that I don't want to explain, but I don't have a chance. Oh, don't forget you lied to me about your age. If it wasn't for the martial arts competition, you wouldn't." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so anxious, Nie Qinyu could not help but laugh out loud. "It's not your fault, Brother Ren. You still call me Brother Ren?" Nie Qinyu glared at Zhang Xiaohua. "Didn't you want to hide it from others? If I don't call you Brother Ren, what should I call you?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. Alas, he was coaxed by this girl and revealed all his secrets. In his mind, although the carriage of the fragrance cult was moving slowly, it was already far away. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay and said, "Little fishy, I have to go. You have to take care of yourself. Don't be anxious to improve your internal strength. Okay, I really have to go." Zhang Xiaohua finally reached out his hand and stroked Nie Qinyu's hair. He turned around and floated onto the David's deer. He patted Huan's bald horn. The David's deer screamed and ran after Nie Qinyu. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and stared at Nie Qinyu. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Don't cry, don't cry. Brother Ren told me not to cry." Nie Qinyu murmured in her heart and in a low voice. However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua's figure that was getting smaller and smaller, tears still came out of her eyes. Alas, since ancient times sentimental feelings have hurt parting. How can I neglect the autumn festival? Tonight, when I wake up from my drunken stupor, the wind blows and the waning moon on the bank of willow trees. This year's departure should be a good time in name only. Even if there were thousands of amorous feelings, who would he tell? The David's deer went on the path out of the valley. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hand and waved goodbye. Nie Qinyu saw this and quickly waved back. However, in less than a moment Zhang Xiaohua's figure had disappeared. After a while, the tactful little orange walked forward and said, "Miss, Brother Ren has gone far. You should go back and change your clothes. Otherwise you will get sick." Brother Ren. Hearing this, Nie Qinyu felt warm and happy in her heart. This guy never wants to suffer any loss. I just told him my age, but he remembered it. That's my real name. He didn't tell me until the last moment. Alas, Nie Qinyu and Zhang Xiaohua, aren't they a perfect match? Could it be that he... In an instant, Nie Qinyu was stunned. She couldn't even hear Little Orange calling her from the side. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on Huan's back and waited until Nie Qinyu was out of sight before turning around. If he used his divine sense, he could still see Nie Qinyu. However, he didn't do so. Parting was always cruel. Wouldn't he torture himself many times? Looking at the dark green silk pouch in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart and carefully put it into his money pouch. In addition to the Prajna heavy sword and his own small bag, there was also a huge bag on Huan's back. Needless to say, Nie Qinyu had prepared it for him. Zhang Xiaohua touched it with his hand and knew that there were many things inside. He sighed again and looked forward. As far as his eyes could see, there was no sign of the carriages. However, there were Rejuvenation Valley disciples waiting not far away. They must have been instructed by Valley Master Nie to wait for Zhang Xiaohua to come closer and quickly bow to him and point him in the direction of the carriages. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile and urged the David's deer to follow closely. After chasing for a while, he finally saw a group of people in the distance. It was Valley Master Nie who led the Rejuvenation Valley disciples to bid farewell to Manager Yang and the other fragrance cult disciples. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coming, Manager Yang laughed loudly. "Our infatuated lover is finally here. Old brother Nie, you don't have to send him off. You've been here for so long, aren't you waiting for him?" Valley Master Nie smiled. Yes. Little brother Yang is worthy of me sending him off so far." "Forget it. I've never sent him off so far before." Valley Master Nie laughed loudly. Zhang Xiaohua came forward and also dismounted. He bid farewell to Nie Qinrong and Yu Zhonglin, Nie Qianxiu and Changsheng, Mu Qingxian and Fei He and the others. Finally, he walked in front of Valley Master Nie and bowed deeply. "Uncle Nie, I won't say any superfluous words of thanks. I will remember your words in my heart and will not let you down. Please rest assured." Valley Master Nye nodded and smiled with relief. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the happy departing crowd and said, "In the future, if Rejuvenation Valley needs anything from me, please tell me. I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Chapter 5:10. Zhang Xiaohua spoke very softly and Valley Master Nye nodded slightly. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder, indicating that he understood. Manager Yang, who was waiting not far away, looked at them with a sense of farewell. Then Zhang Xiaohua patted Huan Huan and followed Manager Yang. He turned back and cupped his hands at the people of Rejuvenation Valley who were standing still. Then, he turned back and followed the carriages of the incense cult. They went further and further away and gradually disappeared. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, who had become a black dot, Nye Qianrong rode to Valley Master Nye's side and said, "Father, I always wanted to remind you, but I married early and didn't dare to talk about the affairs of the valley. Now that the emissary of the incense cult has left, I can't hold it in anymore and want to." Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "Are you still worried that Ren Xiaoxia will bring trouble to Rejuvenation Valley?" Nye Qianrong's face was burning and she murmured, "Although Ren Xiaoxia has helped Rejuvenation Valley, after all." Valley Master Nye waved his hand and said, "Qianrong, remember, Ren Xiaoxia's help to Rejuvenation Valley is as heavy as a mountain. You don't need to know the details. We have to pay the price for what we did. Besides, it's already like this. Even if there is a mistake, it's useless to talk about it. Why think about it?" Nye Qianrong nodded, but little Yu. At this time, Yu Zhonglin also stepped forward and said, "Father-in-law, this Ren Xiaoxia is a rare person in Jianghu. If we let him go like this, little Yu will be lovesick." Nye Qianrong spat. "How can you talk about your sister-in-law like this?" Valley Master Nye stroked his beard and said in disappointment, "Ren Xiaoxia is not a fish in a pond. He just hasn't had the opportunity yet. Sooner or later, he will soar to the 9th heaven. But our Rejuvenation Valley. Sai, it depends on whether our little Yu has such charm." While they were talking, Nye Qianxiu and Changsheng also stepped forward. The three of them looked at each other and shut their mouths. Nye Qianxiu looked curiously at the three of them who kept their mouths shut. She smiled and said, "Father and big sister are also talking about this Ren Xiaoyao, right? This brat is really smart." He managed to coax father into agreeing to let him spread the incense cult. "Sai, father, it's not that I want to nag at you, but even if he escorted Xiaoyu back, he was just driving a carriage and sending a person back. Who knows if he has any other motives? My Rejuvenation Valley has such a huge foundation. How could he not know the benefits of a live-in son-in-law?" That day, he had pretended to refuse, but why didn't he take the initiative to leave? In my opinion, he must have investigated clearly and used our Rejuvenation Valley as a springboard to spread the incense cult. Moreover, he also played with little Yu's feelings and took our Rejuvenation Valley into his hands. Changsheng didn't say it directly. He only said, "Father-in-law, this matter is somewhat inappropriate. Ren Xiaoyao is just an outsider. Even if his background is clean, it's best not to." Seeing Valley Master Nye's unfriendly expression, Changsheng didn't dare finish his sentence. He only said, "In any case, father-in-law should be more careful in the future." When Nye Qianxiu saw this, she smiled coldly and said, "Since ancient times, honest advice has always been unpleasant to the ear. Father, I'm only thinking for our Rejuvenation Valley. If you don't appreciate my kindness, we, the younger generation, can't complain. However, I still have to thank father for his forceful actions. Now that the incense cult's emissary has left, we've already instructed our family to prepare a carriage. I'll return to the whale gang and tell father-in-law about this matter. I'm sure father-in-law will come to express his gratitude. I'll return then." When he heard this, Valley Master Nye waved his hand. "No need. Changsheng, go back and tell your father not to mention this matter again in the future. Just pretend it never happened. It won't be good if word gets out." Changsheng nodded. Afterwards, the husband and wife left on their horses. Valley Master Nye looked at everyone and also waved his hand. "Let's go back to the valley." Then, he looked in the direction that the incense cult had gone. They had long since disappeared. He turned his horse around and headed straight back to Rejuvenation Valley. Those who needed to be sent off had already been sent off, and those who needed to leave had already left. Several months had passed like yesterday. Rejuvenation Valley's days would continue as usual. However, with the Crimson Flame pill and a new method of refining pills, could Rejuvenation Valley still be the Rejuvenation Valley of the past? A ray of hope rose in Valley Master Nie's heart. Back to Zhang Xiaohua. She rode her odd beast and caught up to Manager Yang in front of them. Manager Yang was quite a distance away from the carriages. He was slowly moving forward. It was obvious that he was waiting for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua approached and cupped her hands. Manager Yang, this little one thanks you for your help. Manager Yang looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. Virtuous nephew Ren, your odd beast is quite good. Rejuvenation Valley must have given it to you as a gift, right? Zhang Xiaohua was startled and didn't explain. She smiled and said, it was Uncle Nie's good intentions. Manager Yang nodded. Old brother Nie and little you are really good to you. They even gave you the valley's rare David's deer as your mount. I'm really envious. However, this is a small matter. For you, they didn't even care about the rules of recommending medicine apprentices and came to me through the back door. Zhang Xiaohua said respectfully, yes, I will never forget Valley Master Nie and little you's great kindness. Manager Yang sneered. What's the use of not forgetting it? In the future, the right way is to know how to repay kindness. Zhang Xiaohua was even more startled. She cupped her hands and said, rest assured, Manager Yang. How could this little one not know? When I leave the incense cult in the future, I will definitely repay Rejuvenation Valley. Manager Yang shook his head and sneered. Ren Xiaoyao, you and Commander Nie both look down on my incense cult. Return to the Jianghu? Easier said than done. Who knows how many medicine apprentices from Rejuvenation Valley have entered the incense cult, and how many have returned. Don't think too far ahead. Zhang Xiaohua cursed inwardly. What does Manager Yang mean? I will never forget it. You said no, so I will repay the kindness. You still won't. What do you want me to do? Zhang Xiaohua was still as respectful as ever. Then please instruct me, Steward Yang. No matter what my identity was yesterday, from now on, I am the Aroma Cult's medicine boy. If there is anything I need, please instruct me. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's humble attitude, Manager Yang nodded in his heart. Yes, since you know your identity, then it will be easy to handle. Let's talk about your previous identity. You are the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Remember, you are Little Yu's future husband. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed and thought, this huge hat sounds nice on my head. I didn't even touch it, but it was branded. If little Fishy heard this, she might be overjoyed. He couldn't refute and smiled awkwardly. I know. It's just that, no buts. Manager Yang waved his hand. He said, I have watched little you grow up. Since Marshal Nie has handed his son-in-law to me, I will definitely watch over him well. Also, you must remember that your future wife is waiting for you in Rejuvenation Valley. I'm going to faint. Zhang Xiaohua complained. What does this have to do with anything? Valley Head Nie doesn't even put on the airs of a father-in-law. This unrelated person is. He has good intentions. At least Valley Head Nie didn't hand over the wrong person. But, Zhang Xiaohua cried out in his heart, you've given me a warning, but little fish Nie isn't just waiting around. Maybe she'll meet a handsome husband tomorrow and marry him. I'm the only one who's being watched by you. Manager Yang saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak and said, also, your current identity is only a medicine boy in my pill expansion hall. This identity is different from your previous one. To be clear, it is the same as the medicine boy in Rejuvenation Valley. It is even more lowly. You should be mentally prepared. Don't feel uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Manager Yang, please don't worry. I know. Uncle Nie has also warned me. Manager Yang also nodded and changed the topic. Since you know your current identity, I have to tell you that from top to bottom in the fragrance cult, female disciples are respected. Whenever you meet a female disciple, you must be careful. You must straighten your posture and attitude. Be a good medicine boy with a clear heart and a clear mind. Zhang Xiaohua almost fell from the David's deer. Is there a need to go so far? After talking for so long, you are just warning me not to be a womanizer and let little fishy Nie down? Sure enough, Manager Yang continued, whether it's your previous identity or your current identity, It's not good to provoke the female disciples of the fragrance cult. Not to mention that you've let down Marshal Nya and little you. Even the rules of my pill repository hall won't forgive you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Manager Yang, look at me. Do I look like someone who would provoke a female disciple? Manager Yang looked up and down and shook his head slightly. However, he looked at the carriages in front and whispered, Ren Xiao, tell me. And don't worry, I will not tell anyone. Do you know our Master Kong? When did you meet her? Manager Yang's gossipy look surprised Zhang Xiaohua. He quickly waved his hand. Master Kong? Don't talk nonsense. I met Master Kong for the first time at Elder Zhang's place. Moreover, she was wearing a veil. I didn't even see her face. I don't even know what she looks like. How could I know her? Not to mention meeting her. You really don't know her? Manager Yang still didn't believe him. But why was she so abnormal when she saw you? Moreover, she treated you so well just now. She didn't even blame you for not setting off on time. Do you think I am a fool? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Isn't it just a little late? Is it that serious? He still shook his head. Think about it. If I knew Master Kong, why would I ask Uncle Nya to find you? Wouldn't it be better to find Master Kong directly? And that's true. Manager Yang frowned and continued, however, even if Lord Kong has taken a fancy to you, you must remember not to have any thoughts of climbing up the social ladder. If that's the case, even if I have to sacrifice this old life of mine, I will drag you down from your high horse. Hehe, don't think that you can be complacent just because you're the champion of the martial arts competition. My fragrant sect is full of experts and any one of my disciples can crush you to death with just a little finger. If you don't listen to me and want to let little you down, this old man can find someone to castrate you so that you can only look but not eat. Looking at Manager Yang's complacent look, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell. This was the first ideological education class of the fragrant cult, and the consequences were so serious. Recommend me. Chapter 511. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's ashen face, Manager Yang was immensely pleased with himself and laughed. Nephew Ran, don't be afraid. As your uncle, I'm just saying, as long as you follow the rules in the cult of incense and do your part, your future father-in-law and I have already figured out your future path. You just have to follow along. The bright path is right in front of you. In the future, everything in the cult will be taken care of by me as your uncle. Isn't that 100 times better than others who have no backing? All right. Looking at Manager Yang's see if you're being reasonable or not expression, Zhang Xiaohua silently cursed. She had just raised a big stick to warn him and now he wanted to give her a carrot. Do you really think I'm a 15-year-old child? But he was still respectful and only had 2 ears. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's respect, Manager Yang was even happier and patted his chest. Although there are very few medicine apprentices who can make a name for themselves, isn't there still your Uncle Yang? I will definitely put in a good word for you in front of the hall master, and create the best conditions for you so that you can reach the threshold of an outer disciple as soon as possible. Then I will find a familiar disciple to teach you properly so that you can pass the test earlier. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was about to ask about the meaning of passing the test when Manager Yang changed the topic, but this is under the care of the pill repository hall. Even if you're an inner disciple, if she has any matters to discuss with you, you must ignore her or find a reason to reject her. But you look like a 20-year-old person, but you're still only 15 years old. You're just a medicine apprentice. This Kong, why would he fancy you? I hope I'm just worrying for nothing. The more he spoke, the weaker his tone became, as if there was no better reason. Zhang Xiaohua had long been laughing in her heart. Looking at Manager Yang's respect for Lord Kong, it was needless to say that the difference between their positions in the cult of fragrance was too great. Yet, Manager Yang had forcefully used the pill repository hall as a shield to persuade and educate her, fearing that she would have an affair. In fact, if she really had the intention of climbing up the social ladder, looking at Manager Yang's taboo towards Lord Kong, as long as she could rely on Lord Kong, even if Manager Yang pulled the pill repository hall's purple ginseng elder, he probably wouldn't touch a single strand of her hair. However, was it necessary for Zhang Xiaohua to do this? He probably didn't even have the slightest bit of such thoughts. Zhang Xiaohua was both angry and amused. She cupped her hands and said, Uncle Yang, don't worry. I'll remember your words clearly. I won't let you worry. It's easy to say this promise, but no matter what I say now, Uncle Yang may not fully believe it. Why don't you wait and see what I do in the future? Manager Yang nodded with gratification and thought to himself, it's really like this. Even if you say it well now, what can I say when you turn around and look at Lord Kong's embrace? You're not perfunctory. You're a little interesting. You're worthy of little Yu's regard. Manager Yang's face was stiff. Then I'll see what you do in the future. I'll put you in front of me and watch over you carefully. Damn. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She thought, if you keep watching me like this, how am I going to find second brother? However, she still smiled and said, that's the best. If I can follow Uncle Yang, won't it save me a lot of trouble? Manager Yang nodded happily. Just as he was about to urge his horse to move, he reminded her, oh right, you can call me uncle and nephew in private. You must not let others see our friendship. Otherwise, even if you want to make things convenient in the future, others will see through it. I'm dizzy again. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. I still want to rely on you. No matter what, I feel like I'm living off a woman. She could only smile and say, I know this. Manager Yang, please don't worry. Alright, let's go. Ren Xiaoyao, your Rejuvenation Valley's carriage is now at the back of the convoy. There are a total of 6 carriages. 3 of them are items sent to the Fragrant Religion. They have already been merged into the front and handed over to the sect's disciples to watch over. The carriages that the 10 of you are in are at the back. Valley Master Nya took care of you and let you share a carriage with Chong Chong. The other 8 people will squeeze into 2 carriages. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, isn't this all because of Manager Yang's concern? Manager Yang laughed and said, no wonder little Yu has taken a fancy to you. Your mouth is also very sweet. After he finished speaking, he spurred his horse forward. He felt very refreshed in his heart. Damn it, the feeling of scolding people is so good. No wonder old man Gu would scold me whenever he's unhappy. Seeing Ren Xiaoyao being stunned by my scolding really makes me feel very good. How could Zhang Xiaohua know what he was thinking? She only shook her head from behind, patted Huan Huan's bald horn, and directly chased after them. Previously, the Fragrant Religion's convoy had more than 10 carriages. In addition to the Rejuvenation Valley's carriages, there were already more than 20 carriages. From the front to the back, the winding path was not short. The Fragrant Religion's previous guard disciples were slightly insufficient. When a disciple walking at the back saw Manager Yang and Zhang Xiaohua chasing after them, he loudly said, Manager Yang, I heard that this brat has some skills? Manager Yang smiled and said, Ren Xiaoyao was able to knock that Longting Villa's sword young master out of the arena. Naturally, he has some skill. Brat, you also know this news, don't you? I heard that he was beaten by Master Kong until he vomited blood yesterday. That disciple was somewhat gloating. What level is Master Kong at? No matter how powerful this brat is, he can't be compared to her. Even you, aren't you also several times more powerful than him? That disciple was very pleased and said with a smile, I wonder how your injuries are. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. She cupped her hands and said, I took some medicine and am still in the process of recovery. However, there are no major problems. That's good. However, that Yuhuandan pill is a good thing. That disciple did not finish speaking. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. She inwardly curled her lips and said with a frown, is that so? So it's like this. Unfortunately, I only took one yesterday and the rest were taken away by Valley Master Nya. If I had known that it was so precious. That disciple sneered. If you had known that it was so precious, you wouldn't have given it to me? Zhang Xiaohua sighed and did not speak. She then looked as if she had suddenly realized something and raised her hand to take it, saying, I forgot that Valley Master Nya gave me some Rejuvenation Valley self-made blood replenishing pills before he left. If Senior Marshal Brother is also injured, this little one is willing to give some to you. Don't. That disciple arrogantly waved his hand. Don't call me Senior Marshal Brother like this. It makes it seem like I am very familiar with you. I only asked you this because there aren't enough disciples guarding the carriages. I know that you know a bit of martial arts and wanted you to take care of the rear. You saying this makes it seem like I am coveting something from you. Although your Rejuvenation Valley's blood-replenishing pill is famous in the Jianghu, it is only an extremely common pill in my eyes. Don't think that you can rely on it to make connections, and don't curse me to be injured for no reason like you." Zhang Xiaohua looked as if she had been lectured and repeatedly said that she did not dare. That disciple then said, "Since your injuries are no longer a problem, I will leave the rear of the carriage to you. However, you don't have to be afraid. I will wait at the front to help you clear the way. You will only be a decoration. If there is anything, just call and we will immediately rush over." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That would be best, master. But please don't worry, this little one will be strictly on guard. If there is any trouble, I will immediately warn you." That disciple saw that Zhang Xiaohua was expressing her loyalty, and was even pretending to be serious. He secretly laughed in his heart. This scoundrel actually thinks of herself as someone important. She doesn't even think of her own identity. She is only a medicine boy. Then he waved his hand, held his head high, and urged the horse forward. Seeing that disciple walk far away, Manager Yang smiled and said, "Ren, Xiaoyao, don't take it to heart. The people of my sect all have their eyes on the top of their heads and cannot tolerate outsiders. Although this disciple is an outer disciple, he is also like this." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. How could he take this kind of contempt to heart? Soon after, Manager Yang also quietly came up and whispered, "That nephew Ren, the Yuhuandan pill?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "Indeed, I also didn't know that the Yuhuandan pill was so precious. I thought it was only a healing pill. When Uncle Nye asked, I gave it all to him. My injuries were only healed by the blood-replenishing pill." Manager Yang's face was full of disappointment. "No wonder your injuries are not completely healed. Just now I was wondering why you were not fully healed even after eating the Yuhuandan pill. So it was because you ate the blood-replenishing pill. Marshal Nye, that old bastard, still has this kind of skill. If I had known earlier, I would have asked him for it yesterday." Manager Yang inadvertently revealed a hint. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. "Don't look at me like that. You will naturally know the preciousness of the Yuhuandan pill when you arrive at the School of Fragrance. At that time, you will regret giving it all to your future father-in-law." The more Manager Yang said this, the more Zhang Xiaohua felt that she had made the right choice. If he had flattered the two of them and gave it to them, perhaps all the outer disciples would come over and ask for it. The Yuhuandan pill was not much to begin with, so who was suitable to give it to and who was not? She had not even entered the School of Fragrance and had already offended so many people. Cough cough, it was better for her to keep it. Even if she gave it to her second brother or the people from the Misty School in the future, it would still be better than offending others. After educating Zhang Xiaohua and not getting any benefits, Manager Yang said, "Ren Xiaoyao, you stay behind and guard. If you are tired, you can rest in the carriage. I will go to the front to serve Master Kong. If you need anything, you can come and find me." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands in thanks. Manager Yang did not stop and went straight to the middle of the carriages. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and looked forward. In the middle of the carriages, Master Kong was sitting cross-legged in the carriage. She did not know if he was cultivating or meditating. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then rode the David's deer to catch up with the carriages. She did not dare to waste any time. She had not completely understood the incantation of God's guidance. She might be able to hide it from Master Kong for a while, but once she arrived at the School of Fragrance, it would be unknown. If the School of Fragrance's elders or the head of the School of Fragrance noticed a clue, she would be like a lamb sent to the tiger's mouth. She would not be able to find any information about her second brother, and even her own freedom would be in danger. When Zhang Xiaohua reached the back of the carriages, she casually looked at the carriages behind her. Just as she was thinking about which carriage had a powerful person sitting in it, she saw the curtain of the last carriage open. A young man with rosy lips and white teeth stuck his head out and respectfully shouted, "Uncle, you're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."